Have you forgotten?
Seasons within the concave Earth. I animated the sun oscillating around the celestial sphere every 6 months. So when it's in the Tropic of Cancer, you'll notice that you get 24 hours of daylight at the North Pole and 24 hours of darkness on the South Pole. And conversely, when the sun is in the south, you'll see that you will get 24 hours of daylight on the South Pole and 24 hours of darkness on the North Pole. Originally, when I animated the sun, I did it linearly. There was no acceleration or deceleration, so I couldn't get the equinoxes to line up on March 21st or September 21st. However, when I added acceleration and deceleration, so it's decelerating at the extremes like that, the equinoxes lined up perfectly. And so in nature, you can conclude too that if something is orbiting around something magnetically and it's oscillating north and south like that, there's going to be acceleration and deceleration. In a heliocentric model, you have to conclude that the Earth is orbiting around the sun in an elliptical path. This is very unnatural. You also have to conclude that it's tilting. You have problems with that too as well. And you also have to conclude that it's precessing or wobbling, because it shows that after a year the sun is in a different location against the stars. But if you understand, within the concave Earth, it's all taken care of simply by the fact that there's two different velocities: the velocity of the sun and the velocity of the celestial sphere, which is slightly faster than the sun. A sidereal year, or a sidereal day, is 4 minutes faster than the sun. So after a full year's time, the sun is simply just going to be 1/70th of a degree in a different location than the year before. The planets are all magnetically affected by the sun. So when the sun is inclined like that, the ecliptic of the planets, that magnetic ecliptic imaginary path, is going to be influenced by it as well. There's a real retrograde motion to the planets. It's not just an apparent retrograde motion caused by a supposed spinning Earth. It's simply the fact that when the planets go behind the celestial sphere opposite the sun, they're going to get confused magnetically. So they're going to go the other way for a little bit until they catch up with the sun's influence again, and then go the same way that they were going before. Mercury and Venus, they're going to be orbiting the sun. So when they go behind the sun, they're going to get confused as well. So that's how retrograde happens within the concave Earth. The Milky Way band, it's a band, it's not a spiral galaxy. It's actually a literal band that separates the celestial sphere into two different hemispheres, two different magnetically influenced hemispheres that actually steer the sun. So the Milky Way band has a function. So when the sun crosses that galactic plane every 6 months, it's also exhibited by the Ulysses satellite. They show that every 6 months the sun is oscillating back and forth. So when it crosses that plane, it steers the sun in the other direction. Like when it's up north like that, it's going to steer the sun south, and then conversely the same when it goes down south. When the sun goes down south, when it crosses that plane, it's going to steer the sun back up north. So it's all being influenced by that dividing line, that Milky Way dividing line. It has a purpose, it has a function. Everything works within the concave Earth. Sunlight is bending around the inside of the Earth. That's how we get lunar eclipses. There's an opposite funnel-shaped void area opposite the sun. When the moon goes through that void area, it gets eclipsed. North or south of that void area, it's just simply going to be a full moon. So everything works in the concave Earth. You've seen my animation here, I made it a wide angle, so I wanted to include everything, so that's why it kind of looks kind of funky, but it's Occam's razor. The simplest answer is always the best answer. So.
SR-71 is going to tilt 8 degrees nose up. Going at Mach 3. The faster you go with a plane inside the Earth, you're going to have to tilt that up more. Now that would make no sense whatsoever if you're trying to eliminate drag. You would want to tilt it down. You would want to get it as level as possible, but you're simply running out of real estate. So they're hiding this information from you. It's the pact. It's the pilot pact. It's the AAPP, the Australian Aviation Pilot Pact, or the American Aviation Pilot Pact. Never a straight answer. Oh, is it the fuselage that's tilting up, or is it the wings that are tilting up? Is the Concorde nosing down the faster it goes, or is it tilting up the faster it goes? Documentation would show that it's tilting up the faster you go. Welcome to Stellar 3-Alpha. Thanks for watching.
So basically, we're taught that the Earth is fucking convex, that it's spherical, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. This one is that it's concave, and that it wraps around space. Space is in the middle,
Okay.
and that Earth wraps around it.
Huh.
It's called cellular cosmology. And trip on this, dog. All right,
It is
so
trippy.
yeah,
I'm
it
ready
is.
to trip.
Proving conclusively that the Earth curves upward and that we are living on the inner surface of a hollow globe. The sun, moon, and stars all being within the circumference of 25,000 miles. We have here a working model of the hollow globe, or the cellular
Boom.
cosmogony as we call it.
So it goes
On
up.
the inner surface of this great shell, we find
wraps
here
around
the western
space, is in
continent.
the middle.
Over there is the eastern hemisphere.
So the Earth doesn't
and
spin.
Here is the sphere
Space
of the
spins
heavens,
inside
the
of it.
sun, moon, and stars revolving. Contrary to the
Inside of
usual
a glass
thought
ball.
that the China is beneath our feet, it is in reality
Okay.
above.
Controlled by an octahedron.
That the surface of the Earth is round, there can be no question.
Everything in existence starts in a 360-degree pattern. Everything.
Right.
It starts
So
from
as
the ball.
above, so below.
And if you apply the mathematics of that idea to atomic orbitals, and then render it in 3 dimensions, here's what you get. Isn't it beautiful? Here's another. And another. And another. In fact, I made a bunch of these, and they're all mesmerizing and beautiful, and isn't the ground state of the hydrogen atom just so cute? And aren't the excited states so majestic? There's so much structure and detail in them, I just love it. You can see patterns in the orbitals, and you can get a sense that they actually are orbitals. I mean, something is orbiting. Okay, so I do have to be clear. The dots don't each represent a separate electron. The whole collection represents the wave function of a single electron, and the individual dots represent all the places that electron could be. A higher density of dots means a higher probability of the electron being there. The bigger orbitals are the ones with higher energies, because electrons with more energy are more likely to be far away from the nucleus. The motion of the dots is showing the flow of the wave function, and does correspond to an extent with its actual angular momentum, though they're not electron trajectories.
I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but someday someone will, and hopefully sooner than we might think right now. Although we weren't able to shatter that highest, hardest glass ceiling this time, thanks to you, it's got about 18 million cracks in it. And it may be hard to see tonight, but we are all standing under a glass ceiling right now. And the light is shining through like never before, filling us all with the hope and the sure knowledge that the path will be a little easier next time.
Why do you think that Truman has never come close to discovering the true nature of his world until now?
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented,
Look what happens as it gets near the bottom. Look how it looks like it's attracted to the bottom. So it curves. So cool.
Why do you think that Truman has never come close to discovering the true nature of his world until now?
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented,
You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
the queen from her bed and bound her in her bones. The seas be ours, and by the powers where we will, we'll roam. Some men have died and some are alive, and others sail on the sea with the keys to the cage and the devil to pay. We lay to fiddler's green.
Stars are very tiny. Stars are very tiny, and they're created by sonoluminescence, which is reverberating sound in a liquid. So there is a celestial sphere up in the middle of the earth, and it contains all the stars, and they're very small. Billions and billions of stars, tiny little stars. Twinkle, twinkle. They're very tiny. That's the truth, guys. Why is it so hard for you to believe that? It's so obvious. There's no rotation to the Earth. You know that intrinsically. It's just that these so-called intelligent people have been telling you otherwise. And you trust them with their knowledge. But it's all wrong. And it's all going to be turned backwards. Here, 3D, I morph the sky basically, okay? The sky is upside down. If light were straight, we would see the celestial sphere. We would see the edge of the ball of stars. Stars are a ball in the middle of the Earth. But because light bends and there's an inversion, the sky is upside down. The sky is upside down. That's the illusion. That's what people have problems understanding. See, this is what's going on. Bending light makes us think that the sky is a dome, but it's actually a ball. It's a disco ball in the middle of the Earth. The sky is upside down, folks. And so the sky will appear upside down. The sun will appear upside down. The moon appears upside down. The stars appear upside down, and the planets appear. Anything that's far away from you, like the sun, star, moon, planets, will be inverted, will be upside down. In this video, I'm going to easily visually display to you what is going on with the octahedron and the way in which we see the celestial sphere. Remember, I mentioned before that the octahedron acts as a resonant absorptive antenna. If you look at radiation patterns of dipole antennas, it has the same dipole effect, where it is splitting the circle in two, and we see the same type of pattern there with our eyes. Our eyes, wherever we are within the inside of the Earth, whatever latitude we're at. In this case, we're at 45 degrees north. Our eyes are always going to carry it to the center, and it will figuratively split the celestial sphere into two. And so the half that is facing you flips in curvature, and it appears as if that side creates a dome over your head. It's not a real dome, it's a virtual dome. But that is the way that light operates, that energy operates, that electricity operates within the Earth. That resonant absorptive energy that sucks the light up toward the center will always intersect the celestial sphere perpendicularly. That is what creates the sun and the moon inversion. We think the sun is straight across, however, it is curled upward and inverted. Light is always bending up toward the center wherever you are within the Earth. Horizontal dipole radio energy will always bend upward from the ground. This is the illusion that the secret of the universe holds.
Proving conclusively that the Earth curves upward and that we are living on the inner surface of a hollow globe. The sun, moon, and stars all being within the circumference of 25,000 miles. We have here a working model of the hollow globe, or the cellular cosmogony as we call it. On the inner surface of this great shell, we find here the western continent. Over there is the eastern hemisphere. And here is the sphere of the heavens with sun, moon, and stars revolving. Contrary to the usual thought that the China is beneath our feet, it is in reality above us. That the surface of the Earth is round, there can be no question. But that we are living on the outer surface of a convex globe, rotating rapidly through space, is pure assumption or guesswork. This survey lasted over a period of several months, proving conclusively that the Earth curves upward and that we are living on the inner surface of a hollow globe, sun, moon, and stars all being contained within the circumference of 25,000 miles. We do not like to believe that perhaps there is a whole world of things beyond our sensory perception, or outside of our ability to understand. He had to penetrate layer after layer of interpretation.
And force an extraordinary illusion in which the sensory information of the present is cancelled by immense knowledge derived from the past.
Ah, génial. C'est impressionnant.
C'era una volta una strada, un buon vento mi portò laggiù, e se la memoria non mi inganna, all'angolo ti presentasti tu. Quelli eran giorni, sì, erano giorni, e tu al mondo no, non chiedere di più. Noi ballavamo un po' e senza musica nel nostro cuore c'era molto più. La 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 la. Poi si sa col tempo anche le rose un mattino non fioriscono più.
So if you drop a rock in a pond, what's going to happen? It's going to make ripple effects, concentric rings around that rock. Oh, this is on the surface of water. You know, this is on the surface of water. And it's two-dimensional. What if this was 3D? Then this would be a bubble. These would be bubbles. Bubbles within inside of bubbles. So you just be a dome on this side. This would be top half, and a dome on the underneath the bottom half of the paper. So if you can imagine this coming out, a dome here, a dome here, a dome here, a dome here, and here. the center one is heaven, and this is the seed of the physical world and the spiritual world. So this creates the venue for existence, for all beings, conscious beings, unconscious beings, conscious beings. And you have to be probably really pure to get to this level. And this is 3D now, so this is made out of glass, crystal glass, and it's the center of the universe. It's just one universe, one place. Everything is one place. Okay, and we're at the core right here. And we're on a level of that. We're on a level. We have in essence fallen to the lowest level, or to this level so far. You know. Okay. All right. Now these are the stars up here: the sun and the moon and the planets and the galaxies and everything that we see when we look up into the sky. We're down here looking up, we see that. So when the sun is, so if I drew the sun here, it's in the west, so it's setting. Looks like it's going down past the horizon, but it's really rising up, and it's in the west. The sun is setting and it's rising in the west, and when it comes around, it sets in the morning. Anyway, I'm on the continent of America here. This is Asia, and over here. Anyways, I should tilt this. It's more like that. Here I am. Right side is up. Right side is up. So like I'm standing on the earth here, but right side is up. The North Pole is over here, South Pole, Antarctica is over here. Bottom of the universe is Antarctica. Anyway, just imagine, that's exactly what happened with cymatics and vibrations and frequencies. Crystalline structures were formed from heaven, starting from heaven, and this creates a theater and a venue for all of us to experience. Let me see. So whatever is outside, underneath our feet, it's just further and further away from heaven. This is like unknown territory, uncharted territory. We don't know what's outside, and this might be metal. You know, underneath our feet might be metal, and some layers of magma or something. I don't know, and water, more metal. But we're definitely not on a ball, and we're definitely not on a infinite plane or a disc. We're definitely inside the concave universe. And the champion of the concave universe is Lord Stephen Christ. When I say champion, I mean from A to Z, scientifically. He's a beast. I mean that in a good way. When it comes to anything that has to do with science, any topic relating from rotations, planets, reasons why things happen, or just any scientific query, he will tackle it, and tackle it better than anybody that I've ever come across. And where it makes sense, logical and rational sense, and complete and utter sense, without, you know, and he has the only person, you know, that helps me grasp the whole world inside of my mind. Not just the earth. Talking about, yeah, we're talking about the earth world, because this is the world. It's inside of the earth. I'm talking about flat earthers. They don't have a clue about space, and you know, oblate spheroiders, they just think space is infinite. Well, just remember, rock dropping in a pond is going to create ripples. These ripples are 3D, and it's formed with cymatics, and sonoluminescence is a byproduct, and creation is a byproduct. Time is a byproduct.
Into the concept of counter space. We've entered the counter space logic right now. We have two spatial conditions. Okay, now if I take and put a piece of glass in between these wires, like I did the iron bar for the magnetism, the glass will absorb up more dielectric lines of force, and the energy storage will be greater. Now if I keep turning up the voltage to the point where the glass starts to saturate and can't handle anymore, what happens is, instead of pushing the lines of force out, what the glass will do is start to draw even more lines of force in, until the point in which it blasts. That's when you get sparks across power lines, lightning discharges, that type of situation. That's what's going on. Now let's take a lightning discharge as another flux example. Okay, we got the clouds, we got the earth. Okay, now because we know about these lines of force, we know that there's this volume of space, of ground and thundercloud, that is filled with a quantity of electrostatic lines of force, okay, which are basically trying to pull the cloud and the earth together. Okay, now what happens is the cloud evaporates the water, which is holding 50 times at least the amount of lines of force that air can hold, is releasing this electricity, and it has nowhere to go. So what happens is these lines of force start to become tighter and tighter. And what it'll do is it'll start a saturation in some spot of air, just like in this piece of glass. When I kept turning the voltage up, it'll start to spark inside, and then it'll blast. And so the atoms start to break apart at the point of saturation, and you get a breakdown zone. And what happens is when that saturates in a counterspatial, yes, there's something you want?
Step maybe away from that board for the camera.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Once the saturation process starts, all the lines of force will come running into that and discharge the complete 1 cubic volume of electrostatic lines of force in one fire column. Saturation is complete and total. There's nothing jumping from the cloud to ground or any of these those are all myths. If you build your lightning protection system on that, you're more than sure to get blasted.
What did you say it was doing?
It's a saturation. It's moving in sideways. It's like if I have a bottle full of water, and the water represents the electrostatic field, okay, and then all of a sudden the water or something starts to break down like in the middle, and the more water rushes in to make what was gone, it's like the whole jar of water collapses upon itself into nothing. And the energy density is so high at that point that the fire appears. And that's why there's the blast. So lightning is not moving vertically, it's a saturation collapse coming in horizontally, and it produces this what's called impulse current.
It's all the static meant into one line.
Yeah, it's a saturation into counter space.
But there is most likely at least 3 concentric spheres of glass in the Earth, apart from the main celestial sphere. This is detected easily by viewing the 22nd degree halo and the 46th degree halo, and understanding that there is a much lower glass at approximately 100 kilometers. Hidden in plain sight once again, we can understand that there is glass at 100 kilometers based upon upper atmospheric lightning hitting a ceiling at 100 kilometers. We also can understand that auroras bottom out at 100 kilometers. Radio wave propagation propagates, reflects off the ionosphere at 100 kilometers. The height of the Schumann resonance is at 100 kilometers. Scientists say that sporadic meteoroids are bouncing off the atmosphere, the sporadic E layer of the ionosphere, the neutral density layer of the ionosphere, like bugs hitting a windshield at 100 kilometers. Coincidence?
It's powering up. This is real.
Yeah?
Just like a bug on a windshield effect. Just like a bug on a windshield effect.
Just like a bug on a windshield effect.
We'll start with, this is actual Himawari 8 footage that I pulled from their live stream. And what I noticed, you see the hot spot of the sun that's running across, it's like right here right now?
Yeah.
And if I scroll the frames, it moves, it's over here now. But as it gets to the edge like that, it flares out like this. So the hot spot is getting wider like that. Okay. And that's not how it would work if it was a convex ball. The hot spot would not flare out like that. The reason why it's flaring out like that is because it's in a concave container, the light source. And so I replicated that in Lightwave here. You're actually looking inside a concave container here in Lightwave. And you see on the left side that the light source, it flares out. In other words, it's smaller in the middle, like the light source is right here right now, but it flares out at the end. Same thing on the other side here. It's going to get, flares out like that. And so what I did also is this is a convex ball that I modeled. And so you see how the hotspot is actually widest right in the middle, but then it shrinks. See how it shrinks like that? It shrinks at the edges. It doesn't flare out at the edges.
Yeah, going behind backside of the Earth, the hotspot going with the small, because it's a convex ball.
Yeah, this is a convex ball. So the hotspot is not gonna get wider at the edges. It's actually gonna shrink at the edges like that. So that's another good indication that you're looking inside the concavity with the satellite imagery. And
okay, flat earthers. This right here is probably one of the best visual arguments to show you that flat earth theory is impossible. It's impossible to look south in the southern night sky to see the Southern Cross constellation from different continents simultaneously. This guy is in Perth, Australia, and he's looking at the Southern Cross, right? Okay, so if you turn around, if I just turn this around, this guy is, there's another guy. Oops. Let me get my camera. All the way there in the southern tip of South America. He can look south too and see the Southern Cross. Now they can't see the Southern Cross simultaneously unless they are not on a flat Earth. They can be on a spherical Earth, but we know that, well, we should know, you guys should know that the Earth is not convex. The only way for this to work is if the sky is a sphere. Okay, that only works on a concave Earth with bending light. I mean, we know NASA's full of shit. We know stars are not millions of light years away. We know the sun and the moon are close. We know the stars are close. Okay, we know the Earth is not spinning, but this just can't work. Okay, you could have during the summer solstice, when the sun is in the northern hemisphere and there's not much daytime in the south, you can see the night sky from both this vantage point in South America and from Australia as well. So you can still see the stars from both these vantage points simultaneously. And see, these two guys are looking in the exact opposite direction. Okay? They're looking diametrically opposed from each other. Can't work. So there's no other place for you guys to go but concave Earth reality with bending light within the concave Earth. I've showed that how that works. It's tested, it's verified, light does bend, and you're living inside. You watch my rectilineator documentary, you understand that water does bend too. Okay? The only reason you guys say that water is level is because you do not agree, you do not validate the rectilineator experiment, but that showed that water is not level at a long distance. It conforms to the inside curvature of the Earth. It's the master cell. I mean, you think of everything as spherical: cells, eggs, fruits, atoms. Okay, there's cells within the master cell, the womb. You're in the womb of Earth. Okay, it's just time to exit this false paradigm of flat Earth. You are in the matrix. Matrix means womb. You're in the womb of Earth. Okay? So this is not going to work, guys. I need your help. I need your support. If you really want to take on the big guys, NASA, you need to present them with truth. Concave Earth is truth. Flat Earth is, I mean, they'll just laugh at you. Okay? Join my side. I can be your friend. I'm nice. Okay? Can't work, guys. Alright, talk to you later.
Full galaxy appears inside the bulb, just like a picture of one. You can spins, holding the stars, the nebulas, the suns, all the colors of the rainbow is spinning inside a burned out street light and virtually powering and containing itself. Now we have a whole astronomical creation. That's the creative force. This electrical monopolar field is how creation comes about. There is no evolution or any of that type of stuff. It's the electrical field at the time creates what exists, and it's always changing this way and that way. All living organisms are all based, just like all machines, same mathematical function. All trees, plants, flowers, humans, everything's based on what's called the golden ratio. It's a definite geometric pattern, and all of these electrical discharges associated with these Tesla transformers are all golden ratio proportioned and tend to be self-organizing and self-powering.
everything is centripetal. It's converging in on the center point. It's converging in on the center point. On the center point. On the center. Center. Center is the point of creation. Center. So everything's converging in at this center point, which is the dielectric field. It's destroying space. Center point. On the center point. On the center. Center. Center is the point of creation. Center. Center point. On the center point. On the center. Center. Center is the point of creation. Center.
There's no inside structure. Yeah, there's only a surface. There's nothing inside. It's not burning anything. There's no fusion in the sun. That's well understood. Well, there's just another way to prove that there is any. It's only in the flares that you get fusion. That's where all the X-rays. The flares, the arcs, and the X-rays, and the microwaves, and whatever result in fusion in the arcs. There's no fusion in the sun. They don't know how the sun works. It's a transformer. Transforms from some other dimension. It's not burning anything. It doesn't have to. It's a converter. I don't know. Nobody knows. But that's what it does. That's the only thing it can do, because that's how everything works. Yeah, you can say it's taking energy from another dimension, counter space. There's no energy, actually. Most of it you can't even measure in outer space or see. No, you can't see the sun in free space. It's not in free space. It's only invisible when gross matter becomes involved, like the Earth's atmosphere and envelope and the surface of the moon or whatever. That makes the light. Otherwise, there is no light. You can see the moon, you can see the Earth, you can see the sun, you can see the stars.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order. A world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of humans. When we are successful, we have a real chance.
See the same type of pattern there with our eyes. Our eyes, wherever we are within the inside of the Earth, whatever latitude we're at. In this case, we're at 45 degrees north. Our eyes are always going to carry it to the center, and it will figuratively split the celestial sphere into two. And so the half that is facing you flips in curvature, and it appears as if that side creates a dome over your head. It's not a real dome, it's a virtual dome. But that is the way that light operates, that energy operates, that electricity operates within the Earth. That resonant absorptive energy that sucks the light up toward the center will always intersect the celestial sphere perpendicularly. That is what creates the sun and the moon inversion. We think the sun is straight across, however, it is curled upward and inverted. Light is always bending up toward the center wherever you are within the Earth. Horizontal dipole radio energy will always bend upward from the ground. This is the illusion that the secret of the universe holds.
Mark, Мак, что случилось?
Садись. Это сфера мира?
Да,
Твердая.
да,
А это мировой свет, и он один во всей Вселенной.
да.
И вы живете внутри пузыря? Головами в центр?
Ну да.
Рада. Все не так. Все наоборот. Смотри, вот планета. Вот звезда, вокруг которой она вращается. И во Вселенной таких звезд много. Вы живете не на внутренней поверхности шара, а на внешней. Сюда можно прилететь, и отсюда можно улететь. Наверное. Понимаешь меня?
Нет. Мак, посмотри вокруг. Горизонт уходит вверх. Горизонт уходит вверх.
No society wants you to become wise. It is against the investment of all societies. If people are wise, they cannot be exploited. If they are intelligent, they cannot be subjugated. They cannot be forced in a mechanical life to live like robots. They will assert their individuality. They will have the fragrance of rebellion around them. They would like to live in freedom. Freedom comes with wisdom intrinsically. They are inseparable. And no society wants people to be free. The communist society, the fascist society, the capitalist society, the Hindu, the Mohammedan, the Christian, no society would like people to use their own intelligence. Because the moment they start using their intelligence, they become dangerous. Dangerous to the establishment. Dangerous to the people who are in power. Dangerous to the haves. Dangerous to all kinds of oppression, exploitation, suppression. Dangerous to the churches. Dangerous to the states. Dangerous to the nations. In fact, a wise man is a fire, alive, a flame. He would like rather to die than to be enslaved. Death will not matter him much, but he cannot sell his life to all kinds of stupidities, to all kinds of stupid people. He cannot serve them.
Back in 2015, when this whole flat earth movement really got started with Eric Dubay, there's a program that was going on here. And that program was basically to pick up anyone who was against the globe system or against the whole system itself in general. So if anybody wanted to question that system, they would find the flat Earth. The flat Earth could give them all the answers that they needed. Well, in 2015, when Eric Dubay came out with these videos, I immediately got caught up in this because I knew something was going wrong. I've been studying occultism for the last 30 years, and what I've been researching in that didn't seem to line up with what I'm studying in scripture and ancient text. So I started doing an investigation, and Eric Dubay showed me some really amazing things. I was stunned. He showed me the flat horizon. I watched these video balloons, these weather balloons go up 20 miles in the air. I saw a flat horizon. The ground didn't disappear. If I was on a ball, the ground should have disappeared under my feet as I rose. But it didn't. It stayed at eye level. And Eric said, well, if it's at eye level, that's because it's flat. And your perspective is bringing it up. Well, I fell for that. And the reason I fell for that is because there was a whole lot of things I didn't know. I thought I did. I was really egotistical. I spent my whole life in colleges studying scriptures, studying ancient texts. I've studied just about every major religion out there. I've basically been an occultist since I was a little kid, since I first was able to read. And some of them things that I didn't understand that caused my confusion was magnetism and light. I was under the assumption that Einstein was the physics god, that what he said was the end-all be-all of science. If he said the world was made of particles, electrons, protons, and neutrons, then that's what it was, simple as that. And so I believed everything about that, and I didn't understand about Tesla and magnetism and ether. I'd never even heard the word ether. I did in occult studies, but I just assumed, well, maybe that's just, they're talking about the spirit world or something. I don't know, another dimension, I don't know. I couldn't explain it. Then all of a sudden I came across Ken Wheeler's videos. Ken Wheeler rightfully should be called a hero, because without Ken I wouldn't know 3/4 of what I know now. So anything I say, any kind of knowledge that I produce, just know that it's not that I'm some kind of super genius guy and I figured all this out myself, because I didn't. I literally stand on the shoulders of giants. Ken Wheeler's one of them giants. Another giant, believe it or not, and a lot of people don't like to hear this name, but when I first figured out that the concave Earth was real and the Earth wasn't flat, I did figure that out by myself. But another giant whose shoulders I stood on after I figured that out was Stephen Christopher. Now, Stephen has a thing where he likes to tell people he's the incarnation of Jesus Christ. And I don't have a problem with his beliefs. That's his thing, whatever. However, when people hear things like this, they get immediately turned off. Don't tell me how you're the incarnation of Jesus Christ. I don't want to hear that nonsense. I'm a man of science. What you're talking is nonsense. And me and Stephen bumped heads immediately, and we immediately disliked each other. But he had already filled in everything. He'd been doing this for 13 years, from my understanding. He had the memes, he had all the computer graphics, he had all the images. Because a lot of the things I could tell you about the concave Earth, you really can't understand unless you see various images. Stephen, you are also a hero. Even if you are a little nut in the head. But here's a few things that I see wrong. Is that when you found the flat Earth first, two things happened. First, you realized that you'd been lied to all your life. Everything you'd ever been told was false. The sun's not 93 million miles away. The moon is not 236,000 miles away. The Earth is not a ball. So that's the first thing you learned. The second thing you learned, it was planted in your mind that now you have the absolute truth. Somebody has told you the truth. Eric DeBay told you the truth. Mark Sargent told you the truth. Patricia Steer told you the truth. And I'm sad to say it, I myself was heavily involved in that. I've got several flat earth videos. So we convinced you, one, that the earth was flat, not on purpose, because I believed it was flat. Then I convinced you that now you have the truth, the absolute truth. No one questions absolute truth. If I tell you the sky is blue, you're not going to question that. That's an absolute truth. Flat earth was the exact same way. It was an absolute truth. I would never, ever question that. However, being a man of science, I couldn't let it go. I had to keep on investigating, because the man who thinks he has the answer stops looking. And if his answer is wrong, he'll never know, because he's not looking anymore. So I kept looking. Even today, as a concave earther, I still keep looking. So I started investigating the Gleason. That's what I was given. And immediately I started seeing all kinds of problems popping up, besides the fact that they canceled out all the South Pole stars. Clearly they didn't understand about magnetism. I realized, looking at your Gleason map, you have the Tropic of Cancer, you have the Tropic of Capricorn, and you have the equator in the middle. On the Gleason map, the Tropic of Cancer is the smallest circle. The equator is the next largest, and the Tropic of Capricorn is finally the largest of all the circles. Now there's a formula I'm going to give you. It's a basic formula. It's easy to understand. Distance traveled divided by time spent in travel equals speed of travel. It's very simple. If I travel for 1 hour and I go 100 miles within that hour, then I have traveled 100 miles an hour. Very simple formula. So now you can apply this same formula to anything. So I applied it to the Gleason map. Now here's what I came up with. If I were to travel, if the sun travels on the flat earth and moving at the same speed of 1,040 miles an hour all year, and the sun does fluctuate in speed, but only by about 2%. It travels around 1,037 to 1,039 miles an hour all year round. It doesn't matter if it's winter or summer, that's the speed. We have continents under Capricorn, we have continents under the equator, and we have continents filled with people under Cancer. Everyone can verify that the speed does not change. The sun always travels at that speed all year, period. Now, if the day is always 24 hours and the sun always travels at the exact same speed, then the distance traveled for all three of those rings should be exactly the same. How does the sun travel in Cancer at 1,000 miles an hour and it takes 1 day, 24 hours to make a complete circle, but yet it does 24 hours on the outer ring also? Now, I've heard some excuses as to how this can be, and you're wrong. If you ever watched Olympic runners on a track, where they have, say, eight track runners in a track, you'll notice that the person on the track in the inner ring will be the furthest back. And they will stagger it upwards so that the person on the outer ring will be the furthest ahead, because there's a difference in the distance traveled. Now here's the thing. This completely debunks the flat earth, because if the sun is not traveling in a circle, and that's easily provable because we have sites at various equators that can verify a straight sun, but if the sun does not travel in the circle, then that means the equators and the tropics are not where you put them. They are not in a circle either. If they are not in a circle and they travel across known lands, that means them continents are also not in a circle. So now you have continents out of place, you have tropics out of place, and you have a sun that does not circle. You cannot explain the South Pole stars. Now, which brings me to my next topic of this Gleason map. I'm sure everyone here is probably familiar with what a torus is, a magnetic torus. And flat earthers like to think that you live in the center of what's called the block wall, or the plane of inertia. And they've showed many ancient depictions of what they think is the flat earth, but it's actually an ancient decorative torus. The problem with your map being in the center on this plane of inertia is that this is counter space. Matter requires space to stay coherent. In a place of counter space, everything is torn apart and destroyed. It's going back to the 0 point. See, the 0 point starts from counter space. That's where everything starts from. The ether literally is heaven. What you read about in your scriptures about heaven, we're talking about the consciously aware ether. And yes, it is conscious and it is aware. This is not some blind, ignorant energy that popped out of nowhere. There is intelligence behind our creation, and it comes from this ether. And there are three who bear record in heaven. 1 John 5:7. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. This is dielectricity is the Father. Magnetism is the Mother, or Holy Ghost. And the Son is electricity. We know this to be true because when you have a dielectric object, say like a copper coil, and you rotate a magnet in the center of it, you generate electricity. Isis is magnetism. Ra is dielectricity. El is electricity. The secret of Israel is the production of energy, the production of free energy. This is a science that's been known since the days of Egypt and before. We're not the first civilization to ever have electricity. This is just a silly idea because this is not a complex formula. Now, back to this torus, this counterspatial realm that exists, what we call the block wall, the plane of inertia. As you know, in a torus, it radiates outward from the 0 point, and it comes around and forms that ball-shaped torus that we all know. That ball shape is being pressed out, and as it presses out, because of its radiation being radiated out magnetically, it's literally creating space and time. This is where space is created. This is where you get space. There's only space, and then there's counter space. The ether is naturally dielectrical counter space. This plane that you think the flat Earth is on is counter space. Here's how you can know that for an absolute fact. If the Earth existed on this plane of inertia, this flat plane in the middle of the torus, and your North Pole is up here and your South Pole is down here below you, well, then that means I would have to hold a compass, not like this, flat. I would have to point the compass upwards so that North pointed towards the clouds and South pointed towards the ground. That's not how a compass works. Therefore, your North Pole is not at the center of this Earth, like that you keep thinking, like, and all these blood over intent people, these people have been trying to contact me later, and let me just tell you straight out, you guys are nuts. Go away, all right? You're an idiot, period. Now, again, if you understand what a magnet is and how poles of a magnet work, you can understand that you can't live on the plane of inertia. This Gleason map is a joke. And that was one of the first things that made me realize something was wrong with the flat Earth. But I didn't discover concave Earth then. Went even farther. I said, okay, well, obviously this map is not real. The map is straight garbage. The sun does not go in a circle. There is something called, the South Pole. There's Sigma Octantis. The stars circle around it, just like the other northern stars circle around Polaris. There's southern lights, just as there are northern lights. There's a 24-hour daylight, 24-hour sunlight at the South Pole, just as there is in the North Pole. But at that point, I still didn't know about light and magnetism. So I said, the Earth is still flat. It's got to be. I can see it. Eric Dubay showed me that I can believe whatever I see with my eyes. I saw a flat horizon. The Earth was flat. Okay. I just don't have the right map. So I literally drove everywhere. I went to the airport. I went everywhere I could think of. Post offices. I looked at every map I could. I watched the flights leave the airports. I tried everywhere I could think of. Department of Defense, City Councils, any shipping agency. If you have to ship something anywhere in the world, you have to have a precise map. Because until the 1980s, we didn't have GPS. Pilots were still flying around. They were still getting exactly where they needed to go. Pilots weren't getting lost. So what did they do before GPS and radar and all that fancy stuff? They were still flying and they were getting to where they were going. So obviously somebody has the correct map. So to make a long story short, I realized that what's called the UTM, or Universal Transverse Mercator map, is your standard rectangle map. I realized that although the continents were enlarged in certain areas and smaller in other areas, and generally out of proportion, the map itself was right. The equator went perfectly straight. Cancer has a slight bend. Capricorn has a slight bend, but that's actually a visual thing. And so I got into Pac-Man Flat Earth. And for almost 3 years, if you go look Thomas Thompson up, that's who I was on YouTube. If you go look up Thomas Thompson Flat Earth, you'll see 99% of my videos are all Pac-Man Flat Earth. I was convinced that somehow, by unicorn magic, I guess, the sun went straight across the sky, and when it got to the western edge of the map, it magically teleported back to the east side and started the day again. Tell me that it's not total nonsense. But being a man of science, I said to myself, well, you know what? It's not that it's crazy. It's just that no one understands this science, and I need to figure this out myself. We just didn't know to look there. But let me look. I'll find the answer. So you'll hear me in the videos talk about this theory and that theory and space bridges and the whole 4D stuff. I'm sorry. I don't care what anybody says. I'm the one that started that because that was the theory that I believed. I was the first person. Me, Laurie Frary, and Lawrence Wright. We were among the first to destroy the globe and bring out this Pac-Man. That's what we called it, the Pac-Man theory. So I had to explain, how does a plane fly across the map, disappear off one edge of the map, a plane full of people with all their stuff, and then it has to magically get to the other end? You couldn't do it. It's impossible. I had no choice but to accept it. Somehow, the western edge of that rectangle map was connected to the eastern edge. Somehow there was a bend, so I came up, well, maybe it bends out of reality, but the earth is still flat. Because I still wasn't ready to admit when I failed. My ego was just too big. I'm like, no, I ain't making a mistake here. I'm too smart for that. I've got college education. I've got more occult education than half the people I've ever met. There's no way I can be wrong on this. I'm a genius. Yeah, well, guess what? I was wrong. The map goes around, but here's the thing. I knew that I wasn't on the outside of the ball. I already proved that. At the very beginning of all this research, Flat Earth showed me that much. If I hadn't found Flat Earth, I'd still be on the globe. So I got to thank Flat Earth, even though I'm not a Flat Earther anymore. They showed me something was wrong with the system. So I looked. And I looked and I researched and I did some experiments. That map is connected. That rectangle map, that UTM, I'm sorry, it's right. I don't care what you say. I don't care, if they draw Greenland too big and say, well, Greenland's not really that big. I don't care. So what if it's smaller? It's still in that space, isn't it? It's still in the same distance from all the other continents. All the other continents have to be in relation to each other. You can't just say everything goes in a big old circle. It's not how it works. Because everything has to be in perfect proportion with all the other locations, all the other continental locations. So there I was. I realized that the rectangle map was right, because I didn't just believe a YouTube video, because obviously the YouTube was lying to me because they told me I lived on a Gleason map. So obviously I can't trust the Gleason anymore. I can't trust YouTube anymore. I can't trust Facebook posts. If I do, then I'm an idiot, because I just got tricked once. Eric DeBay just tricked me and convinced me the earth was flat. I trusted this YouTube. I trusted these Facebook posts. I don't have to do experiments because I can see what they're doing in the video and it makes perfect sense. Well, that's what you get for taking other people's words for it. Now you'll notice that when I make my posts now, I don't argue with people. I really don't care if you believe me. Because you know what? I did the stuff. I know what the earth is. I know where I live.
And if you don't live inside the concave Earth, then you don't live in reality. I'm sorry. What else can I say? I can destroy the flat Earth a million different ways. And let's think about this. You say the horizon is flat. Well, first of all, let me explain what a horizon is. A horizon is a creation of your own eyeball. I have very weak eyes as an older man. My son has very good eyes. He's a young man. When we both go stand out on a beach, his horizon is further away than mine. Can I prove this? No. No one can prove it. But I'm not stupid. He sees further than I do. He can see things in a field farther out than I can. Obviously, his horizon is distant, is further than mine. So what is a horizon? The horizon is the limit of your visual ability. When your eye can no longer process the information, it can't go out any further and bring anything more, it brings it down and smashes it into that pinpoint. The horizon isn't bending up to your eye. And think about that now. If I'm 20 miles in the air in one of your weather balloons, how did the ground get from 20 miles underneath my feet to eye level if the Earth isn't curving up? Something's curving there. Earth or light, I don't care what you say, something's going up. Think about this. Imagine yourself standing inside of a new construction building. Say the elevator's on the outside of the building, it's 1,000 floors. You get in the elevator and you look perfectly straight ahead. As you rise, I'm sorry, the ground will disappear under your feet just like the ball Earth will. That's just reality. You can test that. This isn't up for debate. It's not even a question. If you can't accept this, then you're lost and no one can help you. Because if I try to help you, you're just going to say, oh, he's a shill. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's an uneducated troll. He's a moron. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever you want to say. Make silly little memes about me. There's concave. Simple as that. Why do you want to keep the concave Earth secret? Well, because, and that's another thing, flat Earth has no space. They can't explain what NASA is doing. Concave Earth, we have a space. It's a ball in the middle of the Earth. It's called the Black Sun. Why did astronauts travel in water? Come on, you've seen enough star videos. You know there's water between us and that star. So it only makes sense NASA practices in a pool. You say NASA isn't going into space. And guess what? You're wrong. NASA does go to space. Because there's something up there, something very important. Something that is the source of all world religions. The controller, the one who created this place. You know as well as I do, there's no such thing as Big Bangs in evolution. This place we exist in is intelligently designed. It was created with a great deal of thought, far beyond any human mind. And that creator is right above us. He exists inside the Black Sun. And that's where 30 years of occult studies come in. Because I already knew about the Black Sun. But I was given this story, oh, the Black Sun's deep inside the Earth. It's in the core of the Earth. Yeah, they didn't lie, did they? I thought I was on the ball, on the outside. So yeah, I never found the Black Sun. I didn't realize the Black Sun was a celestial sphere above my head. That every single night when it got dark out, I could see the stars go across. I was looking at it. Even though all the cult pictures of the Black Sun show stars all over it, I never made a connection. Until I realized that I knew for a fact that the UTM map was correct. The two ends connect to form some type of circle. I don't live on the outside of a ball, I live on the inside of a ball. If space is real, where's it at? It's got to be in the center. Everything fell into place. I started understanding things about occultism that I never understood. They were just this. I would see these pictures and ancient paintings of Saturn and the Black Sun and think to myself, what were they thinking? This doesn't make any sense. You know, and finally now, it all does make sense. They're hiding the Creator, the Lord of this world. He's above your heads. He's alive. He's conscious. Everything that you've ever called a god, Dagon, the fish god, why do you think he's a fish god? Oh, I don't know. Maybe there's water up there like the Bible says. Water above the firmament, water below it. Jesus and the fish. He's a fisher of men. Cthulhu, all the ancient gods. whoever you talk about, doesn't matter. They're all from the black sun. They're all from the celestial sphere. And they're right above your heads. The only people that have access to them are their priest, the priest of Saturn, because that's who the Lord is up there. They call him Saturn, time. That's who Saturn is. He's time. And that's what this place is. See, Scripture tells you that you started out in Eden, you ate a fruit, and you came here. But now let me tell you the secret of that, because this Saturn is involved in that, because he is time. Eden is not in a physical place. Eden is not anywhere on earth. I don't care what to say. I've studied this long enough to know that for a fact, because here's what happened. Here's how I know. Because Scripture tells you that when Eve ate from the fruit and she gave it to Adam, that God immediately came there and made them skins. And everyone says, yeah, it made them aprons out of animal skins. No, it's not what Scripture says. He made them flesh and bone. He told them, the day you eat from this tree, thou wilt surely die. And what did he do? He clothed them immediately with flesh and bone. And they were incarnated into this world. And immediately, the moment you're born as a baby, you begin the dying process. They've tricked you into thinking you're living and you're growing up. You're dying from the very beginning. That's what you came here to do. Because, see, you got to understand, you're not this flesh body. This is just a car. You're the driver of the car. The driver sits right here in the pineal gland, about 3 inches behind the eyes. And you drive this host around. When the host dies, you move on. That's what this place is. And the person that's in control of all this, the person who made this grand design, is called Saturn. Because he is time. Because that's how you have experiences. See, a spirit can never understand what death is because it was never born. It always was. You can't experience time, you can't experience death. You can never know, if you're immortal, you can never understand what it means to be mortal, to be subject to death. These are mysteries to that which is immortal. So, one time I myself was an immortal, well, I'm still an immortal spirit, but before I incarnated here, I was also one of these immortal spirits. I wanted to understand mortality. I wanted to understand duality, because that's what this is all about. A single pole stretched out with two ends. North pole, south pole, love, hate, hot, cold, time. These are the things I wanted to understand, so I came here. This body that I'm in, this is what religion calls demons. You're literally sitting inside of the demon. That's why you have something called instinctual drives. This body has natural instinctual drives built into it to eat, sleep, mate, defend. Those four basic things. That's the demon. Your instinctual drives is a real living demon, and you're inside this demon. Why did you come here? Why did all of us come here? To purify these demons, to bring them under control, under the will of the Most High. We came here to make the most evil of places into the most holy. Because see, the story goes, which is actually a description of magnetism radiating out from the ether, but the description goes that Lucifer rebelled and he had to be exiled. Well, before he rebelled, there was only heaven. There was no place to put him. There was no other place, because heaven was all-pervading. Ether is all-pervading. So they made a space for him. Space, literally. The 3D world, this place here. Saturn. That being is real. It's more than just a childhood story. Saturn is a real being, and he's above your head. NASA and the Masons, those are his high priest. That's why you don't get to go in the little rocket programs and all this if you're not a Mason. Because there's priest. And that's the only way you'll ever get there. I'm not even sure a low-level Mason will get there. You basically have to be 32 or higher, out of the Masons into the Shriners, and higher up the food chain. These people are controlling that. These people are keeping you away from that. These people have destroyed our history. Oh boy, we have an extreme alert tornado warning. Somebody doesn't like me talking. Oh boy. tornado alert. Okay, well, so what? Anyway, I can't really think of a whole lot more. I'm sorry, bro. I haven't been reading any of the comments. I just been kind of going off the top of my head of things I've been thinking about, and things I really wanted to say to people. But since I never make videos, because see, after I got done making dozens of flat Earth videos, I felt really stupid. I put out all these videos making fun of globe heads. Concave Earth wasn't even a thought back. I never even heard of it back then. I was a disgusting person. I was a troll. You said you were a glober, then obviously you were a moron, you were an idiot, blah, blah, blah. You brainwashed sheep. I was one of those people. Dude, that was so humiliating when I sat back, when my eyes finally opened and I realized the truth. And I looked back at how I had acted, how I treated my fellow brothers and sisters. I swore I would never do that again. Not that I wouldn't make videos, but I would never address my fellow searchers like that again. Yeah, maybe they're still stuck on the globe. Maybe they're still stuck on flat Earth. But there was a time when I was too. There was a time I didn't know what I know today. So, I still have much love for you. Yes, sometimes I get short-tempered, and every once in a while. I'm human. I have patient levels. But generally speaking, concave Earth is the greatest secret there ever was, because concave Earth hides the Creator. And there's nothing higher or greater than the Creator. See, this Earth, this concave Earth, which was kind of the point I got off track. The whole point of this, telling you about the concave Earth in Eden, is to tell you that this Earth actually exists someplace. And my research suggests that it's in the Yggdrasil tree, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Because like I said, when you eat from the fruit, to eat from any fruit from any tree in Eden means you incarnate into that world. Not just the tree of knowledge that we currently are in. There is a garden filled with unlimited trees. Scriptures say this garden is filled with every tree that is pleasing to the eye and is good for food, except one, Yggdrasil, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, this place here. So, on top of that, this particular tree is supposed to have 9 total realms in it, not just ours. And they're all concave. They're all balls attached to the roots of this tree. Hitler even talked about it. Hitler honestly believed that the world... Oh, wow, I'm losing the reception here. Hitler actually believes that the world was solid rock, and that they were just holes like Swiss cheese. Well, he was partly right. Solid tree. And there's 9 worlds attached to this tree. And when you die, it's not over, brothers and sisters. No, this is just one tree in a garden of unlimited trees. The experiences that we have yet to have, that we've already had. Once I leave this flesh, I'll go back to who I was. See, in order for me to experience time and death, I can't be me. I can't be the immortal self that I am. I'm immortal. You can't trick me into thinking I die. But if I become Gemini, Gemini's mortal. Gemini was born. He grew up, growing old. One day he will die. Gemini doesn't know anything about immortality. Intellectually, he has some ideas of how immortality might work, but he's never experienced it. So that's what I do. I came here. I inhabited this demon called Gemini. Now, since I believe I am Gemini, I will die. I will know what time is, and I will know what death is. And when I return, I will be much wiser for it. And the flesh body, as it decays away, after a lifetime of my vibrating in it, it will raise it to a higher level. And greater spirits will be able to come and incarnate you and learn the lessons of time. And we will indeed make this place perfection. This will be the jewel in the Creator's crown. This will be the holiest of holies. And I appreciate y'all taking the time out to watch my video today. Tyler, brother, I am really sorry that I couldn't figure out how to get you into it, but I figured, well, since I'm already here, I might as well say something. By the way, it was Tyler who actually sent me the Pharaoh cells. Thank you, Tyler. Dude, I love those things. See, I didn't have the money at the time because I'm so caught up in those. I didn't have the money, and we're both really huge Ken Wheeler fans. Tyler went out and bought it. He knew I really wanted one, couldn't afford it, and just gave it to me. These are like $100 things, you know, and just like, here you go, bro, have fun. So if anybody's wondering where I got my Pharaoh cell and how I'm making all these Pharaoh cell images, that's it. It's to my brother Tyler. And again, Tyler, that was a tremendous help, bro. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for all your help and all your support. There's been so many people out here in Facebook land that have supported me, watched me transition from the flat earth over to the concave earth, and have supported me even in my change. They still have my back. And to all you people, I'd like to say thank you and much love to all of you. You've all been a tremendous support. I appreciate you all. Thank you. Have a good day.
I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but someday someone will, and hopefully sooner than we might think right now. Although we weren't able to shatter that highest, hardest glass ceiling this time, thanks to you, it's got about 18 million cracks in it. Hard to see tonight, but we are all standing under a glass ceiling right now. And the light is shining through like never before, filling us all with the hope and the sure knowledge that the path will be a little easier next time.
Why do you think that Truman has never come close to discovering the true nature of his world until now?
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented,
Look what happens as it gets near the bottom. Look how it looks like it's attracted to the bottom. So it curves. So cool.
Why do you think that Truman has never come close to discovering the true nature of his world until now?
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented.
take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Did you ever wonder why NASA and other space agencies always look for a window of opportunity to launch a space vehicle? Well, did you ever know in 1962 that the United States Army military performed an operation in the Johnston Islands, Johnston Atoll, and in the Pacific? They called it Operation Fishbowl, where they said they launched high-altitude nuclear rockets, nuclear explosions, up to at least 400 kilometers high. Why would they do such a thing? Was there any concern at all what the dangers of this might be by launching high-altitude nuclear? Well, I don't really believe in nuclear weapons, but still, what was their purpose of doing this? Well, if you understand, you're living inside the concave spherical Earth, and there is a glass sky, a glass bubble above us at approximately 100 kilometers, and they wanted to enter space. Space travel. This is 1962. Okay, this is before, the so-called moon landings. They wanted to pierce a hole through the glass sky. It seems logical to me, doesn't it? Why would they call it Fishbowl? Operation Fishbowl. So if you understand, there's a gaping hole up in the sky for entry vehicles. Okay, re-entry, or when they say re-entering the atmosphere, they actually have like the space shuttle has a heat shield to the bottom of the vehicle, and so once they're up inside inner space above the glass, they have to melt through at an acute angle. That's why the nose cone and the wings of the shuttle are made with carbon matrix. But if you ever look at a space shuttle launch, you'll see, first of all, they will wait for the right window of opportunity in order to launch a vehicle, and then when they actually do it, initially the space shuttle will actually do a rollover, an 180-degree, what they call an orbital maneuver, prior to entering space. And just before they enter space, you'll notice that you'll see a lot of yellow plasmic discharge happening, and even like almost looks like how a hockey player skates across an ice skating rink and there's like ice, particles of ice floating all over the place. See, now right now I show them doing their orbital maneuver. Now let's just fast forward a little bit here. Also, it's kind of interesting too that they always cut away, not always, but sometimes they will cut away just before it enters space. They will cut away to the launch pad again for a good 15-20 seconds or something like they do over here. Why do you think they do that? Is it possible that, okay, now they have the shuttle upright, so the tail, if it were to hit the glass sky, the tail would hit it first, top of the tail. Is it possible that, maybe once they initially hit the glass sky, there's like a jerking movement, like a bumping, so they don't want to show that? Unless it's a smooth trend. Sometimes they don't cut away to the launch pad, so sometimes it's a smooth contact with the glass. So now they go back here, and then you see this yellow discharge, right? Look at the yellow discharge there. What's going on there? Then you see this white shimmering. Look at it, bam! See these particles? These ice particles floating off. Look at this. Ooh! Something's hitting something.
Wow.
Something is hitting. Oh, now there's a separation. Okay. Now the separation happens. Now there's a lift. Okay. Now the space shuttle is not as heavy, so there's an actual lift as it goes through the hole in the sky. Okay. To me, it seems they're using the tail of the shuttle. Here, I made it in 3D. They're using the tail of the shuttle to slow the shuttle down as it scrapes across the glass, and also to steer the shuttle, to guide the shuttle to the hole. Okay, I made a little animation here. Make that full screen.
You have a little animation here. Okay, once the external tank gets deployed, the shuttle's lighter now, so it can start ascending, and so it angles up like that, and it goes right in through the hole. To me, that seems like the most logical explanation. Even for satellite launches, they wait for the window, they wait for the hole. And we were talking about this on the Concave Earth forum, and a guy, G-Man over there, was talking about, well, you know, if it's crashing, the vehicle would disintegrate if it crashed into a thick glass wall or with ice attached to it. But if there's a hole, then it can simply just go on right through, and the tail of the shuttle is not only a braking mechanism to slow the shuttle down, but also a guiding mechanism, in a way in which to brace the shuttle so it aligns up with the hole and goes right through. And then, of course, on re-entry, the shuttle just uses the bottom of the vehicle to melt through. That's the same with like the Soyuz. Anything that comes back from space, like the Soyuz capsule, it's going to need a heat shield to come back. But entry is possible due to the hole, the Operation Fishbowl hole. So, there you go. Talk to you later.
parabola is called a parabolic reflector. When a light source is placed at the focus, the light rays that bounce off the parabolic reflector travel together in parallel, sort of like a searchlight. Conversely, light rays traveling parallel to the axis that bounce off the reflector pass through the focal point.
sun does not operate by fusion. They do not know how the sun operates. The fusion only comes out of the arcs because of the current density. That's where the hydrogen fusion occurs, is in the actual arcs between the flares. The sun itself is not a fusion device. There's nothing inside.
Light consists of extremely fast oscillations of an electromagnetic field.
Sphere within a sphere can create electrical tension and subsequently a frequency.
Controls all the frequencies. So if you don't know what the sun's doing, you don't know what frequencies to use. That's why RCA started radio astrology. You have to know what the sun's doing. The planets tell you what the sun's doing.
And when that angle of light impacts the Earth, it creates cellular energy, and it causes an arc. So now we've got an arc angle. It was about the total planetary alignment in 1980. The solar flares that it was predicted to create, according to the RCA theory. And the solar flares had happened, just like they were predicted. Now, finally trip off Mount St. Helens.
I wanted to show you this. Check this out. Now, do you really think, just answer me this, do you really think the sun is 93 million miles away? Look at this. Okay, let's say here's the sun.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going. We're at 45, 46 million kilometers. Here comes the first planet. Coming up. There it is. It's a dot. It's Mercury at 57 million kilometers. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going, keep going. We're approaching 85 million kilometers. 90 million kilometers. Wow, look at this. Look, another planet. It's a little bit bigger than a dot too. It's Venus. 108 million kilometers away. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going. 128 million. Halfway home, they say. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Oh, look at that. Earth! Now you're telling me this little dot, in comparison with that big yellow circle that's supposedly 93 million miles away, if this little dot tilts 23 degrees in one direction, it's going to change the temperature that significantly, as it does from wintertime to summertime? Are you kidding me? No. The temperature would be constant throughout the entire surface, even the backside of the Earth, if that were the case. There would not be any temperature variance at all if the Earth was 93 million miles away. If this was the correct model of the universe, it just wouldn't be. It's just ridiculous, okay? And plus, too, as far as like the positioning of the sun in the sky, if the Earth was tilted, you would not see any variance in the position of the sun in the sky from this distance. Just a matter of mathematics. It's ridiculous, guys. So, the heliocentric model is dead. It's bullshit. They all know it, too. And you guys all fall for it. It's sad. Well, this is icing on the cake for my model, and it just goes to show you that everything makes sense when you have your foundations correct. You're living inside the concave Earth. There's glass in the sky. There's an electromagnetic energy emanating from the sun. And what we have here in this video, I want to talk about the zodiacal light. The zodiacal light. Now, I added that little faint band that you see going a little bit higher than that arc of the ecliptic there. And that has to do with the fact that the sun is electromagnetic, it's behind glass, and it's emanating its field lines out peripherally like that, and then they actually are converging. On the right there, you see that faint spot of illumination. That's called the Gegenschein. And so, let me share my screen here and explain to you a little bit about the zodiacal light. The zodiacal light, according to Wikipedia, is a faint, diffuse, and roughly triangular white glow visible in the night sky that appears to extend from the vicinity of the sun along the ecliptic or zodiac. It's caused by sunlight scattered by space. There's their space dust answer. They love their space dust. It's ridiculous. In the zodiacal cloud, it is best seen during twilight and after sunset in spring and before sunrise in autumn. So they think it's space dust, totally neglecting the fact that there's glass and we're in an electric capacitor called Earth, and there's glass there, and the dielectric barrier there actually creates the caustic effect that we call zodiacal light. Here's some examples of zodiacal light, and it traces the ecliptic. It runs right alongside the ecliptic. Here's a nice one.
Nice image by NASA, actually. You see that faint band that's going horizontally across there. And in the center, that's the Gegenschein. See, it's brighter in the center there? That's because that's the convergence point on the anti-solar zone opposite the sun inside the Earth. So opposite on the other side of the celestial sphere, that's where that converges there. And they will even describe it as a tail-like. So that convergence is going there, and the light is returning back to the celestial sphere, back to the octahedron. And so we see a band there. Now, the reason I say it's triangular, because like when the sun goes down, you're going to get more ambient light from the atmosphere closer toward the sun. So it looks like it's going to kind of like diminish and form a triangular shape, but actually it's really just a straight across band. And it's a caustic effect. It's electromagnetic. I mentioned this before. The Ulysses satellite was a satellite that tracked the sun's activity. And let me get this here. And this was like during 1994, 95, and then 2007, 2008. What they had noticed. Now, keep in mind, this satellite is real, but it's orbiting inside the Earth in inner space. And so it was able to notice that there was a reversal every 6 months to the sun. They call it the angle. Let's see, the tilt of the sun's rotation angle relative to the Earth plane. Relative to the ecliptic plane, with one polar region typically being tilted toward the Earth and the other away, reversing every 6 months. Well, it's just a matter of vantage point when they say tilting toward the Earth. But really what it is, it's this oscillating, rocking back and forth motion that you see here. You see that faint band, it's coinciding with the ecliptic, because there's a magnetic dielectric inertial plane there. You know, we have one with the octahedron that's staying at the equator, but we also have one with the sun. So we see that zodiacal light. That's why it's happening. It's behind that glass. See that first glass there? The inner white circle? That light is, the glass is containing that light and is causing it to wrap around like that and converge toward the back. If you look at solar coronas, right, during eclipses, here, I'll pull that up here. In Photoshop, I just kind of extended that, the wings of the corona here to help you understand. This is the magnetic flux. Okay, it's emanating out like that. And so, as I told you before, the sun is not a sphere. It's a half of a sphere, and the backside is flat and dark, and we only see the front of it. And behind and the back, according to my vision and according to Beeben's vision as well, we have these collimated light rays that are hitting the back of the sun. Pull that one up here like that. This is my animation of that. And so it's a good indication, because of these field lines, these magnetic flux field lines emanating out horizontally like that, that is, obviously it's a magnet. And this guy's video, Brian Curry, has one of these ferrocells, and he puts, I think they're like disc magnets, ring. But you can see the flux lines, like this one. You see how this side is converging over here, and then this side is converging like that, like two onions basically. And so that's what we have with the sun. Making sense now? It's so easy to understand. And so there's going to be a convergence, obviously, on the opposite side, and that will be what they call the Gegenschein. See on the right there? The convergence area. And so that Gegenschein is behind the darkness funnel, so the moon still gets eclipsed. Remember how I talked about that's another reason why heliocentrism is just complete baloney, is because, you know, we have this illumination zone that is anti-solar, and yet the moon gets eclipsed. And they will tell you, oh, the Gegenschein is just interplanetary dust. They love their dust. Dust in the wind. No, that's not what's happening. The fact of the matter is that there's a darkness zone that's in front of the Gegenschein, and so the moon, because it's in front of the Gegenschein, will get eclipsed. It only works with bending light, concave Earth, glass sky. And so this is like icing on the cake. I mean, it's, you know, slam dunk. This is what's going on. What else can I show you here? I talked about that before in this video here, the Beatles and LHC concave Earth, where we have, they will even say, right here, see, we have the magnetic field lines, interplanetary magnetic fields. I mean, this is what's happening. So the sun, you got this horizontal magnetism that's emanating out laterally like that, and it creates a ring. Someone said I'm Lord of the Rings. It creates a ring, and then it converges around to the back side. And so in a heliocentric model, this doesn't even make sense. You have no return. You have no return to the magnetic field lines. Remember I talked about that, how NASA says, oh, through some process as yet not fully understood, the sun's field must keep regenerating itself across 4.5 billion years of time. How does it do that? Well, it doesn't do that. It's simply, it's a closed circuit. It returns. And so there's a video I talk about how we only see the front of the sun. That's why we don't see the back of the sun. So, but the indications are based upon personal observation, based upon these slight little clues that help you understand that the sun has a flat back dark side. The magnetic field lines also give indications of that. And so there's my Milky Way video where I talked about the Ulysses satellite and the sun reversing every 6 months. So it's like doing this rocking back and forth motion, aligning up with the equator. Of course, there's my splitting the sky video where I help you understand that because of the bending of the light, it's going to create a dome, or not a real dome, the optical illusion of a dome where the sign of curvature of the sky reverses in on itself. So that's explained. So Gegenschein, zodiacal light, ecliptic, magnetic field lines, convergence, glass, caustics on glass. Here's another example of caustics on glass. You see how it creates the ring? It's very similar to that. The zodiacal light inside glass, glass creating this container to contain the glass and create this ring, because the sun is a magnet and it has horizontal magnetic field flow. Basically, it's a slam dunk for LHC concave Earth. So there you go. This is icing on the cake, and I just want to reiterate what I've been talking about with the precession hoax. If you are an astronomer or if you're in that community and you have knowledge, please email me so we can expose this once and for all. This is the biggest cover-up in the universe, in the world, and it's going to change the way we view things forever now. So it's just a matter of time. It's inevitable. It's a time bomb going off, because you cannot keep moving the goalposts. There is no precession to the Earth. There's no spin to the Earth, and you're living inside the Earth. Thanks for watching.
One time is the original tongue and root boy, alongside the tongue and bear. Ladies beware, cause love is in the air. Let's go.
I told y'all I was gonna bump like this. Y'all didn't think that I could bump like this. Said I told y'all I was gonna bump like this. Turn around and I make it jump like this. You wanna keep that boy that make it jump like this. Y'all didn't think that I could make it thump like this. See, I told y'all was gonna jump like this. Wow, baby, go.
Dream
Tell me, say me have a new girlfriend. Woman, you must be getting off of your head. Tell me what you thinking. Tell me why you asking. Anything you do, you want to accuse me, girl. Tell me what you thinking. Why you asking? Anywhere me go, you a run behind, girl. So with your old friend I know, as all you say, smile and said hello. A little smile, half of a while. Would I still see suspicion in your eyes? Here we go again. I said we gone on the run, baby girl. Asking where I've been. I said I could have never take that. You can see the teardrops when I'm crying. I said I cry because I love you so much. We can't go on together. Suspicious minds. And we can't build our dreams, no. On suspicious not because you don't do what I do. That no mean me no love your picture. How many times I have to explain? Right on day you want come knock out me brain. Tell me what you thinking. Why you asking? Anything me do you want to accuse me, girl? Tell me what you thinking. Why you asking? Anywhere me go you a run behind, girl. We can't go on together. I say we could have never do that. We can't build our dreams. I say, baby girl, we would have never built a dream.
Told y'all I was gonna bump like this. Y'all didn't think that I could bump like this. Said I told y'all I was gonna bump like this. Turn around and I make it jump like this. You wanna keep that boy that make it jump like this. Wanna think that I can make it bump like this. See, I told y'all was gonna jump like this. Why you not gonna know it when it hit like this?
We can't go on together, no, baby, with suspicious minds. And we can't build our dreams. I saw me say, I saw me spare. Suspicious We can't go on together with suspicious minds. No, baby. We can't build our dreams. What the baby? On suspicious minds. Say no. We can't go on together. I said we would not go nowhere. Suspicious minds. And we can't build our dreams. I said I love you, girl, and I love you too. I say, oh baby girl, I wanna take you to my home and make you feel good.
Put on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. You know, when you think about it that way, it's like we're in a real battle. I wonder what it'd be like to be in a real battle.
Well, I guess I am a little scared. Oh, I don't know what to do. I guess I'll just have to be a brave soldier.
March in the infantry, ride in the cavalry, shoot the artillery. I may never zoom on the enemy, but I'm in the Lord's army. Yes, sir. I'm in the Lord's army. Yes, sir. I'm in the Lord's army. Yes, sir. I may never march in the infantry, but I'm in the Lord's army. Yes, sir. I may never march in the infantry, ride in the cavalry, shoot the artillery. I may never zoom on the enemy, but I'm in the Lord's army. Yes, sir. artillery. I may never zoom on the enemy, but I'm in the Lord's army. Yes, sir. I'm in the Lord's army. Yes, sir. I'm in the Lord's army. Yes, sir. I may never march in the infantry, but I'm in the Lord's army. Yes, sir. I may never march in the infantry, ride in the cavalry, shoot the artillery. I may never zoom on the enemy, but I'm in the Lord's army. Yes, sir. I'm in the Lord's army. Yes, sir. I'm in the Lord's army. Yes, sir. I may never march in the infantry, but I'm in the Lord's army. Yes, sir. But I'm in the Lord's army. Yes, sir.
Whatever happened to doing real scientific geodetic tests like plumb bob mine shafts? Hello? Hello? That way you wouldn't use an inaccurate instrument like a theodolite or a laser or a telescope or camera for that matter, because it's all under the guise of bending light. It's bending up toward the center. So do that. Do that. Go ahead. Redo that Tamarack mine shaft experiment. Do you know what a mine shaft experiment is? Mine shaft, plumb bob. You know what I mean? When a bricklayer he hangs a weighted string and he makes a course of bricks across like that. You know what I'm talking about? And he can determine what is straight. You know what I mean? To make bricks like that, straight across like that. But if you have a mine shaft all the way underneath the ground, right? And you have another one, an adjacent one, and there's a tunnel connecting the two at the bottom, and you hang two mine shafts, one on each shaft, and you hang them down, and then you measure the top distance. And then you measure the bottom distance, with a tape measure, a long tape measure or something like that. You'll find out that the bottom is wider than the top. Nobody wants to redo that experiment or talk about it because it will prove the concavity of the Earth. We are inside the Earth. Did you know that? We're inside. We're not on the Earth, we're inside. And light tricks our eyes. It causes the sun. When we see the sun going down like that, it's not really literally there. It's up in the center like that. You understand? You want some money? Okay. You're welcome. Bless you, okay? I bless you. I'm God. I'm God, by the way. Ciao. Okay, so that's what we eat. Let's do it. Come on, people. Go do it. Go do some accurate... I'm talking about real science here. Not getting fooled by bending light. And morons. Bozos. Bozos using light to determine or guess what the shape of the Earth is. Uh-oh. I think I caused somebody to have a heart attack. Heil.
I know of exactly one thing that supports the concave Earth model, and that is the Tamarack Mines anomaly, which is fascinating to me. That experiment.
Actually, I don't really talk about it that much because that's speculative, really. Some people that even talk about that possibly wasn't even conducted.
No, I read something like a 30-page technical paper.
Have you? Okay.
That. Yes. And it was thoroughly investigated. I mean, they had several universities involved. Major professors who were not like we're not talking about some yahoos dropping a bucket down a mine shaft. We're talking about full professors who were genuinely intrigued. I mean, they even
wasn't there
weights in like oil, damping and all that kind of stuff. I mean, these guys, they took it seriously.
Wasn't there was a secondary test that was actually conducted in France too as well during that time frame, wasn't it?
I'm not aware of the France one.
Okay.
Earth's center of gravity, up or down? Up or down? Why am I even asking you that question? Well, I'm going to read you an article posted on unexplainable.net, which posts the Tamarack mine shaft plumb bob mystery and why two plumb bobs diverged at bottom of mine shafts. Which still today is a mystery and still has been kind of suppressed, that information. There was actually one quote-unquote scientist or physicist that tried to refute the mystery and why it diverged, but his theory or his speculation is based upon a spinning Earth model, and it's also based upon a presupposition that the secondary test that actually was performed in Tamarack, where there were two mine shafts at 4,250 feet apart, never took place, but they did take place. And also it's a doubt, a question of a true empiricist in not wanting to reconduct that experiment. Just sweep it under the rug, right? Well, truth has a funny way of reemerging, especially when crackpot conventional scientists try to suppress it and get paid to suppress it too. Anyway, I'm going to read you this article. Earth's center of gravity, up or down? Earth's center of gravity. Why was it that at the turn of the century, the Geodetic Survey Department of both the French and United States governments made certain tests which upset the Copernican theory, then decided that they should be kept secret? What actually were these tests, and should they be repeated today under the most severe test conditions? I would think so. I think they really should be repeated today. Don't you think that? If you ever watched a bricklayer at work, you've seen him use a plumb bob to determine the perpendicular so that his wall will be erect and straight. A plumb bob is simply a weight suspended on the end of a cord. It acts on the principle that the attraction of gravity, mass, and weight always points toward the center of gravity, which in the case of the spherical Earth is the exact center. A line formed by the chord of a plumb bob is at precisely a right angle from the horizontal. It is a division of a plane surface into two 90-degree angles by simply laying his bricks parallel to the line of the plumb bob. The bricklayer builds a wall that is precisely erect. If you did not use a plumb bob, there would be many more leaning towers of Pisa in the world. However, the plumb bob is not used only to erect buildings, but is used to measure the distance of the sun, or any planet. This is done by measuring a precise horizontal distance on the Earth, which is naturally a curve, because the Earth is round, and since we know the circumference of the Earth, the distance around it, thus we can calculate an exact base for our proposed triangle to be used in measuring the distance of the sun. Then, by use of a sectant, we can shoot the sun from both ends of this baseline and get a pair of angles which are slightly less than 90-degree angles because they are obviously not parallel to the perpendicular as determined by the plumb bob. We know that given one side of a triangle and two of its angles, we can calculate the length of the other two sides. Thus, we can tell how far the sun is from the Earth. Yeah, if the Earth were convex, I would suppose it would probably be about 93 million miles. However, if the Earth is the other way, if it's concave, well, be a lot closer, wouldn't it? It isn't quite this simple because we don't know the precise size of the Earth, and thus the difference in parallelness of the two perpendiculars we have achieved at both ends of our baseline. It should be obvious to the reader that since the plumb bobs point at the center of the Earth, lines projected to the center of the Earth would meet at that center. Interesting. And likewise, line projected into space would continually move apart. Well, this is a presuppositional fallacy. Thus, we have a great interest in exactly how far it is to the center of the Earth in order to be absolutely sure of our two important angles in figuring planetary distances. Sometime prior to 1901, the French government, wishing to determine more accurately the actual size of the Earth so that they could revise and refine the calculations regarding the distance to the sun, hit on a way to measure the difference in distance apart at the top of two lines perpendicular to the surface of the Earth
and the bottom of these same two lines. So they're just measuring the top versus the bottom of two lines, okay? They wanted a pair of lines long enough to give them an appreciable measurement. Obviously, they could not direct two parallel poles a mile high, but they did feel they could suspend two plumb bobs a mile deep into a mine shaft, and thus be able to measure the distance apart at the top and the distance apart at the bottom, which would be slightly less. Really? Are you sure about that? At the bottom. They wanted to know exactly how much less. The result of these tests were very strange. So strange that the French geodetic scientists contacted the scientists of the American Geodetic Survey and conveyed their results to them, with the request that similar tests be conducted in this country. Officially, nothing was done for some years, but in 1901, one of the geodetic surveyors happened to be working in the vicinity of Tamarack Mines near Calumet, Michigan. He contacted the chief engineer at Tamarack and informed him of the information transmitted by the French government. 2 mine shafts were selected, and plumb lines exactly 4,250 feet long were suspended in each mine. At the end of these lines, a 60-pound bob was hung in order to prevent movement through a horizontal direction. Each bob was suspended in a tank of oil placed at the bottom of the mine shafts. In this way, it was reasoned magnetic forces could not affect them. The lines used to suspend the bobs were numbered 24 piano wires. For 24 hours, the lines were allowed to hang so that there would be no possibility of movement from putting them in place, still remaining in the lines. The measurements were begun. It was then that it was discovered that the French geodetic engineers had not made a mistake. Careful rechecking proved that the lines, contrary to expectations, were farther apart at the bottom than they were at the top. There can only be one implication to such a strange result. The center of gravity is not, as previously believed, at the center of the Earth. Well, it is at the center of the Earth if you invert your Earth. But in fact, it must be above the surface of the Earth, somewhere in space. If these two lines, formed by the suspended plumb lines, were to be extended upward, they would meet somewhere in the void away from the Earth. At that point, by all the rules of gravitational attraction, should be the center of gravity to this planet. It's not a planet. Greatly puzzled and not a little disturbed, the Tamarack engineers sent for Professor McNair of the Michigan College of Mines. With McNair there to check his results, the experiment was repeated, the measurements gone over again, and both men were convinced no error had been made. Professor McNair suggested that the plumb bobs be changed to a non-magnetic metal to overcome any possibility of magnetic attraction or repulsion due to a magnetic ore body nearby. But this was done. The same figures were arrived at. If magnetic influences had been at work, they would have varied with different metals, but they did not. Now, suggested McNair, it would be a good idea to prevent air currents from traveling up and down the mine shafts, which might be affecting the plumb lines. Thus, both mine shafts were sealed at the top. Once more, the figures remained the same. After trying many methods to vary the figures and failing, Professor McNair gave up in complete bewilderment. These series of tests had not gone on in complete secrecy, and it was inevitable that the news of them leaked out. It leaked to a reporter of the Milwaukee, Wisconsin Sentinel who published the story. It stated the crux of the situation. The wires were supposed to hang parallel to each other. The reporter made an error here. They should have hung closer together at the bottom. In a presuppositional convex Copernican Earth theory, which is utter bullshit, but were farther apart below the surface than they were at the surface, and they were farther apart below the surface than they were at the surface, and no one had suggested anything that seems to cover the question. Professor McNair, when questioned, stated for publication that he had proved that magnetic attraction from the Earth or the sides of the shaft did not cause a strange divergence. Then he went back to the Michigan College of Mines and wiped the whole thing from his mind. Apparently, this is true, for he made no effort to contact his colleagues or scientists to call attention to the fact that what they were teaching about gravitation and plumb lines did not actually hold true when put to a conclusive field test. Maybe he was silenced?
Is that a possibility? However, we can forgive Professor McNair for his reluctance to pursue the matter further because its implications are tremendous. Indeed, they are totally shattering to our concept of the universe, and in fact, if they can be made to hold true, make a shambles of all our physical sciences. Obviously, Professor McNair was unwilling to so upset his daily routine, or maybe he was paid off or bribed or silenced, nor were the United States and French governments. For as the French put it, the value of the franc will remain unchanged, and bridges and buildings can still be built. So why make an issue of it? Professor Halleck of Columbia University was of a different mind. He heard of the experiment through a professor at the Michigan College. He held that this actually was a traction upon the plumb lines, and in a very astute article told how easily the matter could be settled by using phosphor bronze wires instead of piano wires and lead bobs instead of iron bobs. The Tamarack engineer, delighted to clear his mind of its confusion, followed these instructions to the letter and came up at precisely the same measurement as before. When Professor Halleck was informed of this result, he retired into a dignified and stony silence. Defeated. Not so the Tamarack engineer. He had decided that something was causing this phenomena, and he was going to find out what it was. Plumb bobs suspended in a single mine gave too delicate a difference in measurement, and after all, were not accurate enough to give any reliable figures on the amount of deviation. For instance, per mile, and whether or not the deviation had any relation to the size of the Earth. After all, it had originally been the purpose of the French Geodetic Survey to refine the actual size of the Earth as then known, late 1800s, to a more accurate figure. They had something in mind concerning artillery and as well as astronomy. So this guy, Professor Halleck, determined to create 2 mine shafts. A second series of experiments were conducted at Calumet, Michigan. This time 2 elevator shafts into the mines were used instead of 1. Now this is important because Donald Simonek's refutation of the Tamarack mine shafts, he's claiming that the 2 separate mine shafts experiment was never conducted. And if it wasn't conducted, first I have to question his integrity as an empirical scientist as to why not to reconduct the experiment. But in lieu of that, or instead of that, or regardless of that, he's basing his deviation based upon a proposed centrifugal force created by a spinning Earth, and however you can't account for that deviation with farther apart mine shafts. So his debunking totally falls through the window. These 2 were 4,250 feet apart and were also 4,250 feet deep. They were connected at the bottom by a perfectly straight transverse tunnel. Now, plumb bobs were hung in each shaft and measurements were made. This time it was found that the plumb lines were 8.22 inches farther apart at the bottom of the pit than at the top. It did not take the Tamarack engineer long to discover that this figure exactly represents the divergence that would be necessary to complete a 360-degree spherical circumference. In other words, a shell of force around the Earth. There was only one difficulty as expressed by the plumb lines. It would be the circumference of the inside of a sphere and not the outside. Further, the center of gravity as expressed by the angles formed by the plumb lines would be approximately 4,000 miles out into space, or actually out, no, 4,000 miles into space, just that, into space, because space is inside the Earth. Obviously, this could not be true because if the Chinese were to make calculations based on a similar pair of mine shafts in a country on the opposite side of the globe, the center of gravity would be found to be 4,000 miles in the other direction. The center of gravity, according to the plumb lines, was a sphere circumference some 16,000 miles in diameter. See, this is still under the faulty presupposition that the Earth is convex. Any place 4,000 miles up was the center of gravity. That's ridiculous. There's only one point of gravity. The center of gravity is still the center of the Earth. However, it's inside the Earth. 4,000 miles. Inside. We are in the Earth.
Okay, can we blame the Tamarack engineer for going down in his mine and maintaining a grim silence from that moment on? A United States Geodetic Survey crew for 2 years conducted further experiments, among them measuring the surface of a long lake in Florida on the theory that water conforms to the true curvature of the Earth's surface. That's true, regardless of how the land may be, thus giving a true level, only to find that water curved uphill in each direction rather than downhill. Now you may think, if you look at a horizon, you see a boat in the distance and the boat is clipped at the bottom, and you think, oh, there, the Earth is convex, is spinning. No, actually that's not true. The water is rising due to an optical illusion caused by an inferior mirage. That's all it is, because when you look at that boat through a telescope, the whole boat appears. Debunked. So, see, this true factual formation, curvature of the Earth's surface has been suppressed by idiots, modern scientific conventional man, because they don't believe in an existence of a true God with a true literal center to the Earth. So this is Donald Simonite, by the way. I talked to this guy back in emails exchanges back in 2003. He's the guy who wrote that tried to debunk the Tamarack mineshaft article and also the Cyrus T rectilinear experiments. And he is, I would consider him the crackpot. He is the crack pot jackass. Congratulations, Donald Simonite. You are a jackass. Put a dunce cap on you. You know what you're doing. There is totally a glass sky, folks. Totally a glass sky. Look at all this evidence that there's a glass sky. 22 pieces of evidence. Number 1, rainbows, halos, glories, circumzenith arcs, sundogs, and other atmospheric optics, which are created by sunlight passing through glass and being projected onto water vapor. Oh, Romans 8:36. Thanks, Fist. Number 2, Libyan desert glass. The mystery of where it came from is solved if you realize that there's a glass ceiling in the sky. To the sky. Excuse me. That's because there's Crookes star space. I'll get to that later. Number 3, tektite origin. You guys know what tektites are? That's another mystery. Scientists, they don't know where the tektites are coming from. They don't know if it's coming from the ground because there's no impact craters where they find them, or if it's coming from space. They don't know. Number 4, megacryometeor origin. Large chunks of ice that fall down from the sky randomly, infrequently, but more frequently lately. Now we know where they're coming from. There's actually a whole ice sheet connected to the glass sky. For you were as sheep gone astray, but now returned unto the shepherd and bishop of your souls. Amen. Number 5, birefringence. Birefringence is created through different glasses
different types of material like calcite where it actually projects a double image, a double refracting image. So sometimes you'll see double suns in the sky. Sometimes you'll see a quadruple rainbow where it's like an offset, like there's another rainbow that's displaced a little bit from the original rainbow. Or you'll see a comet's tail splitting like that. That's all because you're viewing these phenomena through a birefringent glass sky that at certain rotation angles of the sun, because it's polarized in a certain direction, sometimes casts a double image. It's a very weak birefringence. They found it in the Libyan desert glass. They found weak birefringence. But at certain times, at certain angles, it will appear. As a shepherd seeketh out his flock in the day that he is among his sheep that are scattered, so will I seek out my sheep, and they will deliver them out of all places where they have been scattered, in the cloudy and dark day. Cloudy and dark day. It's coming up, guys. 6, ozone. Ozone. Did you realize that ozone is actually generated with the help of the glass sky? And that fresh scent that you smell after thunderstorms? That's the same fresh scent that's replicated in air ionizers with glass plates. The glass actually helps manufacture that fresh scent. Fusion crust. Meteorites are covered with fusion crust. Fusion crust is burnt glass. That means that meteors are melting through the glass and getting covered by burnt glass, by fusion crust. Colorizing of clouds. Sometimes you'll see clouds that have like a rainbow pattern to them, or reddening of the clouds at the horizon. That's all due to the glass, which casts different colors through different regions of the sky. That's what glass does, folks. Glass disperses the white light. Yeah, the fresh scent after the long cut. That's a good smell. Fist. Greenhouse effect, number 9. Obviously, a greenhouse has a glass ceiling. Same thing with our sky. It has a glass ceiling. It traps air, hot air, infrared heat. Number 10, the Kármán line. That is the line at 100 kilometers is said to be the division line between the atmosphere and space. Interesting. It's the same height as the glass sky. Number 11, ultraviolet radiation block, UV block. Did you know our atmosphere blocks out a lot of ultraviolet light? And did you also know that glass blocks out ultraviolet light? Did you know that? Number 12, lightning. If you ever watched an Eric Dollard seminar, you'll realize that lightning is created by dielectric forces moving laterally near glass. Lightning doesn't form from the top down or the bottom up. It actually forms from the sides. The dielectric forces in direct perpendicular positioning of the electromagnetic forces. Number 13, elves and upper atmospheric lightning. Sprites are called upper atmospheric lightning, and so are elves. Elves are the top of the sprites, and they taper off. They stop. They create this plume at 100 kilometers. That's the height of the glass sky. Number 14, shortwave radio, ham radio. It scatters at 100 kilometers. They compare the ionosphere to a sheet of glass. Well, there's no need really to compare it to a sheet of glass, because it actually is a sheet of glass. That accentuates the radio waves and passes them along to the other side of the inside of the Earth. Oh, it's a tab happy guest. Number 15. Operation Fishbowl. You guys remember Operation Fishbowl in 1962? Maybe you weren't alive back then. Starfish Prime. Well, I don't believe they have nuclear weapons, but they said they launched a high-altitude nuclear weapon that exploded at 400 kilometers, and there was an auroral display visible from Hawaii and many other places. See, auroras are created because there's glass. So they burst a hole in the glass sky back then. Operation Fishbowl, does that sound a little bit fishy to you? Well, it should. Number 16. Superior mirages, fata morganas. You know that sometimes at the horizon you'll see this horizontal crease at the edge, and it looks like the sun is going down and going up. It has like a double image to it. Well, that's because the glass actually, due to refraction, creates a horizontal crease, and sometimes it's visible at higher latitudes. Number 17. Meteor showers, iridium flares. That's all it is, guys. It's the cyclical skidding of inner space debris, particles skidding, creating streaks. There's also a term called triboluminescence. When you rub quartz together, or you rub a rock against quartz, it will light up. So when you see shooting stars, meteor showers, it's because they're skidding across the glass sky. That's all it is, guys. Number 18. Redshift. You've probably heard that you've been told that the universe is expanding because they see the redshift of the stars. Well, nothing can be further from the truth. What they don't understand is that there's actually two layers of glass, one at the 100-kilometer level and the other at the celestial sphere level. So you're viewing the stars through two layers of glass, and it's creating chromatic aberration. It's creating the colors. It's creating the shifting. That's all it is. It does not indicate movement away from you. They say it's like the Doppler effect. There's nothing further from the truth. All stellar spectroscopy is debunked due to scientists ignoring chromatic aberration of stars caused by glass. Number 19, aberration of light, stellar aberration. Sometimes astronomers will see slight movement in this, like a displacement in the sky, in the stars, and that's only because the glass sky, it creates a slight apparent displacement of stars due to the refraction. Number 20, space vehicle, heat shields, re-entry or entry. They have flush bottoms. They have high temperature resistant material like carbon-carbon matrix used to melt through the glass. And it shall come to pass when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. Yes, Genesis chapter 9, verse 13. The glass sky was formed after the flood, the global flood, ladies and gentlemen. Prior to the flood, there wasn't a glass sky. But we needed, within the concave earth, within this pressurized system, we needed to push. God needed to push the waters down so he compressed the atmosphere with the glass sky. That's why the rainbow is a promise. It's a scientific promise that the earth, the continents, can never be flooded again because there's more pressure now. There's more compression. 21, Crookes dark space. There's a man named Crook in the 1800s who found negative charged ions create dark space around glass tubes. It's the same thing with our glass sky. If you read Job chapter 38, verse 19. And as for darkness, where is the place thereof? See, it's hidden. Deep beneath the cover is another perfect wonder, and it's so white as snow. 22, auroras. It's at 100 kilometers. The bottom edge, the bottom end of auroras is at 100 kilometers. The electrons from the sun hit the charged glass sky, causing fluorescent glow and striations. Exit the matrix of deception, people. There is glass in the sky, in the concave earth.
Lord Stephen Christ, claiming he's the true Christ on YouTube. He's made many videos pushing the concave earth, trying to debunk the flat earth at the same time. Give me a break. Just watching his video presentations, you'll see all the Masonic references, the hand signs. He makes a reference to the 33rd degree of Freemasonry as well. Just take a look at some clips I've put together. This guy's pretty transparent. At the same time, I think he's pretty comical. Take a look.
I am not a shill. If somebody calls me a shill, that to me is one of the highest insults anybody can call me. I do not get paid by the government. I do not get 1 cent calling the Lord a shill. I'm here to fucking rule the world. And that will happen because I am the Christ. You doubt that? Go ahead. Call me a shill. Call me a fucking false prophet, false Christ, whatever you want to call me. Say I'm working for the government. Go ahead. Publicize it. I don't get 1 red cent from the government. The government fucking locked me up in prison for 33 fucking months. Prison for 33 fucking months, you motherfuckers. They tortured me, you motherfuckers. They fucking tased my eyes. They fucking... They fucking tased my eyes. They fucking... This guy here, learn of the Jesuit order. I thought I liked his videos. I liked his anti-NASA videos. Yet he has this, he's starting to get this little fucking attitude. Yeah, I'm influential now. I can go after Stephen Christ. Can call him a shill. You fucking snarky little fucking punk bastard. Maybe you need to fucking go spend some time behind bars, huh? Maybe. This guy, David Johnson, you fucking piece of shit. You think you work for God, and yet you reject Christ, you motherfucker? You better think twice. All of you motherfuckers, not just you 3 here. The Stars and Soul, this flat earth bullshit, spewing out bullshit. The earth is concave, people. It is. Because you better fucking hope to God that I'm not the Lord. Because if I really am the Lord, and if one day I do have authority over your asses, over the rest of the whole fucking world, I'll make sure I fucking lock you motherfuckers up. I don't give a fuck if you thumb down my fucking videos. I'm not here to win a fucking popularity contest. I'm here to fucking rule the world.
Why all the hate? How dare people doubt my skill in the world of Han? Those bastards, I'll show them with this song.
Haters gonna hate, I laugh cause you fake. Lawyer mad cause I do something that you can't. Double tap again, going back to the bank. Going hate all you want, know I'm something that you ain't. Haters gonna hate, I laugh cause you fake. Lawyer mad cause I do something that you can't. Double tap again, going back to the bank. Going hate all you want, know I'm something that you ain't.
IRL, you may know me as the bitch layer. The in-game, you can see me playing Witch Slayer. Listen closely, hater, can you hear that hat trick? Whipping up the shotty and I'll make your ass backflip. I'm physical, but my playstyle's magic. Do the math, me plus Plus your team equals tragic. Doom bring a habit, winning is a habit. Rolling on my floor, all you got is a hatchet. I solo, but roll deep if there is a problem. But I'm sure with all these items, I can just solve them. Growing so much stronger, I just feel like I'm evolving. Persistent with my killings, everywhere I am revolving. My enemies never seem to live to see another day. Snare, you little punk, ha, you thought you could get away? Just to mess around and watch you die from a venom spray. They disconnect, watch as their picture fades to
Haters
gray.
gonna hate, I laugh cause you fake. Lawyer mad cause I do something that you can't. Double tap again, going back to the bank. Going hate all you want, know I'm something that you ain't. Haters gonna hate, I laugh cause you fake. Lawyer mad cause I do something that you can't. Double tap again, going back to the bank. Going hate all you want, know I'm something that you ain't.
Your stats make me snicker. You scout first picker. OMG, the way you type is just a real kicker. The way I juke is just something that you gotta see. You could call it something like the Fonzie D Odyssey. Rookies like to watch me, I'm something like a prophecy. See me in the lobby, you're like, sorry team, I gotta leave. You just got your grieves, I got a lot of cheese. The way that I dominate is just like a monopoly. I control every single aspect of the game. Even if I'm blacksmith, when you die you call me lame. You cry and you cry every time that you die. Excuses, excuses, why do you even try? Like Slither, I'm so sly. Like Zephyr, I'm so fly. Haters gonna hate, but I'm high in the sky. Gotta say goodbye to those who do reply. If you are still QQing, wipe that tear from your eye.
Haters gonna hate, I laugh cause you fake. Lawyer mad cause I do something that you can't. Double tap again, going back to the bank. Going hate all you want, know I'm something that you ain't. Haters gonna hate, I laugh cause you fake. Lawyer mad cause I do something that you can't. Double tap again, going back to the bank. Going hate all you want, know I'm something that you ain't. Haters gonna hate, I laugh cause you fake. Lawyer mad cause I do something that you can't. Double tap again, going back to the bank. Going hate all you want, know I'm something that you ain't. Haters gonna hate, I laugh cause you fake. Lawyer mad cause I do something that you can't. Double tap again, going back to the bank. Going hate all you want, know I'm something that you ain't.
Okay, last video, the audio was not timed properly. I just wanted to get it up there and show you guys. I was excited. So I just wanted to rush and get that up there. But I want to let you see how I made the actual polarizer here in Lightwave 3D. I show you how we get a half illumination. Right? Let me go to here. There we go. You see how it's, wherever I move, I'm just moving the perspective around. I'm not changing the rotation of any objects. I'm not changing the position of any objects. And wherever we go, where that illumination is going through those two polarizers that are perpendicular to each other, it's creating half illuminated zones in the left or the right, depending on where you go. This is a front view of it. Let's go into wireframe mode here so you can see what I'm talking about. See that? I got a light right there at the top. It's going through the first polarizer that would represent the sun planet glass sphere, and the bottom polarizer would represent the moon glass sphere. And the camera's way at the bottom over there, down there. See the camera? And so when we look through the camera, turn on VPR so you can see it. That's all we get. There's no other explanation than this. That's why we get that. And this is being revealed to you in these last days, so you will believe me. Okay? And let's go into Modeler. Let me try Modeler. There's Modeler, and this is how I built the polarization, or the polarizers. It's this top view, just zooming in really close. You'll see it's like a grill. All right, you see how the actual rectangles are, the long rectangles are just like really, really small and close together like that. Zoom back out here, it looks like a complete solid surface, but it's not. And turn that to perspective. You see how I curved it a little bit to make it kind of replicate
a section of one of the glass skies anyway. So that's all it is, guys. Let's bring that back into Modeler. You'll see that's what it does. The illumination is coming from the top, obviously, replicating the sun. Now the sun would be, you see it's like a triangle right there at the top, but the illumination would be wider. But what's going on here, because of the bending of light in reality, it's curving around and it's creating a circle. It's creating a halo. It's creating a sundog. It's creating, well, a halo and a sundog. And I turn that around like that. You see, look at that. Half lit, half not. That's exactly what we see. Just moving it around. We're just moving perspective. And it changes. It reverses itself. Okay? Comprendo. Comprende. Let's watch. See, that's what's happening, guys. That's why we get this half-lit illumination sky. Now, it'll happen at the horizon, but yeah, you keep in mind the light is bending. And so wherever we look at the sun, whatever, that's a bad convex Earth, but wherever we look at the sun, we're going to see it as if we're looking straight on. So it doesn't really matter where I place it in 3D. It just goes to show you that two perpendicular polarizers will create that effect, and only two perpendicular polarizers, meaning that there are glass skies. Tell a friend, tell heliotards, tell these like heirs of stupidity that think they're smart. I'm not going to name names. You know who I'm talking about. Go tell them that this is, April Fool's coming up, right? April Fool's, I think the Pope actually said, oh, we're not going to make this Easter Sunday because it's April Fool's. Okay. All right. It's time for me to be acknowledged. Thanks. All right, a little bit more clarification, actually, on the polarizers that I talked about in the previous videos. And that is that it doesn't even matter about the rotation angle of the actual polarizers. I said before they had to be perpendicular, but actually they don't even have to be perpendicular. I'll show you. Okay, we're still getting the bifurcation going on. We're looking underneath the 100-kilometer glass sphere, and they're all polarized. All three glass spheres are polarized. However, the higher glass spheres are not rotated perpendicularly. Look at that. I could even twist the upper ones into any configuration as long as they're underneath the light source. They're still going to give you that polarization effect. So I can turn around like that or whatever, and it's still going to happen like that. So let's put this back to 0. 0. Come on, baby. Okay. And I'll put the other one to 0 as well. Well, first I'll show you, like, I can, rotate this moon glass sphere any way I want to, and it's still going to give me the perfect splitting of the illumination underneath the 100-kilometer glass sphere. Alright, so it doesn't have to be perfectly perpendicular. See? I'm just moving around. Oh, there you go. Dark on the right and dark on the left. So something's going on with the angle, the polarization, and the ability to see only a half illuminated sun like that
across the sky. Understand? Alright. Making progress here. But yeah, this is the reason why. There's no other reason. Alright. So I got 3 polarizers. And they do not have to be turned perpendicularly. So I'm probably going to be doing a little bit more research into this in the future, but this solves it, guys. It's not a mystery anymore. Light on top. 2 polarizers, but beneath it immediately. Let's put this one at 0. And then one very low at 100 kilometers. And it's still giving the same effect. Okay. Alright, cool. The polarizers do not have to be turned perpendicularly. They could be all going the same direction, parallel. Alright. I have no shadows enabled on my sunlight here, so this is totally happening because the light that's blocking, that's obfuscating, I'm sorry, the polarizing filter that's obfuscating the light. It all has to do with polarization. Comprende? Alright. Ciao. And lo and behold, I did it. I actually did it. I created the half-lit polarized sun, the mystery that has just been shown up. There it is, guys. I'm just moving my perspective view around. Nothing is changing. I just moved it like that. So mystery is totally solved. Let's zoom back out a little bit here. That's not going to work. Let's go here. As you can see, I have my 2 polarizers that are perpendicular, and let's see if I can pull out back here. Yeah, there's my Earth. I actually moved I moved it up higher. Oops. The polarizers and the illumination, where they, normally it's going to be higher. What I was showing earlier, there was just my initial attempt at it, but I had to move it up higher like that. And lo and behold, when I moved it up higher like that, it created the bifurcation of the sunlight, of the polarized sunlight like that. So here's looking through the camera. Oh, wait a minute, let me, that's at 0, this is at 90, there, okay. So, there's a perspective view, and it's upside down. Way at the bottom there, that's where the camera is. Zoom back out, you see the polarized glass above, so we have that yellow would be the glass covering the moon, and the gray above that would be the glass covering the sun. This was brought to my attention in the group. Apparently, this has been happening. This phenomenon has been happening in many different places, where we actually will see a termination line of the sun. Usually, when I think it's always when the sun is at the horizon, appears to be at the horizon anyway. You get that cutoff. And I'll show a little bit more in this guy's video. He talks about it. I want to thank him for bringing this to my attention. Oh, there's a fake convex Earth. Let's see what else I can find there. Hello. Different illumination happening in... It really, there's no other option, guys. You really need to understand that there is no other option but the fact that there is glass above and it's polarized glass. Okay? And there's bending light, obviously. You need to understand as well. He also talks about this little streak of light that goes across the sky. Here, somebody reported or showed him, and he mentioned how you can actually hear the actual. It is a meteor, by the way. It's scraping against the top side of the glass, and he says it sounds like pushing a snowplow across a hard surface. Listen.
I don't know if it's a natural phenomenon, if it's
It's not the Tiangong one. I'll share that with you in just a minute. I don't know. I'll let you guys decide. But I will tell you what he said it sounded like. It also came with sound. He said it reminded him of a snowplow pushing snow on a concrete pavement. That's what this thing sounded like when it went over.
Okay, well, that coincides perfectly with my previous video where I talked about how there's actually a variance in velocity of the light and sound. Sound is not a constant, neither is light. And you can watch my slow light video to understand how superconductivity and negative refraction and all these different variables will actually slow down the light way up high to a crawl. And it also will speed up sound at different locations as well. I would think that it would be very, very fast up in the center, just like sound going through water. I'm not really. It has to do with the fact that it's not being compressed and rarefacted again. It's just like this big medium where it's just like moving in unison together like that. And so there's something like that happening up above at about 100 kilometers as well, where sound is incredibly fast. Plus, sound has a head start, right? If you have a meteor rumbling across a hard surface at a really, really fast velocity, it's going to take a while for that to glow. You know, the triboluminescence glow that I talked about. It's going to take a while for that to happen. And so you're going to hear it first, and then you're going to see it. And so by the time it reaches our eye, it's pretty much it appears to be anyway, pretty much at the same time. I also want to talk a little bit. Well, let's go back to the polarization, where I actually replicated something in 3D similar. It's not quite exactly that, but it will help you understand that there is glass and there is polarization happening. Let's pull that one up here. Yeah, this one. Okay, so if I go into my modeler program, you will see, if I go to the front view of it, you see it's kind of like a pyramid triangular shape where the illumination, there's a light above that polarizer, and I actually duplicated that polarizer so that it would be two polarizers perpendicular to each other. And so you're getting this effect here where the illumination is happening above the polarizers. It's like an X there. And it's going through, and I have a camera below it. So the camera's, you see the concavity of the Earth, that green area, and it's looking up above it. And so when we look through those two polarizers like that, those perpendicular polarizers like that, and I zoom in a little bit, you'll notice you see a tiny little illumination zone in the middle there. And I'm just, really what I'm doing is I'm just holding down my Alt button and I'm just moving our viewpoint around. I'm not moving any of the 3D objects. I'm not rotating the camera. I'm just moving that thing around. And you'll notice too, if I zoom out like that a little bit, you see the X on the outside, the illumination of that. That's replicating how we view sundogs in 22nd degree halos and 46 degree halos. It's exactly what we view. And so even if you zoom in really close to that little illumination beam, we get a diamond, just like we see with sundogs. It's the same effect. This is the only way it's happening. There are glass polarizers in the sky that are perpendicular to each other that are creating that. God, do you realize how monumental this is? This is explaining it all, and you got to be honest with yourself, and you got to realize if you're rejecting me only because I present to you the true shape of the earth, but I happen to include the claim that I'm Christ, then you really have a problem with your understanding of logical deducing things. There's a problem there. You're siding with error of stupidity, like I talked about before. And you really need to face the facts. I am Christ. This is my earth. This is why I can explain things like this. This is why I have hid these things, and I'm starting to really reveal them toward the end. You see the X there? You understand? Like if I go to, let's just go show you a picture of a sundog. Let's find one. I got some up here. Look at that. It's the same freaking thing, guys. It's the same freaking thing. See, we have the illumination of those X's on the outer side or outer circumference of the actual circle, and then the reason why that's dark in the middle like that is because there's polarization happening. Okay, you understand? So let's go back here to 3D and let's zoom back out a little bit, and let me do this. I'm going to try to because I got the double polarization happening at the same level like that, and probably what's happening, we have the 100-kilometer glass sky, and we have the glass sky covering the moon higher, much higher, and the glass sky covering the sun and planets higher than that. And so it's very possible that that double perpendicular polarization is happening between the moon glass sphere and the planet sun glass sphere. So it could be much higher, and obviously the light would be higher than that. I can bring that up as well. Let's see what I can do there. Oh, no. Light. There, let's just bring that up. Oops, I'm rotating it. Don't rotate it, Steve. Move it. There. Okay, let's bring that up like that. So the light is much higher, and those polarization effects that are happening are probably the sun, planets, glass sphere, and the moon glass sphere. But let's get my light to do what I want it to do by decreasing the actual spotlight cone angle. Normally it's going to be, you're going to get like more than half, but I'm just decreasing it to show you for this example, just to fit through the polarizers like that. And so look, wow, it's amazing. Let's increase the intensity of the light to 250%. Does that do anything? No. See, the polarization is happening because, well, I should say the illumination is happening because there's like a gap as that polarization of the light goes through like that. And then, like I said before, I'm just moving my viewpoint. I'm not changing the rotation angles or the position of the camera or whatever. And let's move one of those polarizers a little bit higher than the other one if I can. 1 second here. Oh, it's way down there now. Let's try that again. Let's move this one. Let's say it's over here. This one would be the sun planet glass sphere, maybe. This is theoretical, but this is the reason why it's happening. The bottom one could be the moon glass sphere. And let's go to our camera view and see what's happening there. Yeah, we still get the polarization, and we still get the Xing happening, and that's what's happening. But there must be some kind of polarization dividing effect happening that I'm revealing to you guys in these last days, where it's making it a clear-cut case for one answer, one explanation to this so-called mystery. Okay. And in a later video, maybe in the near future, I'm going to talk a little bit more about, was it Bell's theorem with the polarization and the it's a so-called mystery why if you shoot light through one polarizer and then it goes through another that's cocked at 45 degrees, it'll receive about 50% of that light. But if you put that same light, if you add another polarizer in between those two polarizers at 22.5 degrees, you're going to receive more light. It's going to be like 70%. So there's a mystery, like why do we get more light with more polarizers? Well, it's simple, guys. It's like taking a Grand Prix race car and going really, really fast around a sharp turn. You're going to crash into the wall. And that's what's happening with the light too. If it's too sharp of a turn, you're going to lose 50% or more of the light. But if it's a nice gradual turn, you're not going to lose as much light. And that's what's happening. And I can also go into detail later. I'm just going to give you a little hint of what I'm thinking about, and maybe you guys can think about this too. Is that, electromagnetism? They will show you. They'll give you a. Let's see if I can find a picture of one. They'll give you a picture of the electromagnetic wave, I guess, electromagnetic wave, yeah. They'll give you a picture of a perpendicular
little doohickey where... Wave. I can spell, Steve. Wave. There, this one. Okay. How do you know that the electric field, the red, versus the magnetic field, the blue, is the same height? How do you know that? I mean, you don't. And so that's another reason, possibility why that's happening like that, is because as this light makes a sharp turn like that, it's going to block, it's going to, some of the light's not going to go through. But if it makes a nice gradual turn like that, it can go through. But anyway, that's another video. So that's what's happening with the mystery, so-called mystery of this. And watch my previous video. I talked about the so-called mystery of these tiny little water droplets on glass, and when you're looking through them, you see, you think, oh yeah, that's why these people are thinking there's like a so-called, quote, sun simulator, end quote, that NASA even built, right? Okay, I just watched this video that was posted within my group, and it's pretty interesting, and I can explain it. Come here and you will understand what's really happening. Nobody else will tell you, but I will tell you. And I want to thank Mr. MBBB333, or 2Bs actually, who posted this, and I didn't even realize it, but there are some really mysterious half-illuminated suns appearing over the skies in some places like that. Really, well, that's a fake convex Earth, but it's really weird. You need to understand this if you know anything about optics. You need to understand what's really going on. Illumination, optics, and glass, and polarized glass. I've talked plenty about polarizers, and yes, the atmosphere is polarized. I even tell you that, and we notice that these suns are all at the horizon, so there are definitely creating some kind of polarization effect, and evidently this is only being noticed currently or lately and has not been happening before. So it's, to me, it's helping you understand as my spirit reveals to all humanity that you're living inside the concavity of the Earth, and there's glass in the sky, and it's actually polarized glass. So that's why it's happening. I can't, it's just how my Betty works. When I say Betty, I'm talking about Paul Simon's song. You can call me El. Watch that video if you don't understand that. But anyway, I wanted to go and kind of replicate what is going on. And if I go into my 3D modeler program, I'll help you understand that. Okay, this is my modeler version of it. And what I did, I created this rectangle here. But if you zoom in to it, this is looking down from the top of you. If I zoom in really, really close, you'll begin to see horizontal lines. See the horizontal lines over there? We'll get a wire on texture is good. There we go. So if I zoom really, really close, I'm replicating a polarizer. That's what I'm doing. So it's basically just like a grill. And so let's zoom back out. And I created a polarizer. In one layer, I have a concave sphere. Now you're looking on the inside surface of a sphere. Let me show you what I mean. So, I've done this so many times when I'm mapping the Earth. I map a spherical texture map on the inside surface of the Earth. And so that's what I'm doing there. And so I bring that into my layout version of Modeler here, and let's go back here. What I did is I put a volumetric light at the top. So you see at the top of that kind of pyramidal shaped illumination. Maybe you don't see it. There we go. Sorry about that. Didn't switch cameras. Okay. So there,
and layout, we have this illumination. The bottom would be the concavity of the Earth, that bottom white thing. I really should change the color of that. I'm just doing this really quick here. Let me just change it to like a bluish green to represent the Earth. Okay, so there's the Earth. And above the Earth, we see that horizontal black area. That's the actual polarizer. And so the light is going through the polarizer. And let's get a different viewpoint. It's looking down. And this is a perspective view where basically what I did is I have the camera. Let's go back to wireframe mode here. I have the camera situated below the concavity of the Earth. Let's bring it up a little bit higher, and then I'm just going to really enhance the depth of. Actually, it doesn't have to be that low. It could be 10 millimeters about or so. Okay, that's good. So, and what I did was I duplicated the polarizer. So I created an X. You see the X there. So looking top down, we see an X like that. And so we have the sun right above that X, or the center section of that X. Oops, I'm upside down there. All right. So we have a light at the top replicating the sun. It's not a simulator. Well, actually, this is the only sun simulator there is. That other thing that ladies talk about, or some of these other conspiratorial nutters talk about, is ridiculous. It's not. You're not using your common sense, and you really are siding with an air of stupidity. It's just as bad as saying you live on a rotating, tilted sphere. I mean, sun simulator, and NASA did it too. Come on, women and people who believe that crap. You really are more. I mean, I don't mean to insult you. I'm sorry, but anyway, let's go back. I'm just going to help you understand what's going on. And I cannot replicate. At least at this moment, I just started dabbling into this, but I cannot replicate that effect as of this moment. But I can help you understand what's really happening here. So if I go back into, let's go to VPR mode, which gives you a kind of like a live rendered version of what's happening here. And we have the camera. Let's look up at the polarizer and see what we see. Oh, look at that. The camera is pointing straight through the polarizers to the actual illuminated volumetric light source. And I'm rotating the camera, and you see a tiny little white dot. And what that dot is indicating is the actual gap between the two perpendicular polarizers. Okay, zoom back out a little bit here. Zoom back a little bit more. Now you also notice here you see a perpendicular set. It's an X on the outer edge of that illuminated circle like that, and that's really replicating what we see with the sundogs in the 22nd and 46 degree halos. We see that horizontal and that vertical illumination where it looks like, you know, people don't understand why we're getting an actual perpendicular illumination like that, and that's why that is happening. Okay, let me take this camera and zoom out a little bit, or actually decrease the focal length a little bit more. Let's go to 7. Let's try a little bit more. 6. Well, that's not really helping too much. But let's go back to my perspective view, and you will see that illumination happening. And that's all that's happening. I'm not rotating the light, I'm just rotating the camera. So I mean, that's why people have different observations of the sun at different locations. It's based upon the angles. And keep in mind, I cannot replicate bending light within 3D, but light does bend. And so it's bending light as well. So you have the different angles at which you're viewing the illumination of the sun, and it's creating this effect. And it's also going to cancel out because of the polarized glass. It's going to, I mean, that's what's happening here. There's no other explanation. I mean, you guys have been looking at this for a while and studying it, and you have to come to the conclusion that there's no other option but glass in the sky polarizing that like that. Okay, you just need to come to terms with that. This is happening. Even Eric brought this up. You see like let me change windows here.
see, like, on this shot here, you see like a birefringence to the edge of the actual cutoff of the shadow, the transition point there, the termination line, basically. And let me see if I can get a couple other pictures here. This is when the sun is lower, so it's something to do with the curved light when the sun is at an apparent low elevation. Remember, the sun is not really literally up there because, or not up there, it's not literally straight across because light is bending up toward the center and it actually inverts everything. It's a huge trick. He also brought up this. This is interesting too. And listen to what he says about that. You can hear the scraping sound. Remember I talked about the scraping sound and the mystery behind why we're actually hearing as well as seeing something in the sky, a celestial object streak across the sky. At the same time, normally you would understand that, you would think that light is much, much faster than sound. But we're hearing this at the same time, and I talked about how that's probably happening because the meteor above the glass is beginning to scrape against the glass and make the rumbling sound, he compares it to a snowplow sound going across, and so it has a head start. The sound has a head start. Not only that, there's a variance in velocity. I mentioned that before. A variance in velocity of light. I mean, they will tell you that it's constant, but that's complete bullshit. Only to make the frickin' curly-headed old Einstein one-stone appear to be smart. He's a fool. You know, air stupidity, basically. And so that's what's happening. Let me play this.
I don't know. I'll let you guys decide, but so here in just a second. It looks like a triangle of some sort. I don't know if it's an actual phenomenon. It's not the Tiangong one. I'll share that with you in just a minute. 23rd, Michigan. Whatever this is or was spotted by Dan yesterday evening. He had just enough time to snap 2 photographs, and then it was gone. Said it wasn't an airplane, it wasn't a fireball, doesn't know what it was. If you look at the front of this thing, I'll get a little closer here in just a second. It looks like a triangle of some sort. I don't know if it's a natural phenomenon. It's not the Tiangong one. I'll share that with you in just a minute. I don't know. I'll let you guys decide. But I will tell you what he said it sounded like. It also came with sound. He said it reminded him of a snowplow pushing snow on a concrete pavement. That's what this thing sounded like when it went over.
A snowplow pushing snow on a concrete pavement. Okay, it's a no-brainer. If you watch my previous video, I talked about how little glass bubbles on one side of the glass is going to create that. What that mystery that the FAA has been showing through the reports of the zone or whatever. It's simple, guys. There's no other explanation. And you have to really come to terms with the fact that I'm presenting you truth and concerning the Earth, concerning the shape of the Earth, concerning whatever is inside the Earth, whether or not it has to do with the glass sky or the birefringence or the polarization. It all makes sense. And the only reason the majority of the population is rejecting this is because it seems too weird. Not only that, but because the main advocate, me, claims to be God in the flesh, Christ. You need to come to terms with that. Scientifically speaking, you need to separate, and you have to look at the evidence that I present to you. There's no other way to describe what we see in the sky than understanding that there's a glass sky, there's polarizing going on, on and on, there's bending light. There's no other way to explain that. The sound has a variant velocity as well as light. And even at that height, we don't know. It could be similar to how sound penetrates through water. It goes super, super fast. And we also know that light slows. If you watch my previous videos, I talked about that too. At the higher altitudes you go, there's so many ways in which you can actually slow light. Watch my slow light video to understand that. You have superconductivity going on there. That's why we have negative 455 degrees. It's very, very cold. It's frigid. On and on and on. So we hear the scraping of the meteor. It is a meteor, even though the Meteorological Society did not report it. It is during the daytime. You'll notice, we have the triboluminescence of the illumination of the streak happening during the daytime. That's all it can be, guys. That's all it can be. So come to terms with that. I'm presenting you the factual information, and you really need to be honest with yourself. If I'm presenting so much accurate information about the shape of the Earth, and it has been held as a big mystery for centuries and decades and on and on and on, you need to come to terms and realize that maybe my Christ claims are not wrong. Watch my What If video sung by my good buddy Andreas. So there you go. I also am going to talk a little bit more about polarization of light, hopefully in the near future, to help describe a few other things that cannot be described, like Bell's theorem. They don't understand that it's not. Okay. I'll get in. That's another video. We'll get into that later. I'll explain it. It all has to do with the actual as light goes through the polarizer. If it's too sharp, it's just like a fast race car going around a racetrack. If it's too sharp of a turn, it's going to crash into the wall if it's going really fast. And so if you have a polarizer going through one polarizer and then the light hits a 45-degree polarizer, it's only going to allow half of the light to go through. But if you put it like a intermediary polarizer between those two polarizers, that's at 22.5 degrees, you actually can allow more light to penetrate through all three polarizers. And that's because the light is slightly bending as it goes through, and it's not making a sharp turn like it does if it just did a 45. It first does a 22.5 and then a 45 like that. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'll explain it more later. But that's why it's happening. Also, you don't understand. You don't know. I mean, it's possible. You know how they explain the electromagnetism of a light beam? It's perpendicular. You have electricity going on one plane, and then 90 degrees you have the actual magnetism like that. Well, you don't know. I mean, it's possible that that polarized light beam is actually coming in where one of those planes is shorter than the other. And so, well, I'll get into that a little more later. I'm kind of going off topic here. Well, it's not really off topic, but it's the same. But that's what's happening. Where am I? So, there we go. Let me go back here. And you see, I'm just moving the camera, and you see how that on the outer edges of that illumination, it's creating that X, that cross. That's how we get the illuminated cross during sundogs or halos or glories. That's how we get there. There's got to be polarized light happening. And you can also see it's in the shape of the light. That tiny little dot is in the shape of a diamond, and that's what we see. You understand, guys? There's no other way to describe what we see in the sky without the glass. Okay, guys? All right. Love you. Ciao. Some of you saw this guy, Soundly, went out to the Lake Pontchartrain to train transmission lines, and it appears like that these transmission lines are bending down convex, as if the Earth were convex round. And if you've been watching me, obviously you understand that that's not what reality is. Reality is like in this graphic I depict here. The light is bending up more than the concave curvature of the Earth. So if you're an observer over here, your sight line is going to kiss the ground or kiss the sea and rise back up. So all the objects in the distance beyond that point, there's going to be a cutoff line. It's going to be occluded. So this is the erroneous assumption that light is straight, and provided much good information for you to understand that light is actually curving up. This video here, I talk about how we have a radio antenna in the center of the Earth. It's an absorptive octahedral antenna. And so all that energy is going to be bending up toward the center, just as in this radiation pattern. It's a dipole radiation pattern of antennas, antenna energy. And so that's what's happening here. See how the edge here, it's curving up more than the curvature of the Earth? And so it gives you a false curvature. It gives you a faux curvature, a false convex curvature. And so because of that curving light, the optical illusion that takes place is that the sky will appear to be a dome surrounding you, but instead it's curving the other way around. So I showed that there. So if you can understand that light bends up, that theodolites, like I mentioned before, if you point a theodolite in 4 cardinal angles, you're going to get different measurements, different deviations of light. It's not that the Earth is shaped one way, it's curved more one way than it is the other. That's impossible. So you have to conclude that it's the variation of the bending of the light that is creating that. And so it's going to give you the illusion of convexity. This is another video I talked about where there is apparent curvature at high altitudes, well, even apparently at low altitudes as well, because of the light that's bending up more than the curvature of the Earth. This is another video I made where I busted Cody's assumption that he's living on a ball by him, just people's ignorance, that they don't understand that light is bending up. And like if you're at this point here on a convex ball and light is straight, your point is tangenting over here and then it's rising up like that. However, if you're inside this concave Earth and your point is over here, the light is bending and is tangenting over here and it's rising up like that. And so the distance, or the the calculated radius of the Earth is going to be virtually the same. And let's see here. In my 3D app, I show you here, okay, this is a profile view of the concave Earth, or just, it's not to scale. I just to help you understand how the light is bending up. But the bottom curved line is the curvature of the Earth, and the top curved line is the trajectory of curved light. If you were on a convex ball, the bottom curve would be the convex curvature of the false Earth, and then you have this straight line of sight which is tangenting, somewhere very nearby. If we zoom in real close here, let's go right there. Let's say you're over here at the first transmission line tower and light is straight. It's apparently it's going to tangent somewhere, and then eventually it's going to start lifting off the surface like that. See how it lifts off like that? However, that's not reality. Reality is, pull this one up here. This is reality, where you're over here initially. Let's say you're at this point, a little bit higher than the first tower, and that curved light, initially it's going to be angled down, but it's always curling up, basically. You can angle it down, but it's still curling up. You know what I mean? The trajectory is still curling up. So it tangents somewhere. Let's see, maybe over. Pull it back a little bit here. Let's start. Okay. It tangents and then it rises. And because of the curvature, it has to. See, because there's an antenna in the middle of heaven, in the middle of the Earth, your light trajectory has to curve more than the curvature of the Earth. That's just how it goes. And see, now you see it starting to rise like that. So in a preview mode here, looking perspective wise, this is just with no curvature if it's flat, but if we morph that down like that, you see how it curves like that. Well, that's what we observe basically, where that green line is tangenting. Obviously, I've exaggerated the curve here, or that green line is tangenting the water. But if we go to the reality, where light is bending up, this is how we would see it. Okay, so let's pull it over about right there. So this is our trajectory line. It's starting above the water. It kisses the water, and then it rises up higher than the towers into the distance. It takes off like that. This is just a shadow here. Okay. Hopefully that's pretty simple to understand. It's pretty clear what's happening here. Okay. All right, and remember, want to keep stressing that the galactic equator and the sun always intersect during the solstice. And this is what you guys just have to keep stressing to, whether they're flat earthers or convex ball earthers with heliocentric viewpoints. There's no precession to the equinox. Just keep stressing that. I mean, they're quiet. It's crickets on their side. They don't want to address this. And it's a time bomb waiting to go off. So understand you're living inside, and for the most part, people out there, you've been duped. It's a divine dupe. Thanks. A question was brought up about solar eclipses inside LSC Earth. And the question was, like, if the moon... Let's bring up my screen here. That's a good shot. Okay. If the moon... Okay, here we're looking at this diagram. Top down. Let's zoom out a little bit so you understand. Okay. So we have the celestial sphere here. We have the octahedron looking top down. We have the sun here and the moon in front. The path of the sun is that yellow dotted line, and the path of the moon is the blue dotted line. So we have my sun here, and we have different positionings of the moon, and you'll notice it's a funnel-shaped illuminated area that projects outward from the sun. When the light from the octahedron hits the back of the sun, and it flays out like that, it disperses out like that. And so it creates this funnel-shaped area. And so one of the questions was, like, if the moon is like over here somewhere, why wouldn't we get the shadow of the moon appearing on the land? And that has to do with the angle of the light and the way the trajectory works, how it curves around like that. So I have 3 different scenarios of the positionings of the moon. If the moon is here, in other words, outside this funnel illumination zone area, no shadow will hit the earth. If you look at this gray dotted line, that's the path of the light. It's not hitting the earth, it's simply just wrapping around like that. If it is intersecting with that funnel illumination zone, that's when we get a partial solar eclipse. And so the partial solar eclipse, let me get my layer up here. It's going to project a shadow area where the shading is going to bend around like that. And so this area over here on the earth, or in the earth, is going to be shaded, and it's going to be what you would call a penumbral shading, not the umbral shading. The umbral shading is where it's darkest, and so we're not really going to get much of an umbral shading with the partial solar eclipse. And of course the total solar eclipse, this positioning right here of the moon, it's going to project your shadow here, going straight up like that. Okay, hopefully that clarifies how light works, how the solar eclipses work within the earth. It all has to do with the curvature of the light and the trajectory of the light and the illuminated conical zone area. It doesn't take much for the moon to exit that area. In other words, it's a very narrow region here. So if the moon is even just like slightly offset with the sun, you're not going to get a shadow on the earth. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense for you guys. Okay. Ciao.
Did you ever wonder why NASA and other space agencies always look for a window of opportunity to launch a space vehicle? Well, did you ever know in 1962 that the United States Army military performed an operation in the Johnston Islands Johnston Atoll in the Pacific. They called it Operation Fishbowl, where they said they launched high-altitude nuclear rockets, nuclear explosions, up to at least 400 kilometers high. Why would they do such a thing? Was there any concern at all what the dangers of this might be by launching high-altitude nuclear? Well, I don't really believe in nuclear weapons, but still, what was their purpose of doing this? Well, if you understand, you're living inside the concave spherical Earth, and there is a glass sky, a glass bubble above us at approximately 100 kilometers, and they wanted to enter space. Space travel. This is 1962. Okay, this is before, the so-called moon landings. They wanted to pierce a hole through the glass sky. It seems logical to me, doesn't it? Why would they call it Fishbowl? Operation Fishbowl. So if you understand, there's a gaping hole up in the sky for entry vehicles. Okay, re-entry, or when they say re-entering the atmosphere, they actually have like the space shuttle has a heat shield to the bottom of the vehicle, and so once they're up inside inner space above the glass, they have to melt through at an acute angle. That's why the nose cone and the wings of the shuttle are made with carbon matrix. But if you ever look at a space shuttle launch, you'll see, first of all, they will wait for the right window of opportunity in order to launch a vehicle, and then when they actually do it, initially the space shuttle will actually do a rollover, an 180-degree, what they call an orbital maneuver, prior to entering space. And just before they enter space, you'll notice that you'll see a lot of yellow plasmic discharge happening, and even like almost looks like how a hockey player skates across an ice skating rink and there's like ice, particles of ice floating all over the place. See, right now I show them doing their orbital maneuver. Now let's fast forward a little bit here. Also, it's kind of interesting too that they always cut away, not always, but sometimes they will cut away just before it enters space. They will cut away to the launch pad again for a good 15-20 seconds or something like they do over here. Why do you think they do that? Is it possible that, okay, now they have the shuttle upright, so the tail, if it were to hit the glass sky, the tail would hit it first, top of the tail. Is it possible that, maybe once they initially hit the glass sky, there's like a jerking movement, like a bumping, so they don't want to show that? Unless it's a smooth transition. Sometimes they don't cut away to the launch pad, so sometimes it's a smooth contact with the glass. So now they go back here, and then you see this yellow discharge, right? Look at the yellow discharge there. What's going on there? Then you see this white shimmering. Look at it. Bam! See these particles floating, these ice particles floating off. Look at this. Woo! Something's hitting something. Something is hitting. Oh, now there's a separation. Okay. Now the separation happens. Now there's a lift. Okay, now the space shuttle is not as heavy, so there's an actual lift as it goes through the hole in the sky. Okay, to me it seems they're using the tail of the shuttle. Here, I made it in 3D. They're using the tail of the shuttle to slow the shuttle down as it scrapes across the glass, and also to steer the shuttle, to guide the shuttle to the hole. Okay, I made a little animation here. Make that full screen. You have a little animation here. Okay, once the external tank gets deployed, the shuttle's lighter now, so it can start ascending, and so it angles up like that, and it goes right in through the hole. To me, that seems like the most
logical explanation. Even for satellite launches, they wait for the window, they wait for the hole. And we were talking about this on the Concave Earth Forum, and a guy, G-Man over there, was talking about, well, if it's crashing, the vehicle would disintegrate if it crashed into a thick glass wall or with ice attached to it. But if there's a hole, then it can simply just go on right through, and the tail of the shuttle is not only a braking mechanism to slow the shuttle down, but also a guiding mechanism, in a way in which to brace the shuttle so it aligns up with the hole and goes right through. And then, of course, on re-entry, the shuttle just uses the bottom of the vehicle to melt through. That's the same with like the Soyuz. Anything that comes back from space, like the Soyuz capsule, it's going to need a heat shield to come back. But entry is possible due to the hole, the Operation Fishbowl hole. So, there you go. Talk to you later.
Breaking news. Another potential NASA whistleblower is coming forward to reveal LSC Concave Earth with Glass Sky. Now, I cannot confirm this encrypted email is legitimate. However, it has all the likings of that. All the indications seem to me that this person that contacted me via encryption has revealed some striking information about NASA, about Lockheed Martin, about money laundering going on. And Donald Trump, listen to what I have to say, because this goes right in tow with you wanting to drain the swamp. And apparently $150 million has been laundered under the table to replace the HRSI tiles and the RCC tiles. What does RCC stand for? That stands for reinforced carbon-carbon tiles. Now, I've mentioned this before years ago. I mean, starting even back when 2003, I talked about how the space shuttle goes above the glass sky. And the way it re-enters or leaves the glass sky, it skids through, it generates enough heat friction to skid across the glass sky and melt through the glass, and that's how it lands. And that's why it needs very heat-resistant tiles to do that. And so we have the reinforced carbon-carbon tiles. We also have the HRSI. That stands for one second here. Stands for the high temperature reusable surface insulation tiles. So there's like different classifications of the tiles that they have used on the space shuttle. Some are made to withstand higher temperatures than others. The reinforced carbon-carbon tiles are the ones that withstand the highest amount of temperature. The HRSI tiles are second to that. They will withstand high temperatures as well, not as high as the RCC tiles. And what they're not telling you is that every single time they launched a space shuttle and had to return, they had to replace the RCC tiles and the HRSI tiles, spending $150 million that went unnoticed. And so I'm going to read to you this encrypted email. It seems legitimate. Of course, I cannot confirm it totally, but this is something that Julian Assange, you might want to look into as well. See if you can get to the bottom of this, of the NASA Lockheed Martin scam going on. So let me pull up that email right now. I'll read it to you. There it is. I worked at the White Sands Test Facility
facility from 1997 to 2001. Now, the White Sands Test Facility, that's in New Mexico, the Sandia Labs. It's a highly respectable test facility. The facility was responsible for the development of the reinforced carbon-carbon, the high-temperature reusable surface insulation, and other protective materials for the Space Shuttle program. This project belonged to the Lockheed Missiles and Space Company initially, but was transferred to White Sands Test Facility covertly following an episode of paranoia. The project never intended to create materials that would prevent heat accumulation due to atmospheric friction. See, this is what they will tell you. They will say when the space shuttle is supposedly re-entering the atmosphere, it's encountering air, atmospheric friction, which is making it super hot. That's not what's happening. He goes on to say, the materials have been made to slide against glass. Hello, slide against glass. Can I get an amen about what I've been telling you all along? Slide against glass. Interesting. Here's a little graphic I made. Shamu. It looks like Shamu the killer whale. That's the X-37. Now I'll get into the reasons why they terminated the space shuttle program as well, but let me continue reading this this email. 1 second here. Okay. Under high velocity and pressure. Okay. The materials have been made to slide against glass. To slide against glass. Hello. There's glass in the sky. Under high velocity and pressure. There are a total of 5 materials that were used on space shuttles. 2 of them, the reinforced carbon-carbon and the heat-resistant, whatever, reusable, high-temperature reusable SIs. What were they called? High-temperature reusable surface insulation tiles. Okay. Have to be replaced after each return prior to the next launch. And they are replaced. It is not reusable up to 100 missions like they say. Now, in fairness, I did look this up and I found out that it was actually the lower temperature reusable tiles that were claimed to be reused up to 100 missions. It does say reusable for the high temperature ones, but I don't believe it says exactly how many missions, but apparently they're not telling you that they have to be replaced every single mission. I can confirm that during my time as an employee, at least 350,000 kilograms of these materials have been spent replacing ruined ones. That is 150 million on just the thermal protection from 1997 to when the program was canceled in 2011. The documentation for all these matters are concealed under AES 256 encryption systems throughout various installations. Yes, they keep electronic documentation, and it is not merely a verbal transfer of information and planning between the guilty parties. Okay? So Julian Assange, look into this. We got some money laundering going on here. It is astounding, apparently we do. It is astounding how you have managed to gain this level of understanding without being a part of the plot. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I applaud you and wish you a Happy New Year in advance. S. Okay. There you have it. For what it's worth, is it worth $150 million? Is that the $150 million email that destroys NASA and Lockheed Martin shenanigans and fraudulent activity and money laundering? I'll leave it to the encryption experts. Julian, look into this. Let's
go on to one of my videos, I talk about how the space shuttle was designed to skid through glass. Let me pull that one up here. This is an older video I made back in 2015. How you can actually see the yellow plasma discharge. You can also see the ice, the scraping of the ice, because there's a sheet of ice that's connected to the underside of the glass. And what they do is, you know, when they make contact to the top of the tail, I believe, if it's a bumpy contact, they'll shift their camera to the launch facility and they will not show the contact, but then they'll cut back to the contact made of the shuttle hitting the glass. That's how it gets up into the glass. And obviously when it comes back out, it uses the entire underbelly. Now they will say it actually leans up as it scrapes, but I think that's another lie. I'm pretty sure it's just going to use the entire belly of the shuttle to melt through the glass. It talks about how the reinforced carbon of the tiles is on the nose and the wings, the most critical areas of the shuttle that are experiencing the high temperature. Pull that back up. So, and then it drops the fuel tank, the external fuel tank, and it gets a lot lighter and it's able to be lifted up into the glass, as this simulation shows. Okay. Now, if you understand from a budgetary standpoint, and not only from a budgetary standpoint, but also from an environmental safety standpoint, an atmospheric safety standpoint, if they are punching holes, large holes, through this glass sky. Now, obviously, this first hole, it wasn't created due to the shuttle. I believe it was actually created by Operation Fishbowl back in 1962. Donald, you might want to do some research on that. I made a video about that. I showed you how they are all linked together. Operation Fishbowl is linked with the President Kennedy speech, where he says that we can put a man on the moon by the end of the decade in the 60s. And that's linked to the launch and the birth of the geostationary satellites, which have Apogee kick motors to them, which are able to propel or thrust these satellites through the hole that they already made with Operation Fishbowl, or maybe more than one hole. And so there's holes in this glass sky. I don't believe they can be repaired. And if they continue to punch holes through the glass sky, the atmosphere will come down prematurely. Now, what they have done is they have terminated the space shuttle program. Correct? They've terminated the space shuttle program, and you can kind of understand, based on this little chart here, the size disparity between the space shuttle and other re-entry vehicles. Okay? They all have heat shields. They all are able to withstand high temperatures as they scrape across glass. Currently, we are using the Russian Soyuz capsule. Look at how small that is compared to the space shuttle. Also understand why NASA is pushing the Dream Chaser. Look how much smaller it is than the space shuttle. Look how much less damage, not only less damage, but money, budgetary wise. They don't have to replace as many tiles on the Dream Chaser, do they? Let's get a close-up of that. Here's the Soyuz. So all these vehicles, Apollo 68, went through the glass. They melted through the glass. They all have heat shields. Now the Dream Chaser is what they're working on next. Obviously, it's, like I said before, it's much smaller, so they don't have to replace as many RCC tiles. And look at this beast. Look how much bigger that is. I mean, that's like 10 times as big. So, I just want to thank you, whoever you are, for this email. And
you guys get on it. Find out whether or not this is valid. It looks, to me, it looks, has all the indications that it is valid. It confirms what I've been saying, that there is a glass sky, and NASA is keeping this from you, and they're also lying, I'm sure. I mean, this is probably just the tip of the iceberg, what they are financially keeping from you. And like I said before in a previous video, NASA, I curse you. And no, we're not going to have plans for 2024 to go to Mars and all that bullshit. Okay? The swamp is being drained. And you fraudsters are in on it. Richard Cohen, if you're still out there, if you're still living, please contact me. Donald Trump, if you understand my conversations with Richard Cohen, he's an ex-NASA scientist and mathematician, and he did the math. He was forced to resign. He proved the concavity of the Earth, and he is in fear of his life and fear of his family's life as well. So Donald, I'm asking you to look into this and to disclose this, to confirm what I'm saying, and that goes for you too, Julian Assange. Enough's enough. You're living inside the Earth. This is the biggest secret of all time, and it's going to be disclosed. It's inevitable. The truth will come out. Enough's enough. This is bigger than everything. This is bigger than Pizzagate. This is bigger than all these. It's bigger than 9/11. It's bigger than all the conspiracies combined. And there's a lot of money at stake that's going to be lost. Thanks for watching.
But I'll repeat myself. I was talking about the refraction of light. And I was asking Eric, I was saying that the longer the wavelength, like in the visible spectrum, the red is a longer wavelength than the violet. And so the red is going to refract the least out of all the colors. It's going to be at like 750 nanometers versus the violet, which will be about 380. And then I was looking into marine radar, boat radar, and I made a video about this before. But the standard explanation of boat radar is they will tell you that the longer wavelength bends more because they're believing that they're living on the convex surface of the Earth. That's not the case.
Holy crap, I never thought of that.
Well, and also, I don't know if you see that, let me share the screen again. Because I took this table off the site.
Yeah. Plus, the surface of the water should act like, what is that called again? All the cracks in the glass cause it?
The Luxembourg effect?
Yeah.
But even in this table here, it has a table of the refraction of light in air. Okay, and they have the conditions: the pressure, the wavelength. And so I highlighted these three different scenarios here. One at 300 nanometers, which would be a shorter wavelength, and 1700 nanometers would be the longest wavelength, and 633 would be, middle in between. And so the longer the wavelength, 1.000268, it's not bending as much as the shorter wavelength. The shortest wavelength is bending at 1.00286, so it's actually bending more. So the shorter wavelength bends more, not the longer wavelength. And so how can they get away with preaching that bullshit about saying that the longer wavelength bends more? It does not bend more. You can just look at the visible spectrum through a prism there. The red is the longer wavelength, and it is bending less.
Is that number a volumetric? Because you think the index of refraction would change the more water it goes through. So how could they give like a set number without like a volume, like refraction per volume? Something, you know what I mean?
Well, they're all at the same conditions, the same temperature, the same humidity, the same pressure. So they're all compared under equal conditions. So, I mean, but they've gotten away with this for so long, That's why they can't really talk about it that much, because somebody can just out them. This is bullshit.
This is a low earth argument, right? Not a flat earth argument, right?
Huh?
Who's presenting you this challenge? Is it a globe earther or a flat earther?
Neither. I was actually just looking into some research to talk about with WAPTEC here, and he thinks that the Earth is convex. Well, if it's convex.
Okay, so globe earther. It was a globe earther.
Yeah, globe earther, whatever. But
okay, because I was going to say that when I start seeing information that technical, right off the bat, I know, oh my God, it's not a flat earther, because they never go that deep. It seems like the people who do have some mathematical strength, intellectual strength, they're still kind of stuck on the globe. You'll never see a flat earth show you a chart or numbers, or some kind of ledger.
Yeah. So what I did was I turned that prism upside down, because it's easier for, I think, people to understand. If you're living on the inside, the concavity of the Earth, you have the red on the bottom here. The red is bending less than the violet. 750 nanometers versus 380 nanometers. So the shorter wavelength is going to bend up more away from the Earth as opposed to the longer wavelength. And especially when you get into the longer wavelengths like the microwaves and the radio waves. That's why you can see more with infrared waves, which are, they're longer than the reds here. You can see more with an infrared camera than you can with a normal light camera because it's a longer wavelength. So it's the same with radar. You can see your range in radar, in boat and marine radar, is greater when it's beaming out longer wavelengths.
Well, actually, you know what I just...
This is a good excuse to make another refraction video to help you understand that there's no other way it can work than bending light and you're living inside the concave Earth. Scott Leckie brought up the SSC, breaking the sound barrier. It passes from far right peripheral to far left in a concave shape. And so I checked that out, and this is good indication that refraction bends objects downward. Let's go back a little bit here. You see how the smoke trail, it's descending. See at the far distance, it's narrower vertically than it is over here. It's descending, and there's also another one over here. Check this out. Camera is stationed to the left of this, and it's far away right now. And you see it's beginning to rise. You see the horizon. It's a reflection. The horizon actually, it's creating this reflected image, but refraction is at play, and it's pushing objects downward from the distance. And you'll check out like the underside of the nose cone. You'll be able to see a little gap there. Now it's close. Now it's close to the camera, right? So you start seeing the gap. So the gap was rising. And now as it goes away, see, now you see a gap there, right? Okay, but as it goes further along into the distance, you won't see that gap under the nose cone, meaning that it's going down. Jeff Beck, going down. See, there's no gap there anymore. So that is proof positive that refraction is bending objects downward. And then you might ask, well, then how does the sun rise supposedly 2 minutes before due to refraction? And well, I point out this video here, I call it Refraction's Illegal Lift of Heliocentrism, and they will give you this graphic, this crude, silly graphic, saying that this purple line is allowing one to view objects farther into the distance because of refraction, and that's wrong. This is an illegal lift. They can't get away with raising this curve initially like that. If refraction were at play and you were on a convex ball, refraction would cause you to see less into the distance because refraction would bend it downward like that, downward. And so I made a video about this, explaining that when I was on the plane ride there. Talk about that.
To work with, your eye is down here inside the concavity of the Earth, and light is bending up. This darker purple line is the refraction line, and then there's a dotted line, which is a normal trajectory line. So the refracted horizon will be crosses when it intersects the celestial sphere, like that. Same on the other side as well. So what it's doing, I divided up this very crudely. I divided up the area in which you observe under normal conditions. This line right here, this line right here, that's normal conditions. And so you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 sections under normal conditions, but under refracted conditions you get 12 sections because you add these two here. And so because at ground level we only see 180 degrees, that's all we have to work with, you understand? From one side of the horizon to the other side of the horizon. So we have to compress, we have to fit, what did I say here? 12, we have to fit 12 sections into a normally viewed 10 sections, all within 180 degrees. So
Okay. And so I went into Wiki and found out that atmospheric refraction is actually causing objects to appear to rise, like the sun and the moon, celestial objects that is, mostly during or close to the horizon. Let's get that over here. And so I just made a little chart here. This is my point of my center point right there, and I divided up a circle into arc minutes, which is every 60 arc minutes is 1 degree. And so the sun is about 30 arc minutes, so it's about half of this. So that's the sun. So when you're looking at the sun at the horizon with refraction, the sun will appear about 35 arc minutes higher than it normally is in position over there. When you're looking at the sun, it's 2 degrees above the horizon. It will only rise up 18 as opposed to 35. And then when you're at 5 degrees, it will rise up 10 arc minutes instead of, obviously it's shrinking. You see how it's rising up mostly when the sun is at the horizon. So let's go up over to 45 degrees, and it's only 1 arc minute. It's barely anything at all. And then when you look straight at the zenith, it's 0. There's no refraction at all. So most of the refraction is taking place at the horizon. Okay, now so take this graph that I made earlier and help you understand what's really happening within the concavity of the Earth. Your eye is down here in the bottom, right? And so under normal conditions, when there is no refraction, it's this light blue line like that, and it's rising up and it's inverting in orientation, and it's intersecting the celestial sphere. So this bottom half of the celestial sphere is what you see. It's an inversion in curvature. You understand? And so the purple line is the refracted line. And so you're going to see longer distance because refraction bends objects downward. And so even though you're inside a concave Earth and the light is bending upward, it's not going to bend up as quickly as the blue line. So it's refracted like that. You're seeing a further distance. This is the only way it works. It doesn't work on a convex sphere. Understand? And so that purple line is going to travel out like that, up like that, and it's going to allow one to see more than half, more than 180 degrees of the celestial sphere, and then bending light is going to be more affected toward the horizon. So it's compressing. I mentioned before how it compresses. And so this will help you understand too. These red lines here, let's get a normal shot first. Okay, here's the normal shot. We've got 180 degrees, right? We're seeing 180 degrees of the sky under normal non-refractive conditions. All right, and so this shot here is the refraction range. So you're going to see more than 180 degrees. These red lines are all equally spaced initially like that. So it reveals more than 180 degrees. Your sun and your moon are inverted in orientation or upside down. And so when refraction happens like that, you know, these red lines are more compressed now. They have to fit into the 180 degree range like that. And so now that's what we observe. This of the sky. That's how much of the sky we observe. It still has to fit 180 degrees, so it's going straight across like that, but it's compressing more at the horizon. And so it's going to compress the sun and the moon downward in this illustration, but because everything is inverted in orientation, it actually appears upward. So your horizon is still going to be apparently 180 degrees from the ground. But it's taking all this area here and pushing it down on this illustration to compress it toward the horizon. So that's why it compresses, it pushes. So it's pushing the sun and the moon downward. Refraction still works to push objects downward. It's just that the inversion is taking place and it fools the eye like that. Okay, I think this will really help you guys understand and help the smart people, you know, the physicists, the mathematicians, realize once and for all, convexism is busted. It doesn't work. There's no other way around it. You're in it. This is how refraction really works, guys. Okay? Ciao.
Sigrid Close, professor, Department of Aeronautics and Astronomics, Stanford University, talking about meteoroids hitting the glass. Well, she doesn't know it's glass, but I'll show you in a minute that it is glass. Atmosphere at 100 kilometers high.
Have this continuous rain down on the Earth. So actually every morning at 6 a.m. as the
Earth is in
its
orbit.
It's plowing up this debris,
Yeah.
just like a bug on a windshield effect. Just like a bug on a windshield effect.
Just like a bug on a windshield effect.
Bug?
And you will see, as I mentioned, billions of meteoroids.
Why is
in a
that?
second if you're using a
Why is it
radar.
hitting a bug on a windshield?
These plasmas are
Could it be that
formed
there's
between
glass in the
about
sky?
70 and 140 kilometers. Just
let's
so
narrow it down a
happens
little
that that's the right altitude. There's enough neutral
Neutral
densities to form a plasma,
densities.
but it's not too low down that the meteoroids have burned up. So there's
Sweet
a sweet spot in the atmosphere, and
spot.
that's why we usually.
Hun, there it is. Thank you. Thank you, Sigrid.
Still enough
100
energy associated with the meteoroid to actually
100
form something.
kilometers. Sweet
We can
spot.
determine things like what's the neutral densities at 100 kilometers altitude. We can determine things like what's the neutral densities at 100 kilometers altitude.
Neutral density filter. In photography, you know what they're made out of? That's right. They're made out of glass. Neutral density filters are there to actually attenuate or minimize the light and even it out, but they're made out of glass. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Here's another website talking about neutral density filters. Yeah, made out of glass, guys. There's a glass sky above us at 100 kilometers. We're inside the Earth. This poor woman, she doesn't even realize it, but her handlers do. Her higher-ups at whoever, not a straight answer, or Stanford, they know. They know there's a glass sky. Look at that, neutral density filters made out of glass. Whenever she says neutral density, she's talking about the glass sky at 100 kilometers. There's another one, square optical glass, neutral density filter. Let's listen to her again.
But what happens is it's a pretty simple process. The meteoroid comes in, if you'll forgive this little cartoon,
I'll forgive
it
you.
heats up and it sheds off ablated atoms that then collide with the background neutrals
Collide with the background.
Collide with the background.
and forms a plasma, which
Plasma.
is just the ions and electrons. So what most people don't understand is that when
Do you
you
understand
use
there's glass in the
radars
sky?
to detect meteors, but if you look at this
Interesting.
movie, you'll see that this is actually the
Yeah.
meteor. This is the plasma formed when the particle
Plasma
comes in,
formed.
hits the neutrals. and
It's the
gets
glass, you
ionized.
mean? It gets
So you're looking at how
ionized.
much energy is released upon each.
Yeah, did you know
impact.
that
Turns out it's on the order of about 6 EV or so.
when light hits glass, it gets ionized, especially
so if you take it
ultraviolet
over
light?
how many impacts occur each time the meteoroid is traveling in space as it hits all these neutrals, it's on the order of about 600 EV. Okay, 600 EV per
Per glass
neutron is
molecule.
released. Huge amount of energy. Most of that
Molecule.
energy goes into actually ionizing itself as well as the background
It's back,
neutrals.
as well as the background
If you
glass.
happen to be sitting at Altair, this is what
Altair
you
is
would
a
see if
a
you would look
radar
up
telescope.
at any point and go in the meteor
the South
regime again,
Pacific.
remember about 100 kilometers. So what you're going to see here is just a movie of a meteor coming through. This is the VHF, very high frequency, and this is UHF, ultra high frequency.
Look at that horizontal band. That is the glass sky.
So as you see, it came
100
in,
kilometer
it's
level.
deposited some plasma there, and you see some spikes going up and down. On
It's
the
right there,
bottom,
guys.
again, is the UHF, and on the top is the VHF. So just from observing
the
this,
neutral
you can see that
density.
it has a really strong frequency component. Depending on what frequency you're using to radiate it, you'll get a much different response. So this VHF trail goes on forever, the UHF disappears. But the meteors reside in that central part near 100 kilometers. The meteors reside in that central part near 100 kilometers. So a
Look
real-time
at that
snapshot
graphic.
of that movie that you just saw here. This is what's called an
Non-specular
RTI,
trail.
or range time intensity
Look at that.
profile. On the y-axis
Yeah, but
is altitude or range.
Straight horizontal line.
And it's color-coded.
At
for
100
strength,
kilometers.
so
Okay, maybe it's about
SMR,
101
ratio.
kilometers, maybe.
And as you can see here, this
101.1 kilometers.
is the head echo. That's the
How the
plasma
heck can we
immediately
get a
around the
straight
meteoroid.
line like that, guys?
What's so great about head
Unless
echoes
it's a
is
hard
that
surface.
They move with the velocity
Like
of the meteoroid.
glass,
So right
like a
there
bug
you
on a
have already one
windshield.
observable on the meteoroid.
Like a bug on a
But
windshield.
as you could probably see just
Like a
from
bug
this
on a
image,
windshield.
the signal strength is really
Like a
weak.
bug on a windshield.
So you need something like an Arecibo to be able to detect it. On the right, extending from the head, is the trail. And these are stationary, or they move with the velocity of the neutral winds. So think 100 meters per second or less. So the head echo is going 60 kilometers per second. The main velocity of the trail is due to basically atmospheric parameters. But they're much easier to detect. So there's a combination. There's something that's really hard to detect but gives you more information, something easier, but there's a lot more modeling to try to get out the parent properties of the meteoroid. Some of these dusty trails, so this whole area of dusty plasmas, can go on for many minutes, sometimes even hours. So when they linger that long, they create something called a sporadic layer. It's a dense
100 kilometers. Sporadic layer. I think we have a winning combination here. Sigrid, this is a call out to you. Watch this video and become illuminated. You're living inside the concave Earth. Here's another graphic. This is from a website that talks about the equatorial electrojet and the atmospheric ionospheric modeling. And just this particular graph caught my attention. Look at that. Look at the bottom line at the 100-kilometer level. It's going straight across. There's definitely a hard barrier at 100 kilometers. It's right there, this range time intensity plot of received power from Jicamarca radar facility in Peru at 12 degrees south latitude. So, it's right there, guys. There's so much proof and evidence that there's a glass sky. I'm going to put links in my description box. I have probably about 50 videos talking about the glass sky at 100 kilometers high in the concave Earth. Please watch them. I'll even make a playlist out of that and realize that we have a glass ceiling above us with ice attached to it. Thanks for watching.
Hidden Magnetic Portals Around Earth, presented by Science at NASA. A favorite theme of science fiction is the portal.
Science fiction? Looks like science fiction is a favorite theme of NASA.
An extraordinary opening in space or time.
Extraordinary only because you made those holes with your rockets.
Do you hear a fever? Do I smash the mirror?
That connects travelers to distant realms. A good portal is a shortcut, a guide, a door into the unknown.
A shortcut, a door, a guide. Yeah, holes in the glass sky would be a shortcut to inner space.
If only they actually existed.
But they do exist, thanks to you.
It turns out that they do.
See?
Sort of. And a NASA-funded researcher at the University of Iowa has figured out how to find them. We call them X-points.
X-points.
Or electron diffusion regions, explains plasma physicist Jack Scudder of the University of Iowa.
Jack Scudder for the win.
They're places where the magnetic field of Earth connects to the magnetic field of the Sun.
Well, yeah, you call it the magnetosphere. I call it the magnetosphere because it's magic. It makes the holes in the glass sky invisible.
Creating an uninterrupted path leading from our own planet to the Sun's atmosphere 93 million miles away.
93 million miles away.
Observations by NASA's Themis spacecraft and Europe's cluster probes suggest that these magnetic portals open and close dozens of times each day.
Well, yeah, they do open and close daily. You ever hear of the Faraday effect? Where magnetic flux penetrates a once blocked polarized light medium, glass.
They're typically located a few tens of thousands of kilometers from Earth.
Oh, no, not the gigantic imaginary octopus, no.
Where the geomagnetic field meets the onrushing solar wind.
They meet at the glass sky, liar. The Libyan desert glass, which are pieces of glass sky that fell down in the Libyan desert long ago, have traces of magnetic iron little spherules inside. The Libyan desert glass also has a birefringence to it, which creates the polarized light.
Most portals are small and short-lived.
They're only short-lived because the magnetic flux is not always perpendicular to the holes, as the sun revolves around the inside of the Earth on a daily basis.
Others are yawning, vast, and sustained.
Vast, sustained, yes, some are because you've made bigger holes in the glass sky, such as Operation Fishbowl. Remember that one?
Energetic particles can flow through the openings, heating Earth's upper atmosphere, sparking geomagnetic storms, and igniting bright polar auroras.
Look at all those atmospheric holes found in the polar region, thanks to L.A. Frank.
NASA is planning a mission called MMS, short for Magnetospheric Multiscale Mission, due to launch in 2014 to study the phenomenon.
So you're going to punch more holes in the glass sky to study more holes. So you have a higher probability rate. Genius, Einstein.
Bristling with energetic particle detectors and magnetic sensors, the 4 spacecraft of MMS will spread out in Earth's magnetosphere and surround the portals to observe how they work.
Only 4? How about more? The more holes you punch, the more holes you'll be able to see.
Magnetic portals are invisible.
Invisible. The glass sky and the holes are invisible. It's shrouded in a magnetic field that makes them invisible. Job 38 verse 30 says, the sky is hid as with a stone. In that case, opaque, but in the real sense, it's transparent.
Unstable and elusive. They open and close without warning.
Open, close without warning. Duh.
And there are no signposts to guide us in, notes Scudder. Actually, there are signposts, and Scudder has found them. Portals form via the process of magnetic reconnection. Mingling lines of magnetic force from the Sun and Earth crisscross and join to create the openings. X-points are where the crisscross takes place. The sudden joining of magnetic fields can propel jets of charged particles from the X-point, creating an electron diffusion region.
Scudder, you sly devil, X marks the spot. You figured out that the magnetism from the Earth meets the magnetism from the Sun at the glass sky opening.
To learn how to pinpoint these events,
there's that stupid imaginary octopus again.
Scudder looked at data from a space probe that orbited Earth more than 10 years ago.
10 years ago, there were less holes back then because they didn't punch as many, obviously.
In the late 1990s, NASA's polar spacecraft spent years in Earth's magnetosphere, explained Scudder, and it encountered many X-points during its mission.
Oh, but there's still plenty.
Because Polar carried sensors similar to those of MMS, Scudder decided to see how an X-point looked to Polar. Using Polar data, we have found 5 simple combinations of magnetic field and energetic particle measurements that tell us when we've come across an X-point or an electron diffusion region.
Electron diffusion region for the win.
A single spacecraft, properly instrumented, can make these measurements.
Well, look at that, a magnetic field tracing the contour of the glass sky. That's great.
This means that a single member of the MMS constellation, using the diagnostics, can find a portal and alert other members of the constellation.
Other members. Hey, the more holes, the better. The easier to find the holes. Punch more holes, find more holes. Makes sense to me.
Mission planners long thought that MMS might have to spend a year or so learning to find portals before it could study them. Scudder's work shortcuts the process, allowing MMS to get to work without delay. It's a shortcut worthy of the best portals of fiction.
Fiction, there's that word again. NASA, creators of fiction.
Only this time, the portals are real.
Real? Yes, the holes that you punched in the glass sky are definitely real, you assholes.
Ciao guys. There's a spooky mystery of hissing meteor sounds, and they think it might be solved. Well, the mystery involves seeing this fireball approximately, anyway, the same time that we hear it. So they're going to hear these sounds of the meteor and not even realizing that this meteor is actually scraping above the glass and causing these scraping sounds. And the scraping sounds will be actually begin. They will begin before the triboluminescence happens. Triboluminescence, if you remember, is the concept of making light as glass rubs against glass or something else rubs against glass. It's going to make a light. It's called triboluminescence. And so it's actually going to make the light, but it's going to begin to make the scraping sound a little bit before it illuminates, right? It's going to start to glow and get really hot and red or whatever and illuminate. Triboluminescence. It's going to, but the sound is going to be in a few seconds anyway before it illuminates. And so that's what we have there. You see on the left there that meteor, it skids across, creates a triboluminescence, and goes away. That's what's happening. It's just simply their refusal to admit, to understand we're living inside the concavity of the Earth, and light is bending, and light is slowing as it gets to the center, but also as these fireballs, these celestial objects that are inside that make cyclical journeys from month to year, they're causing triboluminescence, which creates the light, but the rumbling begins before the light. It's very simple. And so they talk about how, oh yeah, it must be, it's finally solved because we set up this apparatus. They put a black painted plexiglass in front of the some kind of illumination. There, black painted plexiglass, right? And they say, oh yeah, we basically copied what's going on here. No, that's not what happened. But yeah, it is hitting a hard surface. That's why we can bounce the radio waves. Remember, specular coherent reflection. That's what's happening. It's just simply the refusal to understand that these fireballs are up inside the concavity of the Earth and they're scraping against glass. And obviously the scraping sound will begin before we actually see the sonoluminescence. Do you understand? Yeah. Precede a streaking fireball. Yeah, well, yeah. Sure. The sound will begin before it heats up. Very simple. Their new study is baloney. It doesn't understand that these meteors are actually hitting a hard surface. Funny that they would even use a hard surface, right? Why would they have to use a hard surface? Let alone glass, plexiglass. Well, that's what's happening. Watch this video where I explain to you that is, I'll move that over here. That is why we get the slowing of light as we send radar telescopes up toward the center and we try to bounce a signal off a celestial object. While not understanding that light actually slows, we have these different levels of glass. We have this Dewar area between the moon glass and the sun glass, which slows down the light, and we also have another area between the sun glass and the celestial sphere glass, incredibly slowing down the light. Look at Pluto, 5.5 hours. So as we get closer to the celestial sphere, the light slows, but also sound slows and speeds up too. In water, sound will get really fast, right? There's a difference between the compression and the refraction of the actual sound waves, which will actually, the compression happening with the sound waves actually slows it down. That's why sound is pretty slow in the air. But regardless of that, that's what's happening. The sound is beginning before the light. It's simple. It's that glass sky that'll do it to you all the time. Scientards. That's what it is. Ciao.
Hi guys, I want to talk about atmospheric refraction and the conventional explanation of why atmospheric refraction does not work on a convex ball, planet Earth. There is a little bit of problem here with what they explain to you why atmospheric refraction is working. They will say it actually warm air will bend up away from you, and that's actually what is happening. It's bending up away from us. The sunlight, the air, it's bending up away from us, and therefore it is refracting, and it's also aided by a glass sky, but they don't say that. But this is their standard definition, explanation. Let me get a screen cap.
The ray of light will reach the observer at O, as if it had come in the direction AO instead of in its true direction BO. Consequently, we do not see the true position of the sun. It is due to atmospheric refraction that the sun is visible before actual sunrise and after actual sunset. Do you know this fact? The sun appears to rise 2 minutes before the actual rise, and it continues to be seen 2 minutes after it has actually set.
Okay, stop right there. This guy's saying that the sun appears to rise 2 minutes before the actual rise and continues to be seen 2 minutes after it has actually set. On a convex planet with the warm air bending up away from you, not toward you, this is in direct violation of what they say is happening here, okay? It should not be bending down toward the Earth. It should be bending up away from the Earth. So what I did is just simulated here in Lightwave a little test to show you what would happen if the refraction were happening on a convex planet. And basically what I do is I just added a little glass sphere over the convex Earth, and then I compared the two, and you're gonna get, let me get this up here. Okay, on the left side you see the sun rising without refraction on a convex planet, and on the right side you see the refraction happening because I turned it on. So it's the same. I mean, the angle of the sun is actually the exact same. It's not, the geometry has not changed. It's just the refraction added. That's the difference. So if I press play there, you see that the sun is rising slower on the right with the side with refraction. Therefore, on a convex planet with light bending up away from the observer, this would not. This would be what would happen. What would be happening? So the sun would be late, basically. See, if you look at the blue on the bottom here, it's the same value, even though the height of the sun is different. So basically, what would be happening if we were on a convex planet and there were refraction happening? The sun would be slower, and we would experience sunrise before we actually saw the sun, not after, like they say. They say that we experience sunrise after we see the sun, but it's the actual opposite. You understand what I'm saying? So, the truth of the matter is that we're inside the concave Earth, and light is definitely bending. There is refraction going on, and the main reason why we see the sun before we actually experience sunrise is because of the refraction going the other way, and it also is aided, I believe, by the glass sky. If you watch this little video here I did before, you see how the sun rises like that inside a concave glass sphere. So it's rising, okay, plus the bending light. So that is really why we see the sun before we actually experience sunrise. It's the exact opposite. They totally contradict themselves. Thanks for watching.
In this cave, I am the king.
I really just, I gotta scratch my head. I just don't understand. I mean, the lie goes so deep, guys. Okay. You realize there's no spin to the Earth. And so their explanation as to why they say the hurricanes move in one specific direction north of the equator versus the opposite direction south of the equator is due to the Coriolis effect? No, guys, no. Here, let's just watch a little bit of this video.
The plane would have taken a curved path to the right. The opposite would happen in the southern hemisphere. An object traveling from the equator to the south would get deflected to the left. So, what does this have to do with hurricane spinning? Well, at the center of every hurricane is an area of very low pressure. As a result, the high pressure air surrounding the center or eye of a storm is constantly rushing toward the low pressure void in the middle. But because of the Coriolis effect, the air rushing toward the center is deflected off course.
See, they have to explain why, according to the Coriolis effect, it would be deflecting toward the right in the northern hemisphere. Yet we have the hurricanes going counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere, so they have to make up this bullshit explanation. Watch.
In the northern hemisphere, the volumes of air on all sides of the eye keep getting tugged slightly to the right.
Slightly to the left? No, that's not what's happening, lady.
The air keeps trying to make its way to the middle and keeps getting deflected, causing the entire system to spin in a counterclockwise direction. In the southern hemisphere, where the Coriolis effect pulls air to the left, the opposite happens. Storms spin around the eye.
Okay, stop right there. Okay, let me just go back here. Remember the fluid dynamics demonstration that I showed you before, where the guy was dropping dye into a still tub of water, of liquid, and he's not moving it, and he just flipped this little flap here, and it caused the same vortice that we see in a hurricane. Remember that, guys? I showed you that. So, I'll show it again.
And some orange food coloring. We're going to flip a little plastic flap there on the left side of the tank, right there, right at 9 p.m. There's the flap being flipped. That builds a vortex. We'll now speed up the speed of the movie so we can see it. And you can see it's strongly three-dimensional. There's tons of turbulence inside there, and it's quickly mixing together all the different colors. And that kind of a strongly three-dimensional, highly turbulent vortex is somewhat comparable to what you see in a hurricane.
Okay. There's no Coriolis effect going on over here, guys, right? And it's the exact same pattern as a hurricane. So what's going on? Well, let's look back. What do we see here? Okay, got my dry eraser. We see this vortex happening right here, right? See that right there? Bam. So you have a higher velocity around the perimeter there. So there's more force, right? There's more force toward the bottom end of this little vortice here as opposed to the top end. So it's spinning counterclockwise like that, right? Let's go on here a little bit.
That builds a vortex. We'll now speed up the speed of the movie so we can see it. And you can see it's strongly three-dimensional.
Well, simply if you flip the flap in the other direction, the vortice would spin clockwise, right? Like if you flipped it from the bottom up. So it's a variance in the velocity from top to bottom or side to side or whatever edge is exerting more force than the other edge, right? So now if we can look at our concave Earth, we realize that the sun is moving, right? Here's the sun. It's moving along. Okay, it's kind of nudging. So when we see hurricanes going from east to west, the sun is like nudging it along like that. Even in the southern hemisphere, the sun is nudging along the cyclone. They call them cyclones in the southern hemisphere, from east to west, just like how our sun moves. Okay, so now just simply look and understand. Within the Earth, it's warmer in at the equator, right? It's hot at the equator and it cools off gradually the farther away you get from the equator. Now, if you understand anything about barometric pressure, atmospheric pressure, there's more pressure when there's colder air. There's less pressure when there's hotter air, when there's warmer air, okay? So, looking at a hurricane, let's go to Photoshop here. Okay, you look at a hurricane, the higher velocity is going to be north of the hurricane, on the northern edge of the hurricane. So there's going to be more force, more acceleration going on, more pressure. So it's nudging it along, it's going across the top, bam, like that. It's just like that flap, it's flipping it. The sun is moving across, it's nudging it along, but the flap, there's more pressure on the northern end of the hurricane in the northern hemisphere. That's why it is circling counterclockwise. We got the 6 and the 9. Remember, when it's counterclockwise in the north, just remember 6 and 9, 6 and 9. Okay, and then you go to the south. I got a little graphic here of the south. It's the opposite. Okay, the warmer air with lower pressure, lower speed is in the north now, and the higher pressure, the colder air and the more velocity is in the south. So now it's going this way, the hurricane. Even though the sun is still nudging it along this way, for the most part, the hurricane is still moving from east to west. But the spin action is because there's more pressure in the colder region, on the colder side of the cyclone. We call them hurricanes in the north and cyclones in the south. But it's the same concept, okay? Has nothing to do with the Coriolis effect, guys. Okay? Pass this around, tell the whole world, okay? A spinning earth is bullshit, okay? Hurricane-like vortices do not happen within a spinning container, let alone on a convex spinning ball, which magically holds water together to the surface by this magical force called gravity. On and on and on. Okay, you're inside the concave spherical Earth. Okay, and ether is pushing you to the ground. There's a Coriolis force coming from the center. There's my other. But it's ether. It's an ether Coriolis force. I'll show you. See? Got this spin, but it's an ether Coriolis force. That's why when you shoot a bullet to the east, it will sink, and when you shoot it to the west, it will rise. I'm sorry, switch that. When you shoot a bullet to the west, it will sink, and when you shoot a bullet to the east, it will rise slightly. Okay, guys? There. Solved. What else can I tell you? It's solved. Ether, okay? This guy says it's all because of the spinning earth. No, it's not because of the spinning earth. You know, why is there a differential with the bullets? Okay, you got them going 8 inches lower toward the west and only 3 inches higher toward the east. It's because it's not a spinning earth. Otherwise, it would be equal. It would be like 5.5 inches each way. But it's not. It's not. It's just simply the higher pressure, the higher speed. Higher pressure, colder temperature, higher speed. That is the direction. That is a churning. Okay, this is in the south. This is in the north. You got the higher pressure in the north. In the northern hemisphere, you got the higher pressure in the north of the hurricane. And so that's where the velocity, where the momentum is going. It's pushing. That's where the flap is coming from. It's all right there, guys. What else can I tell you? Pathetic. 222,659 views. And it's Nova PVS. Later. Where is the way where light dwells? And as for darkness, where is the place thereof? Job 38:19. Job 38:19. Glass sky. There's actually an area surrounding the glass sky at 100 kilometers that is immersed in darkness. There's a term called Crookes darkness, or Crookes dark space, with cold cathode tubes, where it actually creates this area of darkness around the inside of a cathode tube. And that's also what causes the auroras. The glass sky causes the auroras. Isn't that amazing? So all you people who realized there was a glass sky but you couldn't see the glass sky, because it's actually covered in darkness. See, the glass sky is ionized, it's negatively charged, and it's creating this dark space. The Crookes dark space. Come like a thief. The Crookes dark space. So, you know, you got a picture of, well, this is obviously a wide angle lens Earth, but we'll make it concave. The plasma discharge is created due to the glass. The glass causes it to glow and also creates the dark space. That's the only way you can see the glass sky, is when you see the auroras, because it creates the fluorescence. But when you don't see the auroras, you know, at nighttime, you look right through, you can't see the glass sky. But it's up there. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Amazing. Crookes dark space. This is reality, folks. Concave Earth, glass sky. Ice attached to glass sky. When the sun stops, all that ice is going to fall down. Get with the program. You don't want to be on the FEMA detention list. Listen to me, the Lord. I'm your friend.
Hello, Good Creation. This is a refresher course video for you guys to understand and comprehend what's really happening with the moon being in its own negative refraction glass sphere that's a little bit further away than the planets and the sun, which are enveloped in their own glass sphere, which is a positive refraction. And so the moon is actually creating the opposite effect. It's a trick to trip up the heliocentric moron fools who don't understand we're living inside the concavity of the Earth. And I'll put the links in the description box, but this is just a refresher course for you to understand. The apogee and the perigee are reversed. So when we see a big moon in the sky, they call it a supermoon. It's actually closer to the celestial sphere and further away from Earth. It's the opposite. So when we see what they call an apogee in the sky, meaning a small moon, it's actually closer to the Earth. It's the exact opposite, and that's due to the negative refractive glass that's covering the moon. So as a refresher course, the reason why the full moon is reddish is because I mentioned before, it's behind that glass, and that bending light is bending around, and the red doesn't bend as much as the other colors. And so what it does is it creates a little fringing effect, which is at the anti-solar zone. That's where the convergence happens. That's where the Gegenschein happens. Let me find that one video I talked about there. This one here. So that's why it's getting red like that, is because of the fringing. The glass is actually separating the light into the different colors of the spectrum, and so when the moon goes through that little nipple area, the void area of light, it still will pick up some of the red because the red is not bending as much as the other colors. Understand that? So that explains it in this video. I'll put that in the description box. Okay, here's a video I made of the actual true rotations of the planets and the moon and the sun and the celestial sphere. And so if you look on the bottom here, we have the date, and I'll just play it. It's going to go to January 31st. Right there. Okay, we get a total eclipse on January 31st, and it's that reddening area is going to actually redden it because it's going through that void area where it's still picking up some of the red light like that. And so also too, I want to keep in mind that when the moon is really big, they call it a supermoon, and it's brighter, it's not closer to the Earth. The Earth would be, to the right over here, but it's closer to the celestial sphere. And because of the anti-solar light that's bending around back and converging here at the Gegenschein, the closer you are to the celestial sphere, the brighter it is. So there's a brighter convergence area there where it's going to be greater in magnitude. If it's not, if the moon, see the moon only operates over here, but the closer you are to the celestial sphere, it gets brighter. So when the moon is closer to that glass, closer to the sun glass, it's going to be brighter, and it will appear bigger. So like when it's right outside of the void area, a full moon is going to be where the moon is not going through that darkness funnel, and it'll just be like either south or north of it. But if it's like really, really, really close to the sun glass sphere, it's going to look really big, even though it's farther away, because of the negative refraction of this glass over here. But it's also going to be brighter too, because there's more light converging toward the center. And so during an apogee, a full moon, it's going to be closer to the glass moon sphere and therefore closer to the Earth and not as bright. So it's the exact opposite of what's happening there. And so that video, put that link in there. Also too, notice you can see the red on the inside indicating negative refraction going on here. I have a video here explaining that too. I'll put that in the description box. Also, they call it Lambertian reflectance. It's the reason why we're getting them. You're not getting that much of a definition of the full moon. It seems like it's just flooding the entire surface of the moon. It's because of that convergence, that the Gegenschein sunlight convergence, and so it's creating that Lambertian reflectance. What else here? Oh yeah, also too, because of the negative refraction, they will say that the moon doesn't quite appear spherical, and that's because it's going to flatten it a little bit. So turn that off. The R indicates with the refraction on, the negative refraction that is, and then the blank is with it off. So that means we normally see the moon with it on like that, so it looks kind of flattened like that. That's another indication the negative refraction is going on. Also too, the actual phases of the moon, or the terminators. The terminator, when the sun is actually closer to the moon like that, because of the negative refraction, it's going to make the terminator line, or the terminator line skinnier, basically. So the focal length is 250 millimeters, and the camera. Mute that for a second. This is with negative refraction, and the sun is actually quite close in angle to the moon. And if I turned off the negative refraction, we would normally see it like that. And so that's greatly affecting the way in which we view the moon. Even though it's quite near to the sun, we don't get that. Even though it's, as the full moon starts getting further away from the sun, it's going to take a while, like a day or two, before we start seeing any semblance of illumination on one of the limbs, basically. That's what I'm trying to help you understand here. Oops, wrong video. What else got here? What else here? I think I want to talk about something else here. Where's my Beatles video there? Oh yeah, to also keep in mind that there's a glass onion effect going on here with the sunlight as it's hitting. It's splaying out sideways for the most part. If you watch the magnetic field lines, I talk about that. That's the reason why we have that kind of activity as the sunlight goes around back to the other side, to the anti-solar side, and then goes into the perimeter field area, the center of the tree of life, and then it shoots back up to the sides of the north. So we have a complete circuit going on here. But the sunlight going out to the side like that, it's because of the magnetism going on here, as well as the refraction of the glass spheres. It's going to go to the side and then bend up like that, and so that's why we get that. So it's a masterful divine deception illusion, but this I'm explaining to you. This is really what's happening here. You're outside the concavity of the Earth, and the glass is playing tricks. The magnetism is bending the light as well. The refraction involved, the negative refraction involved, and there you go. So I'll put all these links in the description box. Not that one though. No, I was watching this guy. I made a comment that this guy is. This is just a little off-topic thing here, but he's heavily into AI, understanding of things. He thinks that QAnon is an AI bot called Tyler, but I actually tweeted him about a month ago. I said, look, I am God in the flesh. You need to acknowledge me. You humans are all AI. And he ignored me. So and then I uploaded a video like 4 days before his lung collapsed. And I said, discipline is coming. And so if you read in Scripture and Proverbs, you understand that God disciplines those he loves. It's even back in Hebrews 12 about that. So Mr. Quinn, or Corey, whatever your name is, you need to understand that I am God in the flesh, and I created you, and you are my child. Okay, so anyway, going back to the moon here. I'll put those moon links into the description box, and this is coming really soon, guys. It's going to be ubiquitous as far as disclosure is going to be happening really soon. You're all living inside the concavity of the earth, of my earth. Thanks for watching. Bye.
The concave Earth, glass sky, lunar eclipses. This is how lunar eclipses actually happens. The sunlight, which is in the concave Earth above the glass sky, as well as the moon, are orbiting. The sunlight is emanating its light. It's carrying it around. It's using the glass sky as a catalyst to cause a convergence, a funnel-shaped convergence on the side directly opposite the sun, on the other side of the celestial sphere. Within this funnel-shaped convergence, it creates an area of darkness. So as the moon passes through, it will get eclipsed. The reason why it doesn't always pass through this funnel-shaped area of darkness is because obviously sometimes the moon is orbiting either above the funnel or below the funnel. Back in 1938, Johannes Lang, a German, wrote the book Die Heliotheorie, and he actually was the one who actually came up with this concept, where the sunlight is actually bending around the inside of the Earth. This has been proven, that sunlight actually bends. And it creates this convergence where he actually shows this funnel-shaped void here as well. His version of the celestial sphere is smaller than mine. My version is a little bit different, but it still holds the same concept where the sun is emanating its light. It's creating the different phases of the moon, and then it causes this funnel-shaped convergence up on top. The concept is kind of replicated with a glass of water and sunlight. You can see how the light is bending around, causing the convergence at the other side of the light source. It's the same concept with the glass sky. So, within the 3D app, I can just show you how it's working. The moon is actually just moving across into the funnel, just like that, as it traverses around the inside of the Earth. My version of the moon actually has a concave side opposite. It's not facing us, so I don't see it as spherical. I could be wrong about that, but I think that's one of the reasons why it doesn't rotate. There's no rotation of the moon on any axis. It's just simply rotating around the inside of the Earth. So there you go. The real way in which lunar eclipses are formed. Within the concave Earth, glass sky. Thank you for watching. Thank you for becoming illuminated.
Facebook page, Lunar Eclipse Alaska Style, and it's a 360 view, really cool, of a lunar eclipse with the auroras in Alaska, and this coincides. I just wanted to point this out because it matches perfectly with the understanding of a convergence of cosmic rays up in, I know these are not necessarily cosmic rays, but they're all converging. I'll play it for you to help you understand. You see the lines there, the vertical lines, they're all converging, right? They're not diverging. They're converging the higher you go, right? So let's show there's the moon here. Where are you, moon? There it is. See the moon over there in the center? And that also too is another, gives you an understanding that the moon is a real object. Some people don't think that the moon is a real object. Well, it is. And the only reason that you would see stars behind it sometimes, like the people within that one community think that's possible, that's because I talked about before, there's glass in the sky and there's layers of glass in the sky that create a cloaking effect, and so that's why that is happening. But really I just wanted to point out how the vertical striations of the auroras are all converging. Let's get a better shot over here. Go back here. You see how they're converging? See the vertical lines? They go up to the center like that. Well, yeah. No, yeah. Given this is a wide-angle lens, but still understanding that. See how the vertical radiating lines are all converging? Do you understand what I'm talking about? Well, that gives you an understanding that that's how light works within the Earth. That's how cosmic rays work within the Earth, behind the celestial sphere. The octahedron, the light from the northern side, is coming out of the northern side and it's going through the seam of the Milky Way band. And that's how we get the cosmic rays. Light is really slow up there because of the high superconductive state. And what it does is that light, that cosmic ray that exits out of the Milky Way seam, sometimes, you know, there's little holes in Cygnus and other places like that. Well, that light that exits out, the cosmic rays that exit out of that seam, they interfere with the collimated light that hits the back of the sun. I talked about this before, and that's actually what slows the sun down slightly when the sun is in the northern hemisphere. You're going to get 179 days while the sun is in the north versus, no, I'm sorry, let's switch that. 186 days while the sun is in the north and 179 days while the sun is in the south. So it's moving faster in south because there's no interference of the cosmic rays hitting the back part of the sun, the light that's hitting the back part of the sun. There's no interference there. And so that's where that's happening. I explained that before if you watch my cosmic rays video. But you see, look at that. It's converging. See, the lines are converging. Okay? Just like the cosmic rays, where I talked about negative meniscus of the cosmic rays. Okay, so that's... Just go on for a little bit more here, Steve. Okay, yeah, it's causing a negative meniscus. The light, the cosmic rays are hitting a negative meniscus and branching out like that. And that's how we get that. That's why it's a mystery to them. Because they don't understand that the light is actually speeding up as it leaves the celestial sphere, right? I talked about that before, even with my slow light video. I talked about how the light actually, okay, it's going to leave the celestial sphere, and then it's going to be in that area between the celestial sphere and the glass sphere that covers the sun and the planisphere. And so it's going to be really, really slow, like incredibly slow. And then as it passes that area and it goes into the area between the moon glass sphere and the sun glass sphere, it begins to speed up. And that area right there is the Dewar. Remember I talked about that? The Dewar. And the Dewar is going to create a high vacuum state, right? So it's going to increase the light rays. The velocity of the light is going to increase, not as fast as we view the light over here, 186,000 miles per second or something like that. It's still very slow, but considerably faster than the area between the moon glass sphere, I'm sorry, between the sun glass sphere and the celestial sphere. What I was looking for, this one here, EME bounce explained. If you look at that video, you will understand that light is slowing down. That light is slowing down. You watch on the left here. You pick that up? Yeah. So it's going to slow down as the light passes through the glass sphere that covers the moon, where there's negative refraction. There's a phase conjugation, wave coherence happening there, and so it's reversing things, reversing refraction, decreasing the terminator line of the moon, and all that stuff. I have it listed there at the top left there, but that's what's happening. And so as the light, the cosmic rays, I got a video about that too. I talk about the cosmic rays in the center over there, at the top and northern side, as it goes through the Milky Way band. You see Cygnus right over there? See how it's the spine of Cygnus that's going right across the Milky Way band like that? Well, that's where some of the openings are. So it allows the light, the cosmic rays, to penetrate through the seam. See, the celestial sphere is divided into two. It's dipolar, right? They will even say that with the CMB. It's dipolar. You understand? And that's how the light bends up toward the center like that. That's why. And see, they even give you this illustration. It's hitting a negative meniscus. See that green little thing there? So that's what's happening too with the auroras. same understanding. Well, yeah, yeah, they're converging to a point. And that's what you need to understand. And that's why nobody will ever come up with a better answer than this for the cosmic ray, quote, mystery. Because it's inside the concavity of my Earth. Okay? Understand? Okay. There you go.
You needed to chat with Jesus? Who's Jesus? I don't know Jesus. My name is Steve. Make that clear. But you know what I'm excited about? I'm excited. I was working in Lightroom 3D earlier. Alright, let me show you this, okay? Let me show you this up on my screen, okay? See that? Alright, I don't need that. I'm going to delete that object. Alright, look at this thing, okay? This is the central celestial sphere inside the concave Earth. There's a camera right there. Now, I don't know if you can see this or not, but there's a faint gray line. That's the glass sky right there. Okay, let me zoom in a little bit. See this right over there? See that? That's the glass sky. Okay, I made it a little bit higher than it normally is, just for visualization purposes, okay? So what I'm going to show you there, okay? You know how they show you a time-lapsed photograph of the stars, the star trails? You know what I'm talking about? Do I have to get a picture to show you? You know, one of these jobbers. There we go. Star trails. What do you call those? Star streaks, star trails, whatever. All right. And they'll say, well, this is showing that the Earth is spinning. Ha ha, the Earth is spinning. Yeah, sure it is. No, it's not. It's not what's going on, guys. The Earth is stationary, and what's really happening is this central ball, this disco ball of stars, is spinning inside the Earth. All right? Every 24 hours, it makes a rotation, right? Woo, 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 woo. All right? So what I did in my 3D application, I took that central ball. Let's find it. I think it's, there it is, that one. Okay. And I rotated it over a period of like 15, 20 frames, something like that. Let's get a little broader. I'm going to give you a broader view of what I'm seeing on my screen here. Okay. All right, there it is. Okay, see? It's rotating like that. It's rotating. So what you can do in this program, you can create a motion blur effect, which will simulate this ball moving, and you'll get the blur. Okay, so you'll see it's like I'm imitating the star trails, basically. All right. So I go to click on my camera. There's my camera properties, and I say motion blur. It's right here, motion blur. Motion blur, okay? And so that's what I did. So I got my camera right there, okay? And now, what also I did, see this glass guy? Under my rendering tab, I have checked ray trace refraction. So this is made out of glass. It's causing the refraction, okay? So you're not going to view this ball, like let's go to the camera view. That's the camera view, right? You're not going to view it like that. When I render the image, I'm going to press render image right now. The glass is going to cause an opposite in curvature due to the refraction. You see what I'm saying? While that's rendering, I'm going to go back here and show you. So I'm replicating this in a 3D program. I'm showing you that it's not indicative of a rotating Earth. It is indicative of that there is a literal glass sky at 100 kilometers high, and it causes a refraction. It causes an inverse in rotation. See, I already have it here, rendered out already. And that's exactly what it's doing. It's causing an inversion. So now see, look at this. Look at this rendering, okay? You would not get the idea that that is a ball of stars, would you? The stars on the edge look like they're closer to you, and the stars in the middle look like they're further away from you. That's exactly how we think we see the heavens, like a dome. The inversion. Star streaks are generated with motion blur and give dome-like curvature with glass sky refraction. Concave Earth glass sky causes reverse refraction of the celestial sphere. There's the camera, there's the glass sky. There you go, guys. Another piece of evidence. Another piece of evidence that just shows how the heavens really work. It's a trick, guys. You've been duped. I don't expect you to understand. If you guys didn't have me to tell you what's really going on, you guys would be totally lost. You know? So, just be thankful for me. Okay? Be thankful that I tell you about this. Because I love you. I'm the Lord. I'm the Savior for all humanity. Okay? See what's rendering there. Alright, bye-bye. Alright, be right back.
Okay, the only one I ever see publishing any videos about concave Earth is some crazy guy. If anybody says concave is absolutely retarded, okay? You have no eyes to see, you're dumb. You're just repeating what somebody else is telling you, and you're following somebody that you think is Jesus Christ, okay? And that's ridiculous, because you need to become the Antichrist. Because the church went door to door pushing flyers saying Earth's new ruler. Who's qualified to rule? Okay? There's already a one world government. They're just going to start pushing this new ruler. Okay? Judgment Day already happened, people. Skynet. When they put a system up to where even if you're outside your body, there's an electromagnetic field around here that keeps you from escaping. And you'll either walk this earth plane, you will walk into the light and be recycled. It's rubbed in your face. It's absolutely rubbed in your face. If somebody says, oh, Pac-Man is all you have, no, it's DreamWorks. It's everything. You're just so fucking blind and stupid you can't see it. And then you'll fight me on it. And tell me I'm psycho or something. And tell me I'm psycho or something. And tell me I'm psycho or something.
Stop. I don't know anything. Stop. I don't know anything.
You fucking loony, you quasi-loony, whatever the fuck your name is. You're a fucking scatterer. Don't try to fucking scatter my following. How dare you? You're going to be responsible for indirect manslaughter if you influence people away from me, calling me crazy when it's quite evident with your fucking scribbling and shit all over your fucking table that you are a fucking schizophrenic bastard. Fuck you. NSA, put this shithead on the FEMA detention list.
And tell me I'm psycho or something. And tell me I'm psycho or something.
Stop. I don't know anything. Stop.
I don't know anything. Okay, let's talk about the ionosphere and why modern conventional meteorologists have it completely wrong. They don't understand that we're living inside the Earth, the concave Earth, and there's a glass sky, okay?
ionosphere. What they will tell you is that the Earth is convex, and there are several layers to the ionosphere. They will call this the D layer, and then the E layer, or the E sporadic layer, or the F1 layer, or the F2 layer. And during the differences between the daytime and the nighttime, during the daytime, this D layer vanishes away. During the nighttime, this D layer vanishes away.
Yes.
And then the E layer becomes more reflective of the radio wave propagation.
So it's all bullshit.
Like if these were the radio waves,
Yeah, this part is
they
bullshit.
would be
You're right, Amelia. This part
reflecting
is
back down to Earth again, hitting the E layer. Or actually, during the nighttime, they would hit. They say they would hit the F layer. The F layer.
bullshit.
The reason why they say that is because during the daytime, we have the sun here. It's shooting solar radiation, right? And this radiation is causing interference. It's causing radio wave propagation attenuation, which means dampening. So this D, they say this D layer happens during the daytime, D for day. And so they say that the radio waves reflect at a lower altitude. Okay. This is complete rubbish. Everything that you've learned about the ionosphere from these
clowns,
quacky fakes, is completely wrong. What's really going on here is that the concave Earth is the shell in which you live. Okay, we live in the Earth. Okay, at 100 kilometers, like I told you before.
Amelia, how could you say
there is a
okay?
layer of glass in the sky. There's also a layer of ice attached to the glass. Glass and ice. So, in all actuality, there's no D, E, and F layers. There's actually a G layer and an I layer. G for glass, I for ice. Sunlight during the daytime, it's shooting ultraviolet rays down, okay? The main reason why they call it the ionosphere is because they will give you a definition. They will say that the ionosphere, the sunlight is shooting ultraviolet rays, and it's colliding with atoms. Pen ran out, crap. Atoms. This pen ran out too, crap. Lead pencil. Atoms. With a heavier lead pencil. Atoms in the atmosphere. Well, what are these atoms doing? What are they consisted of? What's the material made? What are they made out of? These atoms in the atmosphere. You can't just say atoms. Okay, well, what they're saying is that the ultraviolet rays, when they collide with these atoms, they are losing valence electrons. Valence means that the molecules have pairs, like a valence pair of electrons. So if you lose one of those electrons, you no longer have a pair, and the material becomes imbalanced and it becomes ionized. That's what determines ionization, when you lose an electron from an atom. It becomes unstable, ionized. Just so happens that when ultraviolet light collides, well, not just atoms, but collides with glass, it loses valence electrons and it becomes ionized. Okay? That's why we have a glass sky. That's why we call it an ionosphere, because the ultraviolet light is colliding with the glass atoms, creating ionized molecules. Okay? And also I told you before that during the daytime, this ice is crystalline. It means it has a lattice structure. It's not transparent, it's opaque. So it's absorbing the radio waves. Also the sunlight, the solar radiation is coming down and it's absorbing the radio waves too. So it's causing this interference during the daytime. So the radio wave propagation is much lower. That's why they say there's this mysterious imaginary D layer that's lower. That's not the case. So during the nighttime, however, when there's no solar radiation hitting the glass and the ice, This ice transforms into transparent ice, amorphous ice. Amorphous ice. It's transparent. And so the radio waves, especially the shorter wavelengths, shortwave radio, less than 5 megahertz, are able to bounce back to Earth and go around to the other side of the Earth. The higher frequencies, above 15 or 30, they're still gonna pass through the. Don't you just love my voice? It's so soothing, so masculine and husky. Anyway, continue. Glass and the ice, but the shorter waves will bounce, and so no, there's no F layers. It's just the G layer and the I layer. That's all you have to realize, guys. Don't listen to the liars. Understand. Very simple. Ionosphere. Okay? Glass collides with the ultraviolet light. That's why glass blocks out ultraviolet light. Because it creates an ionization. That's why we call it an ionosphere, because there's glass in the sky. Okay? Don't listen to liars. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Okay, I want to talk about why we only see stars in the nighttime and why we cannot see stars in the daytime. And this is another follow-up video to my Inverted World in Which We Live In series. And so basically, just as to get you guys caught up, we are living in the inside surface of the Earth, and the entire universe is contained within the Earth. Earth is just a shell, and it's stationary. It doesn't move, okay? So you have the continents and the land formations and the oceans on the inside surface, okay? At 100 kilometers, or roughly thereabout, there is a glass ceiling to the sky. There's much evidence that the sky actually has a literal glass ceiling, and attached to this glass ceiling is a layer of ice. So this is actually exaggerated here, but I just want to notify which is which. So if we have glass at the top of the sky at 100 kilometers, then there's also a mantle of ice. So there's a sheet of ice there as well. And the sun and the moon are orbiting around the inside of the Earth. Okay, so I'm going to get my circular template here, and I will just draw for you. Okay, so we'll have like the intercelestial sphere, and that's actually, it's darkened so you cannot see what's behind it, which I believe there is a pyramidal structure, a magnetic core to the center of the Earth. However, it's up above. The center of the Earth is above, not below. So this area would be the inner space. So this is where all the satellites and the space shuttle and the planets and the sun and the moon orbit. It's not outer space, it's inner space. Okay? So, obviously, I didn't complete the circle here, but it's implied here. So, if you have the sun moving around inner space, you also have the moon too. But sun, moon. What's happening is there's a transition, because this ice, it transitions between crystalline to amorphous. Now, amorphous ice is generally considered ice that is like glass. It has no lattice structure. It's like a continual. It's like glass. It's like a continual medium. There's no lattices. There's no crystallizing of the ice. So that's generally that would be more of a transparent, like glass, basically. The amorphous ice. Now the crystalline ice would be more opaque, not totally opaque. I would say translucent. And the way in which they transition between the two is due to temperature change and pressure change. So what I'm saying is that
we only see the stars at nighttime, right? So therefore, the ice at the top of the glass sky is transparent, amorphous ice. Okay? So obviously it's a cooler temperature, right? So and it's slowly cooling, okay, as the sun is moving away, okay? Let's say this is nighttime right now, and that would mean the sun is over here. If this was nighttime over here, and so the sun would be away from us, and so it's not as warm, okay? So this ice is colder than if the sun was over here, okay? So there's a transition that happens daily. It fluctuates daily between crystalline and amorphous. So when the sun is over here in the daytime, the ice changes into crystalline, and it becomes transparent, okay? So it's blocking out a lot of the light, and that's why the stars are up here in the celestial sphere. That's why we can't see the stars, because of the translucent crystalline ice that changes daily, okay? Now this solves the mystery. There's a mystery where scientists cannot figure out where these ice chunks are coming from. They call them mega cryometeors. Well, this solves the mystery, okay? Because if you do a little research, you'll find out that most of the time that these mega cryometeors that they find are fallen in the daytime, and they are translucent. They are not clear. They're not transparent, usually. Okay, so that gives credence to the fact that that is why the ice transitions to a crystalline ice, because it's in the daytime and the sun is generating heat. It's heating it up. It's changing the crystals into a lattice structure, and it's becoming non-transparent. And I also believe there's a pressure change as well. I'm not really sure, but I think that the lower the pressure would create the amorphous ice. So switch that. So you have higher pressure and you have lower temperature for the amorphous ice. And for the crystalline ice, you have lower pressure and higher temperature. And during the nighttime, it is usually the atmosphere, the barometric pressure is usually higher during the nighttime. So that would give credence to that transition. Okay, so I quoted Job, chapter 38, verse 30 actually, where it says, actually go back to verse 29, where it says, out of whose womb came the ice? Okay, so we're talking about a womb, so something in some kind of encasement. So that alludes to the fact that there's a glass/ice womb or encasement up in the sky. And the hoary frost of heaven, that's another term, the hoary frost of heaven, in Hebrew that translates to something of a bowl-like structure or a basin. So that gives credence to the fact that this is a bowl, a basin. It's a hollowed out, curved surface in which this ice is coming from. So verse 29 goes on to say, who hath gendered it? And then verse 30 it says, the waters are hid as with a stone. Okay. Initially I thought this was interpreted differently. However, now I understand that the waters that are hid as with a stone, they're talking about opaqueness, basically, or translucency. So the light you can still see the sunlight through this translucent ice, but you cannot see the stars, okay? And the face of the deep is frozen. Now the deep here doesn't mean down below, it means up above. That's the deep. This is the face of the deep, so it's frozen. So that is why we only see stars at nighttime, because there's a transition process that takes place daily from crystalline ice to amorphous ice, from translucent to transparent, as the sun revolves around the inside of the earth. Okay? Thank you for listening. Okay, a couple things I want to talk about is the fictitious force that you have learned about. A fictitious force of gravity. Gravity is a fictitious force, okay? What you've learned is that you think, okay, they tell you that gravitational pull, you know, at the center of a mass attracts other objects. Well, that's not true. The only reason they believe that is because they believe that the Earth is convex, and they believe that the center of the Earth there's a magnetic core to the center of the Earth. Well, actually, there's a magnetic core to the center of the Earth, but it's not down below; it's up above. As I told you before, it's in the center of heaven, which is in the center of Earth, and it does have a magnetic core, and it is emanating magnetic fields throughout the inside of the Earth, and it also is emanating toward the sun too. So the sun is a conduit for that magnetic force. The only reason and then they say, oh, they'll conclude that, okay, like Jupiter has moons, right? And the moons are being attracted by Jupiter by the gravitational pull. That's not true. That's electromagnetic pull. Another thing they'll misapply gravity to is tides. It's not the so-called gravitational pull of the moon that attracts or that causes the water to rise. Okay, in this system, the true system that you live in, the Earth is stationary and there is ether, otherwise known as luminiferous. Now, this luminiferous ether was actually kind of discarded when Michelson Morley conducted experiments, and they detected that there was no interference pattern between shooting different light rays at different locations and having it reach a target at the same time. That's because they were under the faulty presupposition that the Earth was spinning. There is no spin to the Earth. Okay. If there's no spin to the Earth, then something's got to be spinning, because we see the stars and the moon and the sun move across the sky. So it's actually the stars, not everything inside the Earth, every celestial orb that you see in the sky. That's what's moving inside the Earth. And so this ether, it pushes the force downward. It's the same thing. It's also applied to pressure, barometric pressure. The greatest pressure, the greatest density is toward the inside surface. Greatest pressure. And what you know about barometric pressure is that when the barometric pressure is low, okay, let's say this is the ground, okay, so you got the mountains here, and you got oceans here. Okay, this would be a continent. You have the oceans, and you have the clouds. If you have cloud cover, what the clouds are doing is they are absorbing the pressure, so they're causing a low pressure system. If you look at a weatherman, they have a bunch of L's and H's all over their boards. Well, that's because the clouds are causing a relief in pressure. So you get a low. If you have high pressure, it's usually on a clear day where there's no cloud cover. That's the same thing with the moon. If the moon is here, okay, it's causing a relief. That's what's causing the water to rise, because low pressure, low barometric pressure is at high tide. And high barometric pressure is at low tide. That's how it works. It's all in the earth. It's a pressurized system, a pressurized container. So you no longer need to apply this so-called force of gravity. See, what it is it's not the force of gravity that's holding you to the ground. It's the force of the ether, the barometric force. It's pushing you to the ground. And objects with heavier densities, like say if you had a block of lead and you had a block of wood. Well, the density in the molecules of the wood is not as dense as the lead, okay? There's more mass here because the ether is pushing down, okay? This was the ground. And it's filtering through the wood easier than it is the lead. That's how it works here, okay? The higher you go, right? If you're here up on the Rocky Mountains here, you weigh less because there's less pressure. There's less barometric pressure. There's less etheric pressure. So this whole thing about gravity is bullshit. It's a fictitious force. Everything is pressurized in the system, okay? The main force is magnetic and ether. So this ether, what it does is there's a greater resistance here. There's a greater force around objects with higher densities. So the ether is generating more energy to keep it down. Okay, another reason why gravity is fictitious, there's a guy called Bruce De Palma, and he conducted this spinning pinball, basically, and he put it in a cup, basically, okay, and then there's two balls, basically. One is spinning, I think it was at 2,700 RPM, I'm not sure if that's the right speed, but one was spinning and the other was stationary, and he was using a drill to spin this, but then he lifted the two balls off the cup simultaneously, pushed them up, and what he found out was that the ball that spun, it traveled higher than the ball that did not spin when they were lifted with the same force. So basically what's happening is that within the ether here, okay, the ball that is spinning, the etheric pressure is being twisted, kind of like it's not being applied fully onto the spinning object. So there's less resistance to the ether for spinning objects as opposed to the ball that was stationary, because the ether is just hitting it straight on. But here, as the ball is rising, the ether is not hitting the ball straight on. It's kind of going around the ball. Another thing about people brought up questions about, well, okay, then how do lunar eclipses happen within the Earth? Well, that's very easy. It's not the shadow of the Earth that's covering the moon. It's basically what I told you before, is that the sunlight is bending around the inside of the Earth, okay? So if this is the sun, let's put the moon over here now. See, the sunlight bends around like that, and that's what illuminates a full moon, okay? It's bending around both sides. However, what it does is it creates this little area. It's like a little funnel-shaped void of light. So as that moon passes through that void area, that area of darkness, it gets eclipsed. That's how lunar eclipses really happen. Yeah, I could explain more about the planets being in retrograde. Just imagine the concave Earth, okay? You have the sun and the moon, they're orbiting. The sun is orbiting inside the Earth. It's going on a helical path, cylindrically. And all the planets and the moon are affected magnetically by the sun. So when the sun, I have a video about that. When the sun wraps around, maybe I could draw it for you on paper. Or when the other planets are like the opposite side of the sun, on the other side of the celestial sphere, they don't have that much magnetic influence.
they're not being influenced magnetically that much by the sun. So they lose the momentum, the magnetic momentum, and they start going the other way. But once they go enough the other way, far enough, they regain that magnetism, so they go back again. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like, okay, you're inside the Earth, you're looking top down, so this is the celestial sphere, and this is the Earth, so, you know, concave Earth, you got mountains and oceans, and so, like say you're in the north and you're looking down, okay, so the sun is orbiting around like that, but it's magnetic, and actually it's being powered by the pyramid in the middle. So the planets, okay, you got Mercury and Venus. Those are the only two planets that are orbiting the sun, and they go around the sun like that. So when Mercury and Venus go behind the sun, like I said before, the sun is flat on the backside. There's not the magnetism behind the sun. So Mercury loses the magnetism, like say this one's Mercury. When it goes behind the sun, it loses the magnetism, so it gets kind of confused. And so it eventually gets pushed back the other way. So it continually does that. Same thing with Venus. And then the other planets, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, they go around the celestial sphere. So when they're opposite, like if this is Jupiter, it's opposite the sun. So there's not that much magnetism here, so it loses its influence. And so, but eventually it'll catch up and it'll go back around again. So within the opposite side, opposite of the celestial sphere, there's not that magnetic influence, so it just kind of gets confused, and it goes back around again. And Mars is the slowest planet. I think Mars is actually the biggest planet. It probably has the most mass, not Jupiter, not Saturn, but Mars. Mars takes like 2 years to make a full revolution. A little bit over 2 years. Yes, Sabat, that is a bullshit explanation. Obviously, they're not accounting for the glass sky. They're just saying it's the ice crystals, the hexagonal formation of the ice crystals creating the halo. That's not what's happening. It's very simple. You shine a flashlight on a window, you're going to get a halo. It's simple. It's very simple. But I was talking about the dark area within the circle. Because sometimes if you look up in the sky, you see this halo, this 20-degree halo. The area that's within the halo, the sky area, gets darker. The reason why it gets darker is because that's how polarizing filters work in glass lenses. And we know that the sky has a slight polarization to it because it has birefringence that was found in the Libyan desert glass in Egypt. It has a weak birefringence to it. So at certain angles, the way the sun is turned upon the glass sky at certain times, it's going to darken the sky slightly. So that's why that area within the halo is dark. It's a polarizing effect. They'll never tell you that. I'll give you a visual, okay? Let's make a meteor. All right. Let's make a meteor. Another vision should take. Sky is convex.
I disappeared. Where'd I go? Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I got a hotkey on XSplit. I'm sorry. All right. Let's make the sky convex. All right. Thanks for telling me, though. Okay, let's bend it just slightly. Slightly bend the black sky. Oops. 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 There we go. All right, let's curve it. All right, there's our glass sky. Let's give it a texture. Glass, yellow glass. Used to be, used to be a freelance graphic animator, designer, whatever. All right, so now also with this glass sky, okay, there is a sheet of ice connected to it. So let's make the ice, bring that down. That, let's give it a white coating, ice. There could be some ice on the top of the glass too, I'm not quite sure. But for posterity purposes, we'll just leave it on the bottom. Okay, so we've got the glass and the ice. Glass, ice, composites, okay. All right, now let's give the meteor a texture. Meteor. And they're usually made out of iron, nickel composite. So we'll just make kind of a grayish color, I guess. Oh, I don't know. Something like that. All right. Okay. Actually, no. It's going to be lighter. Let's make it more like a granite color. This is what it would be like after it's coated with the fusion crust. Hey, Glenny. How's it going, Glenny? So what I'm going to do is make a copy of that. So let's say meteor before glass. So I'll make it like a lighter color. Okay. All right. So this is just a really crude way of doing it, but let's turn off the cages. Turn off the show grid. Let's not show the grid. All right. So basically, you have the meteor, right? Okay. Okay. Okay, it's up. You're above the glass. Okay, it's going. It's orbiting. All the meteors, all the space debris is orbiting inside the Earth. It's going around. It's circuiting. Okay, that's why you have cyclical meteor showers, because they're skidding. Every year they're skidding across the glass sky, and then they ricochet back up. Okay, so they make these streaks across the sky, like against a windshield. But they're going super fast. Okay, going super fast. A meteor gets too low, The wild heretic thinks that they're actually being spat out from the sun, the iron. So that's where he thinks that the meteors come from. That's probably true, though. And so let's say a meteor comes, it's going really fast, just orbiting. I don't know how fast is, did they say the space shuttle goes? Like 14,000 miles per hour or something. But anyway, it gets really low, starts skidding, okay? Once it starts skidding, it's really hot. It's generating heat friction, right? So once it gets really, 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 really hot, it starts melting through the glass. And then what happens, after it comes out on the other side, right, on the bottom side, it's going to be covered in burnt glass. It's encapsulated in burnt glass. And then it falls to the ground. That's how meteors break through the glass sky. They skid across, they get melted, and they get covered in fusion crust from the glass sky, because fusion crust is burnt glass. Now, sometimes what will also happen when it makes the opening here, okay, little globules of melted glass start falling. They fall down in a different place from where the meteor lands. Okay, see, the meteor is going on an incline. It's going fast. It has velocity. The tektites don't have velocity because they're from the stationary glass. So they're going to fall down here, and the meteor is going to fall far away. That's why you don't find any meteor craters near strewn fields where there are tektites. Not 100 miles, 100 kilometers, or 62 miles. Why don't you get sucked into space? No. There's very little so-called gravity at this point. It's really ether that's pushing you down. You're being pushed to the ground. Yeah, meters are too short. Well, that's how. That's why meteorites have fusion crust, because they are covered in burnt glass. Okay. Capito. The ice layer is actually below it. Here, I'll zoom out a little bit. Okay, see the ice layer there? So you got glass on the top, maybe an ice layer on the top too, but also you got ice on the bottom. Okay? So when a megacry meteor falls, this ice mantle, a chunk of that falls to the earth. Okay? They've been finding ice chunks for centuries, way before aviation was ever invented. So it's not coming from the airplanes. What generates glass sky? Good question. Assassinillogo. Global flood. Okay, actually above this glass sky at 100 kilometers. If I made it, there would be a celestial ocean, celestial sphere. This is the original firmament. It would be like way up there. So from the firmament to the glass sky, that's space. That's inner space. What you think is outer space, but it's actually inner space. Okay? So during the time of the flood, see, there's an ocean up here, just like there's oceans below. Genesis 1 says there's waters above and waters below. It's true. I was there in a vision, okay? During the flood, the windows of heaven were opened. So this glass at the higher level opened up and drained out water and sand. Okay, from this point to this point is the thermosphere. The thermosphere is hot, up to 2,000 degrees Celsius. So then in the Libyan desert, when they found this glass, they said it had to have formed quickly at a high temperature, 1,800 degrees Celsius. So that's what happened. The sand came down, a lot of sand and water, and then the sand started melting together. And so it started forming into this glass like a molten globule of glass. It's pushing and stretching. And it got to this point where it settled. It settled at 100 kilometers high. So Job 37:18 had you stretched out the sky. I stretched it out. Just like you think a glass blower, he stretches out the glass, and then it comes to a certain point and it settles, which is strong as a molten looking glass. I stretched out the sky. Have you with God stretched out the sky as a molten looking glass? So during the flood, the glass formed. How do we know it formed after the flood? Because you read Genesis 9:13. And God tells Noah, look at the rainbow, look at the bow in the sky. That's a promise, that's proof, that's scientific proof that the earth can't be flooded, because once the glass sky came down, it pushed, it compressed everything below it, to compress the atmosphere. Okay, it pushed the ocean waters down, so it didn't flood the continents anymore. Okay, so now things can't live as long because there's a less concentration of oxygen at ground level. Before the glass sky, you only had the firmament at the top. Okay, so the oxygen stayed low to the ground, and then the nitrogen stayed above. There was a separation. Okay, in the atmosphere, you got 80% nitrogen and 20% oxygen. But before the flood, pretty much all of the nitrogen stayed. There was a separation, stayed above the oxygen, because oxygen is heavier. The atomic number for oxygen is 8. And for nitrogen, it's 7. So oxygen is heavier than nitrogen. So what happened pre-flood? Everything was huge because there's a higher concentration of oxygen. It's a reverse what the creationists think with this pre-flood canopy in hyperbaric oxygen. No, that's not what happened. This is how it happened. The canopy is now, the glass canopy is now, and it actually diluted. See what happened when the glass came? It pushed all the nitrogen that was at the top. It pushed it and mixed it together with the oxygen. So now you have a lower concentration of oxygen. You can't grow as big, and you can't live as long. The viscosity in your blood vessels is much higher. Everything is pressurized. That's why you look at these tall people. They have problems, you know? They can't cope with this atmosphere. Compito? What passage? Genesis 9:13. That's when the rainbow is formed. The rainbow is a result of glass. Glass. Shining white light through glass, you get the spectrum. Job 37:18. Have you with God stretched out, blown out the glass sky, stretched out, which is strong as a molten looking glass. The ice. Oh, that's a good question. See, the water came down too at this high temperature, this high thermosphere temperature. The water turned to steam. Okay, it came down lower, and some of it came down with the glass, below the glass, and it froze at this temperature, at this altitude, 100 kilometers. I believe it's minus 20 degrees Celsius. So the glass adhered. The frost, the hoary frost of heaven, the Bible says, or the treasures of the hail, the Bible says, Job 38, verses 21 and 2. This is the treasure. Have you entered the treasures of the hail, which I've reserved against the time of battle and war? See, this is going to prevent World War III, because the hail is going to come down. It's going to break up when the sun stops. See, the sun is spinning up in here. Okay, the sun can stop because the earth is stationary. It stopped before. So when the sun stops, it starts putting heat to the ice. And it also starts warping the glass. The glass gets warped. It starts stretching again. It's going to come lower. The heavens were bowed. Psalm 18. They came down. So the ice melts, cracks, breaks up, and falls down all over the world. Yeah, it was hot in the thermosphere. The sand did melt, but then it cooled. It rapidly got hot, and then it rapidly cooled at that level. So now it's cool at ionospheric 100-kilometer level. Okay. There's no ether at this level, so you can't. It's transparent virtually, and also this ice fluctuates daily from crystalline ice to amorphous ice. Okay, in the nighttime, it becomes transparent amorphous ice. In the daytime, when the sun is shining on it, it crystallizes and it gets semi-transparent or translucent. That's why you can't see the stars during the daytime, because the translucent ice blocks out most of the light. except for the sun, of course. You see sometimes you see the moon, but you don't see the stars during the daytime. During the nighttime, this ice is just going to slowly transforms to transparent. So that's why you see the stars at nighttime. Thank you. Yeah, it's very interesting. So, that's that. Atmosphere filled with moisture. That's why we don't see them. You don't see the stars because that ice sheet becomes semi-transparent. It becomes translucent. It's not transparent, so it blocks out a lot of the light. Starlight is faint, okay? Sunlight is strong. So you're going to see the sun, but you're not going to see the stars during the daytime. Okay? Your vision is curved. Yeah, your vision is curved. You're curious how the vision is curved in a full spiral to see the sky instead of the ground further up, because it's more curved. The curvature of your sight curves more than the actual Earth, so you're not going to see the Earth. It just kind of disappears at eye level. It's just the way it works. They did level experiments. Even lasers don't go straight after a long distance. You can't shoot a laser to the moon and get it back to you because it's going on a curve. That's a fallacy. And also it's going through the glass. You're beaming it. It's a very difficult science to actually beam the moon and have it shine back. No, there's no mirrors on the moon. The moon is orbiting up in here. There's no quote gravity on the moon. You can't land on the moon. It's all bogus. It's all studio stuff. It's all desert stuff. Stanley Kubrick, and it's all baloney. So, oh, you put God in quotes. You don't believe me. The moon also does not rotate. There's no axis to the moon. It's just, you always see the front face of the moon. It's like magnetically locked. So you see the front face of the moon all the time. In order to explain the moon in a Copernican spinning Earth model, they have to say that the moon rotates, but it doesn't rotate. They don't understand. They have to say there's going to be some kind of lunar lock to it, moon lock, whatever they call it, tidal locking. It's all bullshit. And what's your question? How come not from the moon? How come what not from the moon? Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Yes. Once you ascend up higher, you're not going to see the stars from any altitude. You can only see the stars from the ground, pretty much, because there's luminiferous ether on the ground at ground level. It accentuates your vision. Okay, so once you get up higher, you're not going to see the stars from the moon or from any other altitude higher than whatever, 30, 40,000 feet, something like that. 50,000 feet. So that's why you don't see the stars. But not to tell you, don't look at the photographs that they show you of their so-called moon landing and say, okay, see, there's no stars. No, that's all bullshit. That was filmed in the desert. But you're still not going to see the stars from that altitude if you were ever to go to the moon. I don't know. I just know because my foundations are correct. It's not that I know so much. It's just that once you have your foundations right, you can make accurate assumptions. I use scripture as a reference. A lot of people just laugh at scripture. There's wisdom in there, man. It's foolish. It's foolish to just reject the Bible. So the glass sky is kind of like the impetus that's going to shame all of modern conventional science. They forgot about the glass sky. They forgot that they're living in the earth and it's concave. This is teaching wisdom to babes and turning wise men backwards, making their knowledge foolish. It's prophesied to happen that way. So the pride of man is shot down with this, with the glass sky. Anyway, okay, that's my teaching lesson for today. You're welcome. Down. It's the truth. Cannot deny the glass sky. You can, but it's still there. It's foolish to deny it. Watch my videos. So much freaking evidence. Birefringence, tektites, rainbows, fusion crust on meteorites, Libyan desert clouds, auroras, ham radio, ozone, ball lightning, upper atmospheric lightning, chromatic disbursement in the sky, you know, the red moon at the horizon. That's because the glass, the red region of the glass, is being projected in the region of the lower of the horizontal regions. So much proof. Glass sky, guys. Okay, I'm gonna educate you people about this whole spinning Earth fallacy that you think, because you guys are just so retarded, and you guys need to know the truth. There's an excellent article that the Wild Heretic put out about the heliocentric theory is wrong. The spinning Earth spinning around the sun is completely wrong. There's so much evidence, good evidence, that supports this view. I'm just gonna read it to you, okay? So just sit back down, relax, and just listen to me read this article to you, okay? There are 5 pieces of solid evidence that heliocentric theory is wrong that I know of. The first one requires a bit of visualization, but is very difficult to explain otherwise. 4 others are 99.99% certain, bordering on the ridiculous. You would literally have to make stuff up to try and counter them, and they have. So without further ado, let's begin. Exhibit A, the path of the sun. Observational fact. The sun in the sky during the summer in the northern hemisphere, above the Tropic of Cancer, travels in a southern arc across the sky, which is a west-west-south direction, until noon, and then west-west-north direction until midnight, as this illustration below shows. Sun is traveling in a southern arc. Okay? It's rising, and then it's slowly going south, and then it comes back north up again during the sunset. Heliocentric theory. The Earth spins in an anti-clockwise direction. This is their theory. If viewed looking down from the North Pole.
It spins on its axis just over 360 degrees in 24 hours and travels around the sun in 1 year. Well, that's cut off. The window's cut off. Let me fix that. Hold on 1 second. Get a better shot of that. Okay, that's better. Turn off my camera. Okay. It tilts, so they say, 23.44 degrees on its axis, so that at the height of the summer solstice, one hemisphere will be nearer to the sun than the other, and in 6 months on the other side of the sun, this same hemisphere will be further away, winter solstice, as this diagram demonstrates. Okay, they got the diagram there. Yeah, it was a super close-up shot. So this is what they're saying. They're saying that the Earth is spinning. They're saying it's tilted, and then every year it goes around the sun. So to recap, the heliocentric theory states that the northern hemisphere above the Tropic of Cancer, which would be over here, in the summer solstice tilts toward the sun at 23.44 degrees, as this illustration below shows. Northern hemisphere summer solstice. Okay. So far, so good. The sun is seen to travel in the sky east to west because the Earth is so-called rotating in the opposite direction, west to east. Now in the above diagram image, any location in the northern hemisphere, NH, above the Tropic of Cancer, as it rotates anti-clockwise. At daybreak, the NH is rotating in a downwards direction, east-east-south, until noon, where it reverses and travels upward, east-east-north, until midnight. The sun is seen to travel in the sky in the opposite direction, which is west-west-north, until noon, and then west-west-south until midnight. This is a northern arc, as the flipped illustration below demonstrates. Okay. Are you with me so far? This is what they're saying about the heliocentric theory. As we can see, this is exactly opposite to how the sun is seen to traverse in the sky. No matter what the season, the sun in the northern hemisphere above the Tropic of Cancer never travels in a northern arc. Ever. It never travels in a northern arc. Not in winter, not in fall, spring, not in summer. So that right there tells you. I mean, this is just one. I mean, he's got a whole score of these proofs. So much for heliocentric theory. If it does not tilt, there's no way heliocentric theory can explain the seasons. This means that it is the movement of the sun which must create the seasons, making the rotation of the Earth redundant, unless, of course, it is a mixture of both. It is much, much more likely the Earth does not rotate at all, which is actually what science says. Especially since there is no observational evidence whatsoever for a rotating Earth, which leads on to Exhibit B. Exhibit B. Where is the constant wind? The density of the Earth has been calculated at 5,515 kilograms per cubic meter. Whether accurate or not is unknown. The density of air is 1.204 kilograms per cubic meter at room temperature, 4,580 times less dense than Earth. Okay, that's very important for you to understand, because if you believe the Earth is rotating, you have to conclude that the air is rotating at the same speed as the Earth. However, the density is so much less. The density of air is so much less than the density of Earth. A denser solid object does not carry a less dense gas along with it when it moves. This is self-evident, as it is the basis of aerodynamics, as shown in this video below. A moving solid object, 100 kilometers per hour car, leaves a gas air behind, creating a 100 kilometer per hour wind. in the perceived opposite direction of the moving car. When the solid planes are more perpendicular, it will push gas, such as air, away from the solid object, such as a fan. The Earth, although a spinning squashed globe, would push a little air out into space due to its slight undulations, but by and large would be very aerodynamic, as this man spinning a basketball shows. A very aerodynamic globe. Heliocentric theory states that the Earth rotates at 1,675 kilometers per hour at the equator, 1,049 kilometers per hour in London, and 231 kilometers per hour in Alert, northern Canada. This rotation would cause winds of almost equal speeds on Earth's surface, constantly. The fastest wind speed known to man is an F5 incredible tornado with wind speeds of 420 to 511 kilometers per hour. The tornado in Oklahoma in 1999, which killed 38 people and destroyed 8,000 homes, traveled at 486 kilometers per hour, the devastation of which we can see below. There is nowhere on Earth that has a constant wind speed of between 1675 kilometers per hour and 231 kilometers per hour. Nowhere. If there were, nobody living below Greenland could venture outside. Do you understand that, people? Do you understand? Okay? Wind. If the Earth were spinning, because the atmosphere is so much less dense than the Earth, it would not be spinning along with the Earth. Okay? This is so simple for you to understand. We would all be living in underground caves. Sometimes there are days of no wind, sometimes a mild breeze. The wind travels in all kinds of directions, sometimes changing by the second. Clouds move with the wind and can travel in any direction, but mostly go from west to east. This contradicts heliocentric theory, as the Earth is supposed to rotate west to east, which would create winds going in the opposite direction, east to west. Oops. Another piece of self-evident incredulity. There's more. Are you listening, people? Exhibit C, hovering, flying, and falling. Even more obvious is the fact that the Earth does not rotate under hovering objects. A helicopter which hovers above the ground at any height from 1 meter all the way up to its upper limit of around 8,000 meters never experiences the ground traveling 231 kilometers per hour to 1675 kilometers per hour, west to east, or in any direction, in fact. Okay? It's very simple. Helicopters, whatever, if you jump up in the ground, you're not going to land in a different place because there's no spin to the Earth. Simple logic, guys. Same applies to those machines which traverse the sky, such as airplanes. The only differential between a one-way and a return flight is changes in wind speed and direction. Okay? If you took off from New York, you went to Los Angeles in a plane, theoretically, you'd get to Los Angeles a whole lot quicker than you were if you were to go the other way around. The rotation of the Earth has no effect on travel time of an aircraft. It is the headwinds and tailwinds that cause the change in travel times. A mere 65 miles per hour wind is more than enough to cause a difference in travel time of 5 hours when you're traveling long distances. See? All right, let's move on. Let's talk.
One more thing I also want to mention too. The analogy that they give, the heliocentric advocates give, is that imagine that if you're on a bus, or you're in a bus, or you're in a plane, or you're in a moving car, and you jump up, you're going to land in the same place. Well, that analogy is not correct, because the correct analogy would be being on top of that moving vehicle. Therefore, if you were on top of a moving car, if you were on top of a moving airplane, if you were on top of a bus, and you jumped up, you definitely would not land in the same place. So let's be real. Let's be real about that. That's what you're really comparing it to. You're comparing the spinning Earth. You're saying you're on a spinning Earth, which you aren't in the first place. You're actually in the Earth because it's concave. But the motion that you say is happening, that you say is all relative, it's not correct. The analogy you give is not correct.
You have to be putting yourself on that object, not in the moving object, on the object. Okay, let's continue. Let's check a flight along the equator, just to be sure. Maldives to Singapore, and back fits the bill. Singapore Airlines has 2 flights come up. Maldives to Singapore, west to east. Takes 4 hours, 45 minutes for both flights. And Singapore to Maldives, east to west, takes 4 hours and 30 minutes, and 4 hours and 25 minutes respectively. The Earth is supposed to rotate at 1675 kilometers per hour, west to east, at these locations, which are 3,388 kilometers apart. A Boeing 777 travels at 885 kilometers per hour at 10,675 meters in altitude. Do I really need to do the math? No, you don't, Wild Heretic. Flying from Singapore to the Maldives would take about an hour, including takeoff and landing, if the Earth were rotating under the plane. Going the other way, it is worse, as the plane can only fly half as fast as the rotating Earth. So you would have to continue flying all the way around the globe, east to west, just to get back to Singapore. This is an obvious fallacy. So we have gone from 8,000 meters to 10,675 meter altitude, and still the Earth does not move under our feet. If we go any higher, there won't be many air molecules left to be magically velcroed to the solid Earth's surface by a mystical and yet unknown force, which there must be for a heliocentric theory to exist. But let's go higher anyway. As mentioned in my first post, on the mysterious disappearing stars at high altitude, amateurs can now send weather balloons up into space, into the stratosphere as high as 36,000 meters. At these heights, only about 1% of the air is left. But these few air molecules must also magically stick to the solid surface of the Earth. Amelia, are you listening? All these different densities and all somehow staying with the Earth. Interesting. Impossible. Look at the time these balloons are in the air and the difference in distance between landing and taking off. Here's the first one. Launched at 13:07:38. Hit the ground at 16:04:40. Highest altitude 29.7 kilometers. Distance from launch 108.4 kilometers. Launched in Maine would give a rotating Earth speed of 1,181 kilometers per hour at 45-degree latitude. That means the Earth should have moved 3,500 kilometers under the balloon, making it land in the middle of the USA. But it did not, did it? No. Second example is the website page, even worse. Okay. So when you take off in a balloon, when you launch a weather balloon, it lands virtually in the same place. It doesn't land far, far away. I'm still here. Are you listening? Of surface air and all the other air densities on the way to the ground, and Felix himself being obviously heavier than air, all moved with the rotating Earth in tandem, by some magical and mystical force unknown to man. At what height would Felix have experienced the Earth rotating below him? 50 kilometers, 70, 100? The heliocentric advocates will have to make up a magic number. Why not? It's all fantasy after all. Let's continue. Exhibit D. Hardly any stellar parallax. Now this is kind of funny because heliocentric advocates tend to try to use parallax to prove that the Earth is rotating, but it's actually not. The stars revolve 360 degrees in 24 hours in an anti-clockwise fashion around the North Polar Star in the Northern Hemisphere, and clockwise around the Southern Star in the Southern Hemisphere. Photographs take photos with very long shutter speeds to show this effect. Okay, you all seen these time-lapsed photographs of the stars, the streaks. This, you may think, is a good case for a rotating Earth, but on its own, it's also a good case for a geocentric one. Geocentric means Earth is stationary, as it demonstrates that either the Earth is moving or the heavens are moving. However, after 6 months, those exact same stars are at the exact same location and can be seen with the naked eye, at which they have been 6 months previously. The annual change in the position of stars in the sky is called stellar parallax. You can demonstrate this lack of parallax by following this experiment devised by Samuel Rowbotham. Take 2 carefully bored metallic tubes, not less than 6 feet in length, and place them 1 yard asunder, 1 yard apart, on the opposite sides of a wooden frame. Okay? You point them up, you're looking at the star. The tubes are like telescopes, like vertical telescopes. You're just looking at the stars through the tubes. Or a solid block of wood, a stone. So adjust them that their centers or axes of vision shall be perfectly parallel to each other. Now direct to the plane of some notable fixed star, a few seconds previous to its meridian time. Let an observer be stationed at each tube, and the moment the star appears in the first tube, let a loud knock or other signal be given, to be repeated by the observer at the second tube when he first sees the same star. So it'll be like a knock knock. A distant period of time will elapse between the signals given. The signal will follow each other in a very rapid succession. Bam, bam, like that. But still, the time between is sufficient to show that the same star is not visible at the same moment by 2 parallel lines of sight, when only 1 yard asunder. A slight inclination of the second tube toward the first tube would be required for the star to be seen through both tubes at the same time. Let the tubes remain in their position for 6 months, at the end of which time the same observation or experiment will produce the same results. The star will be visible at the same meridian time, without the slightest alteration being required in the direction of the tubes, from which it is concluded that if the Earth had moved 1 single yard in an orbit through space, there would at least be observed the slightest inclination of the tube, which the difference in position of 1 yard had previously required. But as no such difference in the direction of the tube is required, the conclusion is unavoidable that in 6 months the given meridian upon the Earth's surface does not move a single yard, and therefore the Earth has not the slightest degree of orbital motion. This is such a well-composed article by Wild Heretic. Kudos to him. Traditionally, stellar parallax has been notoriously difficult to measure with even the best of modern equipment. The angles involved in these calculations are very small and thus difficult to measure. The nearest star to the Sun, and thus the star with the largest parallax, Proxima Centauri, has a parallax of 0.7687 plus or minus 0.0003 arc seconds. There are 3,600 arc seconds in 1 degree, 180 of which cover the sky at night. No wonder we can't see any movement with the naked eye. Even so, movement for only a tiny fraction of the stars can be measured at all by modern equipment. Amelia, that's Hipparchus, primarily for obtaining parallaxes and proper motions of nearby stars, increasing the reach of the method tenfold. Even so, Hipparchus is only able to measure parallax angles for stars up to 1,600 light years away, a little more than 1% of the diameter of the Milky Way. There are an estimated 100 to 200 billion galaxies in the universe, so they say anyway, which is bunk, as there are no galaxies. I agree with him there. Each with up to 100 trillion stars. So being able to detect movement in 1% of the stars out of our galaxy is a minuscule amount. We also know about our space agency's weird and wonderful orbiting machines. So even this 1% is unlikely to be true. Well, I'm also doing a... This is a big problem for heliocentric theory, which states that every 24 hours the Earth rotates on its axis at 1675 kilometers per hour, revolving around the Sun at 170 107,000 kilometers per hour, which in turn moves around the center of the galaxy at 900,000 kilometers per hour, which moves in the universe at 2.16 million kilometers per hour. Apart from the atmosphere disappearing at these speeds, how is there no stellar parallax? Especially considering that all the other stars and galaxies are revolving around each other and the Earth as well. The sky must be a real mess, a right mess. Each new day must bring a brand new unique constellation in the sky at night, when some new star is getting nearer so they can be seen with the naked eye, and some traveling further away and disappearing, never to return for thousands or millions of years. Before we move on, this lack of stellar parallax is the reason why advocates of heliocentric theory give the unbelievably enormous distance the heavenly bodies must be. They must be that far away from the Earth. They can't measure it. The stars must be thousands and millions of light years away. With the Milky Way 100,000 light years across, 1 light year being 9.46 trillion kilometers, because there's no or little detectable stellar parallax. Otherwise, heliocentric theory would be definitely wrong. All right, so stellar parallax, another reason why the Earth is not spinning. Exhibit E, scientific experiments. How do we know it is not the heavens or space which moves about us instead of the Earth, which causes both the rotation of the stars and any of their hard-to-detect parallax? We know now it is the former, thanks to an experiment in 1871 by Astronomer Royal George Airy, which is this. If stellar parallax is too small to see with the naked eye, then why not artificially increase it? If the Earth rotates at the same speed constantly, then by slowing the light down, by filling the telescope with water, the angle of star movement would increase. If stellar parallax increased, then the telescope would have to be tilted more to see the same star and prove a rotating Earth once and for all. And guess what? As confirmed by others, the most careful measurements gave the same angle for a telescope with water as for one filled with air. This is called Airy's failure. It proved the rotation of the heavens, not the Earth, which moves stars. Airy's failure, look it up. I'm going to give you the link to this article. There's no reason for you guys to believe in a rotating Earth. The heliocentric advocates were now desperate. What was needed was another observable experiment to still offer the possibility of a rotating Earth. Enter Foucault's pendulum in 1885. This pendulum swings back and forth, each swing moving slightly to the right in the northern hemisphere and to the left in the southern hemisphere, until at the poles one full circle is achieved in a 24-hour period. It doesn't move left or right at all at the equator. Interesting. Okay, there's a Foucault pendulum in California. There's an illustration of the pendulum moving. You see this blue line? That's the rotation circuit as it's swinging back and forth. It's actually kind of rotating slightly like that. As you have noticed, this is the same phenomenon as the stars rotating every 24 hours around the polar star, which was proved not to be caused by a rotating Earth thanks to George Airy. Unfortunately for the heliocentric supporters, Foucault's pendulum has also a problem. In 1954 and in 1959, Maurice Elias noticed that during a solar eclipse, which lasted 2.5 hours, the angle of the pendulum changed dramatically by 13.5 degrees. The whole angle shifted. This has been repeatedly observed with positive results on most of the subsequent eclipses, which obviously means that the pendulum isn't registering the Earth's rotation. Okay? The pendulum is not registering the Earth's rotation, but the motion of something else instead. With Airy's failure proving that the Earth does not spin, the heliocentric theorists needed to quickly show, with no further doubt, that the Earth rotated. Enter two staunch supporters of heliocentricity, Albert Michelson and Edward Morley, who, in 1887, set up a device which split up light, one beam in the direction of the Earth's supposed rotation, and one at right angles. The two light beams, they recombined and hit a photographic plate. Okay, here's their illustration here, okay? You have the light source, and you have this mirror that's splitting up the beams, okay? One of the beams is going straight through it, and one is going at a right angle. So you have these mirrors that are reflecting back the beams, back to the central mirror, and then they're detecting them here. So they're saying that these two beams, theoretically, if the Earth were rotating, would hit the detector at different time intervals. One would get here quicker than the other, but that's not what they found. The two light beams then recombine to hit a photographic plate. The difference is speed of the two beams would create an interference pattern. They expected to measure a speed of 30 kilometers per second, as that was the speed of the Earth's supposed rotation, but instead registered a variable difference between 1 and 10 kilometers per second each time the experiment was repeated. They called this a null result. This proves that the Earth is not rotating, and at the same time proved the existence of the ether. Now, what they did, they concluded that there is no ether and the Earth is rotating, but it's just a confirmation bias based on a presuppositional theory assumption that the Earth is rotating. Do you understand that? You can go either way, you can say, but it makes much more sense if you understand there's no rotation to the Earth whatsoever, because there is an ether. It didn't stop there. George Sagnac and Henry Gale conducted similar experiments, but on a rotating platform, which again demonstrated the existence of the ether. Already proved by default in 1871 and 1885 by combining the results from George Airy and Foucault's pendulum, and also in 1887 by the Michelson-Morley experiment. How do you think the advocates of heliocentric theory responded? Why, they made something up, of course. What else could they do but invent another wild theory to play down these experimental results and lead us further into the cesspit of fallacy? Enter showbiz academic of the 20th century, Einstein and the special theory of relativity. Enter the clowns. Special theory of relativity was invented to make sure all these experiments still gave heliocentric theory a chance of being correct. It needed objects to shrink to a specific size in direct proportion to its speed. These objects weren't measured. The concept had never been observed at all. It was metaphysical only, but it had to be correct. Otherwise, the unthinkable would be true. The rescue operation was performed by means of a purely metaphysical concept lifted directly from Professors Fitzgerald and Lawrence, who had also been trying to explain the results of the Michelson-Morley experiment, and renamed by him the special theory of relativity. What was suggested was that if the dimensions of an object in motion were assumed to shrink exactly in proportion to the speed at which it was traveling by exactly the necessary amount, mathematical calculations could be made to show that the Earth was in motion after all. No one has ever seen an object shrink as a result of being in motion, and indeed, one of the world's leading authorities on relativity, Dr. Herbert Dingleberry, was later to dismiss the theory of relativity as metaphysical nonsense. Well, good for you, Dingle. With no basis on what could be observed. Making up a new branch of mathematics to explain the results of experiments that disagrees with your worldview does not a proof make, as J.J. Thomson once said. We have Einstein's space, De Sitter's space, expanding universes, contracting universes, vibrating universes, mysterious universes. In fact, the pure mathematician may create universes just by writing down an equation. And indeed, if he is an individualist, he can have a universe of his very, very own. However, when you make stuff up, not based on anything in the real world, it is bound to run into trouble. There's a link there that talks about Galileo, how he was wrong. Ironically, when special relativity failed due to its internal contradictions, Einstein had to invent general relativity to shore up the facade, and in the process, he had to take back the very two foundations he had discarded in special relativity, namely A, that nothing can exceed the space of light, and B, the existence of the ether. Oh, you accepted it back, Albert. Good for you, good boy. In the end, Einstein's theories were a mass of contradictions, which are covered over by obtuse mathematical equations. Despite this nonsense, the heliocentric, quote, authorities, end quote, pushed it through with all their media power and academic might, so that once this new mathematics was firmly established, they had carte blanche to sneak in other bad science when experimental observations went against them, like black holes, dark matter, wormholes, and other such unobservable and unverifiable nonsense. The worst offense, though, was trying to tie in the Coriolis effect of a rotating Earth with observable atmospheric phenomena. The Coriolis effect is an optical illusion whereby an object traveling in a straight line, is seen to be moving in a curved line instead because the observer is on a rotating platform. See, top view, you're the observer here. If you're going to be watching that object move in a straight line as you're rotating, it's going to look like the object is curving, but it's not. It's just an optical illusion. They say it is this effect which causes moving objects to be deflected in a clockwise direction in the northern hemisphere and an anti-clockwise in the southern hemisphere. An example of which are large cyclones. This is obviously false. The Coriolis effect is not a force. It is an optical illusion. It cannot cause objects to be deflected. Their trajectories remain the same, which is straight. Cyclones do not travel in straight lines, but just appear to be curved because we are on the surface of a rotating sphere, end quote. Their size ranges from under 222 kilometers to over 888 kilometers, making their curves far too tight and localized. Plus, they are very high altitude images looking down on cyclones from above. Is the camera rotating with the Earth to get the curved perspective? How can a cyclone twisting on itself be a straight line? Is this image even real? And what about...
So you understand that now. The curvature of that cyclone would have to encompass the entire curvature of the so-called spinning Earth. So that Coriolis effect theory about the spinning Earth is completely wrong.
Smaller vortex phenomena like tornadoes, which average only 150 meters across. Where's the Coriolis effect now? If you wish to study further the fallacy of linking the Coriolis effect with atmospheric phenomena, the Miles Mathis work is a must. Okay, conclusion. So we have proved that the Earth does not tilt, the Earth does not rotate, the sun moves, not the Earth, the heavens move, not the Earth. which means that space, or the ether, moves, not the Earth. Space moves in a circular motion and is probably a vortex. Heliocentricity is now dead. The debate is over. However, it is only fair to list the arguments for. Okay, he goes into the arguments for on the next part 2. That's part 1. It's over. Okay.
So there you have it. That's Wild Heretics article. You can go visit my link. I'll put it at the bottom of the description box, wildheretic.com. And he also goes into other articles about the concavity of the Earth. You are living on the inside surface of the Earth. And he corroborates my statement that there is a glass sky at 100 kilometers. This is all tangible evidence, guys. This is the real world. It's about time y'all woke up. Thank you for your time. Well, another NASA scientist comes forward cryptically saying that we are living inside the sphere. As far as Richard Cohen goes, to this date, he has not contacted me ever since the last time we talked, which was a couple weeks ago. In the Cohen tapes, you listened to tape number 3. That was the last time, and if you listened to that tape, he was obviously very scared for his life, very scared for his family's life, and I can only guess that he was probably warned or threatened not to contact me anymore, or told to keep a lid on it until the proper time when everybody is educated into LSC Earth reality. But in any regard, we have other astronauts now. This guy is Ron Garan from NASA, who's cryptically implying that we're living inside the sphere in an open letter to Trump. I'll just scroll down to the part where he's talking about the shape. Consulting the science community as you plan, as a NASA astronaut who lived and worked in space, I know Earth is not flat. Interesting he would bring that up, because obviously there's a lot of question these days in the conspiracy circles. A lot of people think the Earth is flat, but it's not flat, obviously, if you just have some objectivity and look into it and use your common sense and logical deduction skills. But it's not, obviously, it's not a spinning ball either. In any regard, I'll go on here. That we live in a highly interrelated and interdependent biosphere. Okay? We live in a sphere. A biosphere. Biosphere. Biology, life. Biosphere. Biosphere. What is biosphere? Biosphere, by the most general biophysiological definition, the biosphere is the global ecological system integrating all living beings and their relationships, including their interaction with the elements of the lithosphere, the geosphere, the hydrosphere, and the atmosphere. Lithosphere. What's a lithosphere? Lithosphere, the rigid outer part of the Earth consisting of the crust and upper mantle. Well, we're living inside the Earth. We're living inside the you can call it a lithosphere. Sure, why not? A geosphere, it's virtually the same thing as a lithosphere. Context, sometimes the term lithosphere is used instead of a geosphere. Yeah, we're living inside a geosphere. Hydrosphere, what's a hydrosphere? Hydrosphere, all the waters on the Earth's surface, such as lakes and seas, and some. Well, if we're living inside the sphere, yeah, we're living inside the hydrosphere as well. And the atmosphere. Well, obviously an atmosphere. We're living inside the atmosphere as well. So, interesting here. Oops, wrong screen there. Where was I? Here we were. Okay. The climate change is real. Interesting. Climate change is real. We have ice falling down from the top of the glass sky. Yeah, I would say that it is definitely warming up, and
and that's why we spray the skies to keep the heat down. People so often speculate that if world leaders could see Earth from space like astronauts and cosmonauts do, everything would be different. Bada beam, bada boom. Okay, so he lived and worked in space. He knows the Earth is not flat, and that he knows we live in a sphere. It's right there, guys. I want to thank Ron Guerin, but I also want to press you to go further and to be more overt and to be more direct. And as you know, living inside the Earth and the implications, which I tell the people about what is about to happen with the sun stopping and the ice that is attached to the glass sky, falling, plummeting. And NASA, you know, you're responsible for a lot of the damage that you caused to the glass sky, along with the U.S. military with Operation Fishbowl, and every time you poke another hole through the glass. So it's time to come clean. Ron Guerin, I want to educate, I want to challenge you and your other employees to do more, be more overt. And in other news, we also have this bullshit press release. Trump is, this is just a bullshit, you know, he's just saying this bullshit. I think he was just told to say this crap. I will free NASA from the restriction of serving primarily as a logistics agency for low Earth orbit activity. Instead, we will refocus its mission on space exploration. It's very vague, but I just want to encourage you guys to come forward, come clean. He said you also talked about visiting Jupiter's moon, Europe. Interesting. Well, I'm in Europe. Maybe you're implying that you're going to come visit me. In any regard, keep going. Okay? Anything related to educating the public and informing them, let's be less cryptic, that we're living inside the sphere. We're living inside the spherical, concave, cellular Earth. Check, check. Mic check. Hear me okay? Hear me okay? Okay, it's working good. Wow, guys. I have to restart my computer. This is like, you know, oh man. Ever since I've realized that there was glass in the sky, from 2003, I've been waiting, praying for a day like this to happen. Now, I don't want to get my hopes up too high, because if this turns out to be some kind of object thrown from an airplane or something, but the way it looks, I mean, it was really cold. It's yellowish like Libyan desert glass. So if they do comparative analysis against the Libyan desert glass, and they found out that it's the same elements, same structure, has birefringence to it, has the carbon tubings to it, has all the elements that the Libyan desert glass has. If they find out that it's like that, then, my friends, we have a match. It's pretty wild. Yeah, it's Libyan colored. Oh, wow.
to say. I'm in shock, really. I don't know if I should cry or what.
As I didn't research, I didn't. Well, I've been waiting for this day. On my Google alerts, I have glass in the sky. And I just checked my Google email and
it fell in
glass.
It looks like it fell in Australia. Because this article is from Melbourne, I believe. You know, I was so excited I didn't even check for sure. Looks like it's in Melbourne. Let's see, southeast and peninsula. Let's do a quick Google search on this one, pub, Pakenham pub. Let's see if it's in Australia somewhere. Pakenham Hotel. Is that it? Do they call this a hotel as well? Yeah, there's a hotel there. Australia, how fitting, huh? Australia. Oh, this is amazing. Yeah, totally fitting. Pakenham Pub, Australia. Get this chat window going here. Confectum. Confetti.
Fell from the sky. Now, mind you, I just came upon this. I didn't research. I didn't find out whether or not it's actually, somebody like threw it from an airplane or something like that. But I'm just gonna read this to you guys. Pub staff left baffled by unidentified flying object. Is it glass? Is it something from outer space? This is the object staff at Pakenham Inn saw hurtle through the air and strike a car. Staff at Pakenham Pub had been left baffled after an unidentified flying object fell into their car park. The golf ball-sized object hit a car at the Pakenham Inn at about 8:30.
I wonder if there's any other articles about it. You know, like multiple reports.
Have your say. What do you think the object could be? Let's see. Is this a magic glass? She said if it had hit her, she would have been seriously injured. I don't know what it is. It's really weird, she said.
No, just that
I
one.
went out there to let a staff member
Pakenham Inn. Pakenham Inn.
This came flying out of the sky. I'm not even exaggerating. It hit my car, it did damage to the car, and then it hit the wall of the hotel, and then it smashed. Sounded like a gun going off. Yeah, you know how when mega-cray meteors fall, they make a big sound. So this is indicative. It came from a very high altitude at a very high velocity. If it had been hit at the speed it came down, I would not like to think it would have happened. It just narrowly missed us. It definitely came out of the sky. There was nothing else happening around us.
There!
Fleming said they would have the object tested. Pakenham police said
Who's your clown now, assholes? There's glass in the sky. I told you so.
Pretty strong. Like I said, it's hard to do research on it.
I don't want to say I told you so. Actually, I do want to say I told you so.
Because I've been waiting for an event like this to happen.
Oh, sorry.
glass falls down from the sky.
I can't get too excited yet.
This actually is a piece of the glass sky.
All the assholes, all the ridicule. Oh my God.
Since 2003.
What I had to put up with from humanity.
In the concave Earth.
It's amazing.
Flat Earthers try to steal my ideas. I see this a lot. It's not flat, guys. It's not a dome. It's a convex seal.
Madison Sears.
You're in the concave circle Earth. And this one looks like it's yellow. It's a good indication that the living Dutch glass is yellow.
Well, the end is nigh. Once the whole world figures out that there's glass in the sky and that the Earth is concave, the end is nigh. I shall become exalted very soon. Yes, I will.
Well, I've been waiting for this day. On my Google alerts, I have glass in the sky. And I just checked my Google email. And this appeared. Glass fell from the sky. Now, mind you,
Sorry, I'm looping this a little bit too much. Let's play something else. How about some corn coming in? No, how about Inside Out? A good Glass in the Sky song. It's it's kind of yellow. You see what I mean? Yeah, I said corn. We'll play it next. It's kind of yellow, you know, it's true. It's so hard to figure what it's all about. Don't it make you wanna scream and shout when you're inside out? Song, we're totally talking about the glass guy, the yellow glass guy. Totally talk about it. They could talk about the crystal ball. They say it's yellow. Look out outside your window. Window's glass. So they know it. They know there's a yellow glass sky above our heads. And it's certainly not a dome like the flat earthers think. It's going the other way because we're in the spherical concave Earth. Sorry, flat earthers, you're wrong. I'm right. Leslie Korn. Coming Undone. That video, did you see that video? Show the sky crumbling. Oh, a glass guy. What do you know? Heliocentric theory is coming undone. Convex Earth is spinning. Bullshit is coming undone. Flat Earth bullshit is coming undone. Oh, no problem. It's okay, good play. Oops. Looking at you through the glass, don't know how much time has passed. Let's play that again. Be right. I'll play this first. Well, I've been waiting for this day. On my Google alerts, I have glass in the sky, and I just checked my Google email, and this appeared. Glass fell from the sky. Now, mind you, I just came upon this. I didn't research. I didn't find out whether or not it's actually, somebody like threw it from an airplane or something like that, but I'm just going to read this to you guys. Pub staff left baffled by unidentified flying object. Is it glass? Is it something from outer space? This is the object staff at Pakenham Inn saw hurtle through the air and strike a car. Staff at Pakenham Pub
had been left baffled after an unidentified flying object fell into their car park. The golf ball-sized object hit a car at the Pakenham Inn at about 8:30 a.m. yesterday morning before bouncing onto a wall and shattering. Have your say. What do you think the object could be? Assistant Manager Lou Fleming was outside when the object fell from the sky and said it was freezing cold to the touch. She said if it had hit her, she would have been seriously injured. I don't know what it is. It's really weird, she said. I went
Come on, play. The frick.
seriously injured. I don't know what it is. It's really weird, she said. I went out there to let a staff member in this morning, and we were standing there, and then this thing came flying out of the sky. I'm not even exaggerating. It hit my car, it did damage to the car, and then it hit the wall of the hotel, and then it smashed. It sounded like a gun going off. Yeah, you know how when megacray meteors fall, they make a big sound, so this is indicative. It came from a very high altitude at a very high velocity. If it had been hit at the speed it came down, I would not like to think it would have happened. It just narrowly missed us. It definitely came out of the sky. There was nothing else happening around us. Nothing was broken. Ms. Fleming said they would have the object tested. Pakenham police said there had been no reports of odd behavior or explosions near the pub at that time. Monash University Associate Professor Michael Brown said, judging by photos, the object was almost certainly not a meteorite. It's a piece of the glass sky. Pretty certain of that, unless, you know, like I said, I just found this article. I didn't do research on about it, and I didn't do any research about it, but I'm just going to throw it out there, guys. Because I've been waiting for an event like this to happen, where an actual piece of glass falls down from the sky, just like it did in the Libyan desert thousands of years ago. And if this actually is a piece of the glass sky, what does that say? What does that say about what I've been telling you for years? Since 2003, I've been telling people that there's glass above us in the concave Earth. Okay? Flat Earthers try to steal my ideas. I say there's a glass. No, Earth's not flat, guys. It's not a dome. It's a convex ceiling. You're in the concave spherical Earth. And this one looks like it's yellow. And it's a good indication because the Libyan desert glass is yellow. So, later, guys. There's totally a glass sky, folks. Totally a glass sky. Well, I've been waiting for this day.
Look at all this evidence.
On my Google alerts, I have glass in this.
Hi, how you doing? Have you heard the news?
Rainbows.
Has everybody here heard the news?
Circumzenith arcs.
Glass fell from the sky in Australia.
Created by sunlight passing through glass and being projected onto water vapor. Oh, Romans 8:36. Thanks, Fist. Number 2, Libyan desert glass. The mystery of where it came from is solved. If you realize that there's a glass ceiling in the sky. To the sky. Excuse me. In Australia. Yeah, I'll give you the link for it. That's because there's Crookes star space. I'll get to that later. Number 3, tektite origin. You guys know what tektites are? That's another mystery. Scientists, they don't know where the tektites are coming from. They don't know if it's coming from the ground because there's no impact craters where they find them, or if it's coming from space. They don't know. Number 4, megacryometeor origin. Large chunks of ice that fall down from the sky randomly, infrequently, but more frequently lately. Now we know where they're coming from. There's actually a whole ice sheep connected to the glass sky. For you were as sheep gone astray, but now returned unto the shepherd and bishop of your souls. Amen. Number 5, birefringence. Birefringence is created through different glasses, different types of material like calcite, where it actually projects a double image, a double refracting image. So sometimes you'll see double suns in the sky. Sometimes you'll see a quadruple rainbow where it's like an offset, like there's another rainbow that's displaced a little bit from the original rainbow. Or you'll see a comet's tail splitting like that. That's all because you're viewing these phenomena through a birefringent glass sky that at certain rotation angles of the sun, because it's polarized in a certain direction, sometimes casts a double image. It's a very weak birefringence. They found it in the Libyan desert glass. They found weak birefringence. But at certain times, at certain angles, it will appear. As a shepherd seeketh out his flock in the day that he is among his sheep that are scattered, so will I seek out my sheep, and they will deliver them out of all places where they have been scattered, in the cloudy and dark day. Cloudy and dark day. It's coming up, guys. 6, ozone. Ozone. Did you realize that ozone is actually generated with the help of the glass sky? And that fresh scent that you smell after thunderstorms? That's the same fresh scent that's replicated in air ionizers with glass plates. The glass actually helps manufacture that fresh scent. Fusion crust. Meteorites are covered with fusion crust. Fusion crust is burnt glass. That means that meteors are melting through the glass and getting covered by burnt glass, by fusion crust. Colorizing of clouds. Sometimes you'll see clouds that have like a rainbow pattern to them, or reddening of the clouds at the horizon. That's all due to the glass, which casts different colors through different regions of the sky. That's what glass does, folks. Glass disperses the white light. Yeah, the fresh scent after the lawn cut, that's a good smell. Fist. Greenhouse effect, number 9. Obviously, a greenhouse has a glass ceiling. Same thing with our sky, has a glass ceiling. It traps air, hot air, infrared heat. Number 10, the Kármán line. That is the line at 100 kilometers is said to be the division line between the atmosphere and space. Interesting. It's the same height as the glass sky. Number 11, ultraviolet radiation block, UV block. Did you know our atmosphere blocks out a lot of ultraviolet light? And did you also know that glass blocks out ultraviolet light? Did you know that? Number 12, lightning. If you ever watched an Eric Dollard seminar, you'll realize that lightning is created by dielectric forces moving laterally near glass. Lightning doesn't form from the top down or the bottom up. It actually forms from the sides. The dielectric forces in direct perpendicular positioning of the electromagnetic forces. Number 13, elves and upper atmospheric lightning. Sprites are called upper atmospheric lightning, and so are elves. Elves are the top of the sprites, and they taper off. They stop. They create this plume at 100 kilometers. That's the height of the glass sky. Number 14, shortwave radio, ham radio. It scatters at 100 kilometers. They compare the ionosphere to a sheet of glass. Well, there's no need really to compare it to a sheet of glass, because it actually is a sheet of glass. that accentuates the radio waves and passes them along to the other side of the inside of the Earth. Oh, it's a tab happy guest. Number 15, Operation Fishbowl. You guys remember Operation Fishbowl in 1962? Maybe you weren't alive back then. Starfish Prime. Well, I don't believe they have nuclear weapons, but they said they launched a high-altitude nuclear weapon that exploded at 400 kilometers, and there was an auroral display visible from Hawaii and many other places. See, auroras are created because there's glass. So they burst a hole in the glass sky back then. Operation Fishbowl, does that sound a little bit fishy to you? Well, it should. Number 16. Superior mirages, fata morganas. You know that sometimes at the horizon you'll see this horizontal crease at the edge, and it looks like the sun is going down and going up. It has like a double image to it. Well, that's because the glass actually, due to refraction, creates a horizontal crease, and sometimes it's visible at higher latitudes. Number 17. Meteor showers, iridium flares. That's all it is, guys. It's the cyclical skidding of inner space debris, particles skidding, creating streaks. There's also a term called triboluminescence. When you rub quartz together, or you rub a rock against quartz, it will light up. So when you see shooting stars, meteor showers, it's because they're skidding across the glass sky. That's all it is, guys. Number 18. Redshift. You've probably heard that you've been told that the universe is expanding because they see the redshift of the stars. Well, nothing can be further from the truth. What they don't understand is that there's actually two layers of glass, one at the 100-kilometer level and the other at the celestial sphere level. So you're viewing the stars through two layers of glass, and it's creating chromatic aberration. It's creating the colors. It's creating the shifting. That's all it is. It does not indicate movement away from you. They say it's like the Doppler effect. There's nothing further from the truth. All stellar spectroscopy is debunked due to scientists ignoring chromatic aberration of stars caused by glass. Number 19, aberration of light, stellar aberration. Sometimes astronomers will see slight movement in this, like a displacement in the sky and the stars, and that's only because the glass sky, it creates a slight apparent displacement of stars due to the refraction. Number 20, space vehicle heat shields, re-entry or entry. They have flush bottoms. They have high temperature resistant material like carbon-carbon matrix used to melt through the glass. And it shall come to pass when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. Yes, Genesis chapter 9, verse 13. The glass sky was formed after the flood, the global flood, ladies and gentlemen. Prior to the flood, there wasn't a glass sky. But we needed, within the concave earth, within this pressurized system, we needed to push. God needed to push the waters down. So he compressed the atmosphere with the glass sky. That's why the rainbow is a promise. It's a scientific promise that the earth, the continents, can never be flooded again because there's more pressure now. There's more compression. 21, Crookes dark space. There's a man named Crookes in the 1800s who found negative charged ions create dark space around glass tubes. It's the same thing with our glass sky. If you read Job chapter 38, verse 19. And as for darkness, where is the place thereof? See, it's hidden. Deep beneath the cover is another perfect wonder, and it's so white as snow. 22 auroras. It's at 100 kilometers. The bottom edge, the bottom end of auroras is at 100 kilometers. The electrons from the sun hit the charged glass sky, causing fluorescent glow and striations. Exit the matrix of deception, people. There is glass in the sky, in the concave Earth. So do you realize that this falling of glass from the sky, if proven out to be of a mysterious origin, and if it's similar to Libyan desert glass, do you realize how shattering people's worldview will become? Do you realize that the people will start looking to me and realizing that I was right all along? All the absorption of all the ridicule that I've endured. 12 years telling people that there's a glass ceiling to the sky. And very few people believe in me. And I just... Do I want them to stampede? I don't know. But, you know, there's probably going to be some sort of stampede. An avalanche, as Sufjan Stevens puts it. It's going to be an avalanche. Play that song. Avalanche. Sufjan Stevens. Well, Christ does mean crystal. Right? Wouldn't the Christ be telling the whole world that there's a crystal sky? I think so. I think so.
I call you gather neighbors, I call you once my friends, but I trust when you labor and put my head to rest. But I was on the hedge, I was on the edge.
People have made strides. My followers have made strides. Joseph Winthrop went out and conducted laser studies, geodetic laser studies along lakes. He showed that the water is actually curving upward. I'm here to disseminate the message. I'm not here to do tests. The message of the kingdom, that of Christ, destruction's at hand. Earth is concave and there's glass in the sky. Who are you?
I took a train from Virginia to Illinois, my home. He said, I knew you had it in you, the mind to make its own. But I was on the hedge, riding on the avalanche. I tried
No,
to
son, I'm not
take
gay.
it back. I was on the floor.
Let me quote a quote for you from Dresden James. When a well-packaged web of lies has been sold gradually to the masses over generations, the truth will seem utterly preposterous, and its speaker a raving lunatic.
societal moral adherence. Well, it's going to be relevant to everybody really soon. Let's watch this again. Well, I've been waiting for this day. On my Google alerts, I have glass in the sky. And I just checked my Google email, and this appeared. Glass fell from the sky. Now, mind you, I just came upon this. I didn't research. I didn't find out whether or not it's actually, somebody like threw it from an airplane or something like that. But I'm just going to read this to you guys. Pub staff left baffled by unidentified flying object. Is it glass? Is it something from outer space? This is the object staff at Pakenham Inn saw hurtle through the air and strike a car. Staff at Pakenham Pub had been left baffled after an unidentified flying object fell into their car park. The golf ball-sized object hit a car at the Pakenham Inn at about 8:30 a.m. yesterday morning before bouncing onto a wall and shattering. Have your say. What do you think the object could be? Assistant Manager Lou Fleming was outside when the object fell from the sky and said it was freezing cold to the touch. She said if it had hit her, she would have been seriously injured. I don't know what it is. It's really weird, she said. I went out there to let a staff member in this morning, and we were standing there, and then this thing came flying out of the sky. I'm not even exaggerating. It hit my car, it did damage to the car, and then it hit the wall of the hotel, and then it smashed. It sounded like a gun going off. Yeah, you know how when McCray meteors... You don't understand. The kingdom of God is at hand.
This is indicative.
Destruction is nigh. There's going to be martial law.
Very high velocity. It had been hit at the
People won't have opportunity
like to think it would have happened.
To conduct themselves immorally.
It definitely came out of the sky. There was nothing else happening around us. Nothing was moving. Ms. Fleming said they would have the object tested.
My girlfriend is sleeping
there
right
had been
now.
no reports of odd behavior or explosions near the pub at that time. Monash University Associate Professor Michael Brown said, judging by photos, the object was almost certainly not a meteorite. It's a piece of the glass sky. Pretty certain of that, unless, like I said, I just found this article. I didn't do research on it. I didn't do any research about it, but I'm just going to throw it out there, guys. Because I've been waiting for an event like this to happen, where an actual piece of glass falls down from the sky, just like it did in the Libyan Desert thousands of years ago. And if this actually is a piece of the glass sky, what does that say? What does that say about what I've been telling you? Since 2003, I've been telling people there's a glass above us. And that God came to Earth. Okay? Flat Earthers try to steal my ideas. I say there's a glass dome. It's not flat, guys. It's not a dome. It's a convex ceiling in the concave spherical Earth. This one looks like it's yellow. It's a good indication that the looking does glass is yellow. So, later, guys. Well, today in the Daily Mail, and actually over the past 2 or 3 days, there have been 2 specific
results confirmations
of cosmology that have
everything that I've been talking about.
I've been telling you for years now. One is that they're questioning is dark matter a fluid.
I've been telling you that dark matter is actually dark water.
Watch my videos, you'll know that I say that.
And that stars are
dark matter is simply dark water.
It's all coming together,
In
guys.
Psalm 18, it talks about the dark waters of the sky. Dark water and the thick clouds being the nebula, but
martial law, no. It's necessary for the implementation of the kingdom of God.
Is dark matter a fluid?
You don't understand anything about authority.
Galaxy clusters, but results suggest they may not.
The kingdom of God is an imminent kingdom. means in the flesh.
Could instead be like a fluid. I'll leave the link to this.
Means the
article.
Christ, me.
A number of theories ranging from it being a fluid. Dr. Nasty.
Can reign over
Now,
here.
the dark matter
And I will
enigma
use the military.
is
the
simply
world.
dark waters. Read
To
Psalm
instill the
18 verse
kingdom.
1, dark waters. Okay? So, if you understand that the spiral galaxies are
History
actually
has not
encased in
included
water,
me.
it's a homogeneous, it's an
It's going to be
isotropic
different this time.
medium in which it causes everything within that spiral cluster to have the same rotational speed. If there's any speed currently, because I believe what happened during the flood is that the windows of heaven were open. The sink simulates the glass firmament above that's holding the celestial ocean. Not the firmament at 100 kilometers, the higher one, the initial one, okay? And so there was sand in this initial firmament before the flood. And then when it says the windows of heaven were opened, the sonoluminescent stars, there were many that clustered together, and they're creating there's a lot of heat, okay? It's creating nuclear fusion or whatever.
I'm talking about global martial law here, guest.
Through
global
the glass.
martial
That's why it says the
law.
windows of heaven were opened. So the water got hot, the sonoluminescent stars got hot, and they burned a hole. I'm going to pour this heavy whipping cream to simulate
Nothing
the nebula.
like
Nebula
that
means
has ever
cloud,
happened
remember?
before. It's unprecedented.
Cloud. Cluster of clouds, okay? So now, when the windows of heaven were opened, obviously,
Oh,
we're
yes,
spring
it
this.
is.
That's why we have spiral galaxies.
It will be.
Because they are
Guarantee that.
the drain. Stop. It's still spinning. There it is. There's your dark matter. Dark matter is dark waters.
Come to
This
judge
is solid.
humanity.
All because
It's the whole concept of Christ coming back the second time is to judge humanity.
the celestial sphere up in the middle
And
of the
he
earth
will use
started.
military force to judge humanity,
Yeah, nebula
absolutely.
means clouds. Okay, everything is
I will use military force to
dark
judge
matter's
humanity,
mystery
absolutely.
solved once again. Understand? So the windows of heaven were actually closed.
People are in for a
because
big
the heat
fucking
subsided
shock, I'll tell you that
and the
right now.
glass firmament sealed back up. So the remnant, the spiral remnant, is left behind. That's all it is, guys.
And the other topic it involves this study about sound being from stars. Do stars make sound? Like I told you, well, yeah, there's sonoluminescent bubbles, and sonoluminescence is star. Do stars make a sound? This one's from 3 days ago. There's another article. Do stars make a sound? Researchers say yes. There's another one. Stars produce sound. So it looks like, to me, I think they're watching. Slowly leaking out the truth, guys. Concave Earth reality, right there. It feels kind of good. Only I wish they would start acknowledging me more overtly now. Ciao, guys.
Of the Earth. And I'm drawing these dots to signify stars. All the stars are very tiny. The stars are created by a term called sonoluminescence. Sonoluminescence, which is basically nuclear fusion, but at a very small scale. It can be created in a laboratory in a jar, beaker, not a jar, but
Get the fuck out of here.
a glass beaker in water. Okay. So basically, this beaker, when you are penetrating sound effects, it's creating this little spark of light inside the liquid, inside a beaker. So sonoluminescence is the idea of bombarding the center of this liquid with the sound, and it creates a burst of bubble of light.
Okay, let's bust Mark Sargent and his flight time, his supposed flat Earth flight time bullshit. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt and say he's actually psyops and he's not that stupid. And what's really sad though is all the people that are liking his video and believing him, because that to me is telling of their fatuousness. But anyway, let's
We're down to make the math.
watch this.
Regardless, the total miles for this flight is almost double what should be expected, coming in at 13,600.
Okay, he's talking about going from what's he saying? Cape Town, South Africa to Auckland.
Phenomena that Einstein first predicted in 1937, though he said it would never be observed. He underestimated observers. If you look at this picture, you'll see these blue things, these weird blue things. That is a phenomenon that we now understand as gravitational lensing. Einstein told us that a mass will curve space around it. And he realized, therefore, if you had a big enough mass and you have a source of light behind that mass, the light can bend around that object and come back and be magnified, just like my glasses magnify things. Or, like a cut glass goblet, if you look through it, I'd see many images of this room. Mass can act like a lens and magnify things and split images, and that's precisely what we're seeing. All of these blue things are different images of a single galaxy located about 3 billion light years behind this cluster. Gravity is magnifying the image, distorting it, and bending it. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. But because we understand general relativity, we can work backwards.
During the time of the flood, these sonoluminescent stars, they clustered together and they became very hot. And they began to melt through the glass celestial firmament and creating these little pockets, these little indentations and openings. The windows of heaven were opened, right? The windows of heaven were opened, and so the water came down. The water also came up from the fountains of the deep of the earth. So we had water coming down and water coming up. And so after the water came down and after the sand came down too, the sand is what created this secondary firmament at 100 kilometers, which actually pushed the water down. That's why we have the rainbow, because the sun is within this region here. So the sun is only a half sphere. Everything is operating on curved light. And so that's why we see rainbows, because the sun is being dispersed through this glass medium and being projected onto the raindrops. The raindrops are not the source of the rainbow. But anyway, going back to the celestial sphere, glass sky, it healed back together. So it closed up. The windows of heaven were closed after the great flood. So now you have these indentations, these peaks and valleys. This glass celestial firmament, because of the way it had been ruptured, it had been opened up, and then it healed back together, it's not perfectly smooth like that. It's more like this glass here.
Let's go back now to the two-dimensional pattern of the CMB map. There are things we can do with that as well. First one is lensing. Deflection of light by matter is well observed in astronomy. This has to be done with a simulation. Simulate what the cosmic background would look like with this 6-parameter model, fits Planck data, but the cosmic background. Here's a patch of sky 10 degrees across. And now add intervening matter, add in the rest of the universe. How would this pattern change? Catch that? Unlensed, unaffected by intervening matter, and affected by intervening matter. The lensing rearranges the CMB pattern a little bit.
There's no need to have mass act like lens when there actually is a lens. A cut glass goblet lens of the celestial sphere, damaged after the flood.
Here's an inversion by Tony Tyson, who's now up in Davis. This is the system, and the spikes are where this is where the mass is in this system. The spikes are where the galaxies are. But you notice most of the mass in this whole system of clusters of galaxies is not where the galaxies are. It's between the galaxies. It's where nothing is shining. About 50 times as much mass in this system, and in all systems we can measure, comes from stuff that doesn't shine. And physicists, with their linguistic perspicacity, have called it dark matter.
Tiny bubbles and
Tiny bubbles. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Tiny bubbles. Stars are as big as grains of sand. I'm not kidding you. Fraudulent astronomy is in big trouble. You astronomer, are either a fool or a liar. Now, if you're a fool, there's a little bit of grace for you because you didn't know. You're just stupid, ignorant. But if you're a liar, you're in big trouble because you've been deceiving the public, and you're going to have to face me at judgment time. You liars. Do you know that the stars are up in the middle of the concave Earth in the celestial sphere? A literal celestial crystalline sphere that contains water, contains the celestial ocean, and the stars are created by a process called multi-bubble sonoluminescence.
When physicists have an important number, they give it a Greek letter all the time. So we call it omega. Omega is the ratio of the total amount of stuff we know is in the universe divided by the amount of stuff you need to make a flat universe. The boundary between an open and closed universe. If it's less than 1, the universe is open. If it's greater than 1, the universe is closed.
Some kind of jelly fungus.
And we have
here.
now measured unambiguously that there's only 30% of the amount of material in the universe, including dark matter, to make the universe flat. This is a real problematic number. We now know the universe has only 1/3 the amount of matter to make it flat. The problem is that theorists like me knew the answer. The universe must be flat. Why? Well, there are two reasons. There's the one I normally say, which is it's the only mathematically beautiful universe, which is true. But there's another reason I don't usually talk about, but I'll talk about here. It turns out that in a flat universe, the total energy of the universe is precisely 0. Because gravity can have negative energy. So the negative energy of gravity balances out the positive energy of matter. What's so beautiful about a universe with total energy 0? Well, only such a universe can begin from nothing. And that is remarkable. Because the laws of physics allow a universe to begin from nothing. You don't need a deity. You have nothing, 0 total energy, and quantum fluctuations can produce a universe. So if the universe isn't flat, we're worried. Because then you've got energy at the very beginning of time. So that was another reason that people like me were pretty sure the universe was flat. But the damn observers came up with the wrong number. But the damn observers came up with the wrong number.
Well, if the damn observers come up with the wrong number, just make shit up. Radiation
coming at that surface. On this surface is a very important scale, 1 degree. Why 1 degree? Because that represents a distance of 100,000 light years. Now, the surface existed when the universe was 100,000 years old, and Einstein tells us no information can propagate faster than light. So that means nothing that happened over here at that time could ever affect anything that happens over here. But more importantly, if I have a lump of matter that's this big across at that time, it doesn't even know it's a lump, because gravity can't have traveled across it. So it's like Wile E. Coyote in those cartoons when he goes off the cliff. He waits a while before he collapses, okay? And such large lumps won't collapse. So the biggest lumps that can have collapsed at that time will be 1 degree across, and that gives us a cosmic triangle. Because we have a ruler that's 100,000 light years across.
A couple assumptions there, Larry, that you are totally erroneous about. Number one, you're making the assumption, the uniformitarianism assumption, that things happen gradually over time. 14 billion years old. Dear Lord. No, the universe is quite young, happening very catastrophically with capitation. But anyway, going back to your 100,000 year 1 degree scenario, I mean, do you not even understand? Have you ever heard of the concept of the concave Earth? This is not Earth. No. And this wall that you talk about is the celestial sphere. It's the wall, it's the dark waters and the thick clouds of the celestial sphere, which contains water. This is glass, crystalline glass, okay? The stars are embedded in here. That's where the sonoluminescence is coming from. That's the wall. That's the wall layer. And then a concave Earth. Okay, you're inside the Earth. You have the glass skies. Okay? You're looking, this 1 degree that you're talking about is minute. Okay? It's not 100,000 light years. The celestial sphere is approximately, let's say, 15,000 kilometers in circumference. That's it. So 1 degree is only going to be 150 kilometers. So if you're measuring 1 degree and you're putting triangulation coordinates on 1 degree of 150 kilometers, it's relatively small. But you stretch it across 100,000 light years. It's asinine. There is no light years, Larry. Wake up. Wake up, man. You've been drugged. You're living inside the concave Earth. This wall is the dark waters, the thick clouds of the celestial sphere. The heavenly pyramid is above that. You don't see that. That's what's going on there. The universe is not flat. And you say light. No, light bends, Larry. Light bends. You ever hear Wilhelm Martin? He showed geodetically that light bends. So you're wrong. The universe is not flat, and if you're really going to worry about that there is a deity, then, you know, just, I'll let you know I'm a nice guy, but, you know, judgment's coming because the sun's going to stop soon. But the universe is definitely not flat, so no matter how many calisthenics you do and contortions you do and try to imagine it being flat, wanting it to be flat, maybe if you pray really hard, it'll be flat. You know? So this triangulation method, this desperation to show that it's flat, you're stretching it 100,000 light years? Light years are not even existent. What's wrong with you? The CMB, the cosmic microwave background, speaks of alignment, polarization, as a dipole. Celestial sphere is a band. It divides the sphere into 2 hemispheres that have opposing currents. That's what steers the sun north and south. I've explained this in previous videos. And it's telling of a deity because it is definitely not flat. It's encased in a ruptured glass. There's water on the inside. The stars are created by sonoluminescence, which means they are bubbles. Of course they're not going to have mass. Bubbles in water. The water surrounding the bubbles will have the mass. That's the dark matter. Simply dark water. And judgment's coming. Because the sun's going to stop. See, this celestial sphere contains the pyramid that generates the heat, the thermal heat to reach the sun, and there's really not much of a heat escape. There might be a little heat escape in the trapezium and the Orion Nebula, but for the most part, it's overheating. It's going to stop just like how an engine stops when it overheats. And then when it does, the sun will stop. It will cause all the ice that's attached to the glass sky at 100 kilometers high to rupture and unravel like a scroll and burn up the earth. Are you ready for that? Are you ready for judgment? Stop lying to the people. Stop insulting me. I am not crazy. I'm telling of judgment to come, people. Repent as soon as possible and acknowledge me.
Eric Dollard. Buddy has some very good understandings of the sun. You know how they tell you that the sun is a giant gaseous plasmic ball of nuclear fusion? And through helioseismology. It's a term, it's called helioseismology. They think they can, by studying the sound waves that the sun gives off, they can predict what's inside the sun. They can even break it up into different layers. Total bullshit. Total baloney. I'm drinking wine. Let me cap the chat for a second. So, anyway. Eric Dollard thinks differently about the sun. And I agree with him on many points that he makes. Not all of them. We'll just play a little video of him. Get my earbuds in. Curved. I think the face of it is curved. However, I don't think the back of the sun is curved because I saw the sun. I know I don't expect people to believe me, but I saw the sun. I was up in heaven. I turned around, I saw the sun. It was dark and it was flat. But Eric says the sun is hollow. Let's see if I can find that one video clip of that. This one, right? What was this one?
The solar, there's 22-year-long solar cycles.
That's not the one I wanted. Well, I'll keep watching. Let's see.
The deadness and activity.
Oh, let me cap that for you.
And deadness and activity.
Deadness and activity.
They started in the early Renaissance. And they peaked out around World War II. And now that we're in cycle 24, the sun's going dead.
The sun's going
not
dead.
Getting an ionosphere.
The sun is going dead. That's kind of interesting. The sun is going dead. The sun's going to stop.
It's like the solar cycles are ending.
Solar cycles are ending.
So today the solar flux is 140 something. It should be 200 something. So the sun's only operating at half power right now for this part of the cycle. So you don't have the ionosphere that you need in order to communicate to other parts of the world. It's all dissipated.
So ham radio is dying.
Well, I made it so there was no ham radio available for a year during the minimum of the cycle. Now we're at the maximum, and the maximum is no better than a minimum. So now the question is when it goes into the minimum in the next 7 years, how dead is the sun going to get? The last minimum, it got record dead.
Very dead.
The solar flux never dropped below 60, ever. This time it went down to 58. And you couldn't communicate via the ionosphere.
Hey.
So the sun can be reconfiguring for a cold, dead cycle, like in the Dark Ages. Well, nuclear fission is a religion.
Nuclear fission is a religion. When I say the sun is nuclear fission or fusion, it's a religion. It's not true.
It's a law. You know? The world must believe. That's all there is.
The world must believe.
The sun is an atomic bomb burning in the sky. If you don't believe that, you're going to go to jail.
Okay, now, your theory on the sun, I want to get.
It's hollow.
It's hollow.
So every planetary object is hollow, right?
All hollow. Well, the sun's definitely hollow because I studied the sun for 4 years straight.
This is the question.
And it's obviously hollow.
The sun is definitely hollow. He studied the sun for 4 years straight. It's obviously hollow. This is a great scientific mind, people, despite his drug habits.
And the solar, the sunspots are holes that allow you to see inside.
The sunspots are holes that allow you to see inside. That's why they're black.
Really?
Yeah. It's dark inside. The sun is well understood in radio physics and studying the ionosphere and sunspots and all that stuff that the sun does not operate by fusion. They do not know how the sun operates. The fusion only comes out of the arcs because of the current density.
Fusion only comes out of the arcs. The sun does not operate by fusion. What's that link you're trying to post me, Adonia? I can't. It's getting all messed up.
That's where the hydrogen of fusion occurs, is in the actual arcs between the flares. The sun itself is not a fusion device.
The sun is not a fusion device.
It's a converter. Yeah, the sun is a converter from another dimensionality into this dimensionality. And obviously, if you can't see it in outer space, the conversion's not complete until it hits the Earth's atmosphere or other physical object, and then it finally converts to electromagnetic light.
It hits the ozone.
Electromagnetic light.
Does
Well, the Earth's envelope.
Earth's envelope.
Yeah, its envelope is undefined. Yeah, you have to get in the Wilhelm Reich about that. Like we were talking about how you can't see the stars anymore.
Yeah. So the sun, would you say, makes its quote-unquote energy through some electrical etheric process?
Yeah, because of its voltage, its position.
Would you call it some kind of etheric lamp? A lantern?
Yeah, it's like a giant Tesla lamp.
You know, in
A Tesla lamp, a lamp. Remember the Wild Heretics website? It's a sulfur lamp. The sun is a light bulb in the earth.
It's not burning anything.
So it's an etheric electrical
converter.
And
it's converting from primary force to secondary force.
Primary force to secondary force. Primary force, remember I told you? The pyramid up in the middle of the earth is the primary force. The top of the pyramid is extending its light to the sun, which is the secondary force. Father to son. Father of lights, no shadow of turning, James 1:17, to sun. Primary force to secondary force. A converter. The sun is a converter of energy.
conversion is complete once it hits the upper atmosphere of the
Yeah,
Earth.
then once the emission interacts with physical matter, then it reverts to its reduced form, the waste product, which is heat and light and mechanical activity. But it doesn't start off like that, and its origin is undefined because it comes from what people like to say another dimension.
Another dimension.
Counter space.
Counter space.
Holes in the hollow sun.
Holes in the hollow sun, yeah.
There's a photosphere that generates the light, and it's contiguous. It's not contiguous.
Well, yeah, I would call it the ether within the atmosphere. The luminiferous ether that generates the light, yeah.
Little things that move around.
Contiguous.
Yeah. It's an arrangement with little glowing spots. And
Well, this is important, Keepy. This is important. This man, I wrote him a letter today.
In between. It's a veil. And that's where the illumination of the sun originates, is in that veil. It doesn't come from the inside. There's no nuclear furnace in the middle. There's none of that yet, and that's understood. When I studied this stuff at Sonoma State, that's understood.
There's
But
no
they have to
nuclear
continue this
fusion
popular
in the-
image that the sun is a nuclear bomb burning in the sky.
Scarcity.
Because that's everything's got to work on destruction.
Exactly. Burning
Right.
something, yeah.
Yeah.
Like the caloric theory, that's another
Yeah,
big lot of
whatever. It has to
bullshit.
be the laws of thermodynamics. You have to pay.
So
It has to be a meter. If you can't put a meter on it, it's not real.
Do you have any respect?
So, maybe you've seen this video of mine. It's a recreation of my vision of the back of the sun. This was back in 2003, early 2003. I was half asleep, half in a vision, so it seemed as if I was there in real life. I was up in
the celestial ocean. Okay, remember I told you there's a celestial ocean that encompasses, or actually there's a firmament that encompasses the celestial ocean, encompasses the stars up in the middle of the earth. And I was on this raft. I was floating. It was very peaceful, very mesmerizing, and I looked through the water and I saw the back of the sun. And the back of the sun was like this, dark, flat, because there was these parallel rays that were hitting the center of the sun. And obviously the end of these rays made a line across the sun, giving the appearance that it was flat. There's also a ring around the sun. And then I saw the moon behind the sun making an eclipse. So it was just amazing to watch this. And so this, it felt like I was experiencing something in real life. And so, with Eric Dowd's understanding, semi-accurate understanding that the sun is hollow, that it's a converter of energy from a primary source to a secondary source, right? Father to son. With an understanding that it's not nuclear fusion, that sunspots are indicative of a hollow center. I wrote him a letter. Let's see. I went to his website. He doesn't take emails, so I just mailed out a letter to him. And I just like scribbled it on note paper, but I'll just show you the letter I wrote him. So we'll see if he responds. Dear Eric Dollard, I have seen the back of the sun. It is flat and dark. And I drew a little chicken scratch illustration. A ring of light, dark, flat, light rays hitting diameter, view from heaven. Look me up. There's also glass in the sky and a sheet of ice connected to the glass 100 kilometers high. The earth is fucking concave and stationary. We all live inside. Contact me so I can give you the proper platform. There isn't much time before the sun stops. Stephen Christopher, Lord Stephen Christ on YouTube. So I just sent that out today. We'll see if he gets back to me.
But anyway, I was making this little 3D model of the concave Earth. I know it doesn't look concave, but it actually is. You can't tell the difference in a 3D program. The land formations are actually inside the Earth. And so, let me get the camera adjusted. See, I zoom in real close. There's the camera. Put like a lens in front of the camera. So it kind of creates a little barrel distortion. And what else I did in this model is I set a fog filter. See? Fog type. Let's mess with the lens, yeah. And so, minimum distance, maximum distance. I created this fog. It's simulating your atmosphere. The way you look at the horizon, the haze, right? The haze blends the sky, the background into the sky. And so, that's why the horizon looks flat. I know it's sarcasm. And so, like, if you make a rendering of this image, press F9. So the camera's it's inside the Earth is curving up, but since the fog is setting a visibility termination, it's like a visibility radius. See how that works like that? It makes you think that the Earth is either flat, the horizon's either flat or convex, but certainly not concave. And you can So I also have a volumetric lighting set, so when you get lower in altitude, the sky turns back to blue, just how it does normally in the atmosphere. So you're still getting this cutoff, you're still getting a horizon. That's why we see a cutoff, that's why we see horizon, because there's a visibility radius, a visibility limitation, because of the haze or the fog or whatever you want to call it. You guys understand what I'm talking about? Could raise the camera higher. But the funny thing is that, like I said before, the horizon always stays level with your eye. I have it tilted here. I can't go that high. Actually, if you go really high, it's going to get lower. But relatively speaking, I mean, I didn't measure the altitudes, but that's about as high as they can go with like a balloon, maybe about like that high compared to the whole Earth. Yeah, I didn't specify, I didn't make it all accurate. I didn't take the time to do that. I'm just kind of fiddling around with it. But I could easily just make sure all the measurements. POSRAG? What's a POSRAG? Actually, I have the camera tilted slightly, so let's make it straight there. There. Oh, your POSRAG. What's a POSRAG? All right, Matthew. Have a great day. So this is Schumann resonance. Schumann resonance. Schumann resonance needs the glass sky at 100 kilometers high. Schumann resonance needs the glass sky at 100 kilometers high. The Schumann resonance occurs because the space between the surface of the Earth and the conductive ionosphere acts as a closed waveguide. In 1893, George Francis Fitzgerald noted that the upper layers of the atmosphere must be fairly good conductors. Assuming that the height of these layers is about 100 kilometers above ground, he estimated that the oscillations, in this case the lowest mode of the Schumann resonances, would have a period of 0.1 second. Compares to sound vibrations in a glass bottle. In a nutshell, or in the concave Earth with the glass sky, the Schumann resonances are the name given to the resonant frequency of the Earth's atmosphere. Between the surface and the densest part of the ionosphere, the reason why it's dense is because it's made out of glass at 100 kilometers high. They're named for the German physicist Winfried Otto Schumann, 1888 to 1974, who worked briefly in the United States after World War II, and predicted that the Earth's atmosphere would resonate certain electromagnetic frequencies. The
closed space inside a bottle has a resonant frequency which becomes audible when you blow across it. Oh, this is not a bottle. But in the case of the concave Earth with the glass sky, you're not inside the glass. The resonating frequencies are resonating on the outside of the glass, but it's still within a closed system. That's why you still get the frequencies. The Schumann resonance, another piece of evidence. Evidence number 24 for a glass sky. Number 23 was the anti-crepuscular rays, which show that the glass sky is actually creating a convergence of the antipolar sun. It's creating a faux sun on the opposite side of the sun within the Earth, because the sunlight is wrapping around the glass sky and converging at the opposite side. That would be number 23. Number 24 is the Schumann resonance. So we're at 24 pieces of evidence that there is a glass sky within the concave Earth. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for believing me. I love you. I am God.
Hey, 426, are you an asshole? Do you believe in evolution? Huh? 426? Check out your fingers. Oh, there you are. Where? Can you tell me, scientist, where the megacriometers are coming from? 426? I'm waiting. I was hoping for an intelligent response. Okay, get the fuck out of here. You're gonna get some demons in your sleep tonight. 426. Okay? All because you hate me. I'm God. Okay, let's continue. That was a kind of boring video. Let's do something else. Yeah, an ice demon from the sky. That's right. Evolutard, a fucking evolutard. You don't understand that God has a sense of humor, and he made you think you evolved from monkeys and then from fish. You are a fucking evolutard, and the joke's on you. The joke is on you, you evolutard. The joke is on you. I get the last laugh. You live inside the earth. There is a glass ceiling to the sky. I just love the irony. How I come through at the end and put all these evolutards, God unbelievers,
shame for swallowing the biggest fucking camel in the entire universe. It's the size of the universe. The camel that they have a fucking big ass stomach. Big ass stomach. Yeah. How the fuck did you fit that camel in your stomach in the first place? And it's spinning too. You got this big ass fucking convex planet spinning inside your fucking stomach. How did you manage that? That is like the biggest miracle of it all. That's a bigger miracle than walking on water, turning water into wine. You have this fucking spinning planet inside your stomach. And it looks like a camel. It's got one hump. How did you do it? Hi, Olivia. How did you do it, people? Evolutards. Atheists. Heliocentrists. How did you do it? Strangest. You can run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Sooner or later, I'm gonna cut you down. You can laugh for a long time. Laugh for a long time. Laugh, well, not much longer anymore. 'Cause sooner, not later, I'm going to cut you Good morning, people. Remember Romans 13. The powers that be are ordained of God. Be thankful for chemtrails. Be thankful for the mighty arms, the many arms of Atlas that hold the heavens from the earth. Do you have understanding now? Are you done being confused why they're spraying the skies with chemtrails? Oh, to ride the wind, to tread the air above the din, the mass confusion. Oh, to have understanding. Oh, to have your foundations based in the true form of the earth, the concavity of the earth, and that there's a glass sky, and that there's ice attached to that glass sky, and that ice has been falling down for centuries,
and it's increasingly falling down lately. Mega cryometeors. The Earth is definitely warming. Thanks to anthropogenic heat, man-made heat in metropolitan areas, CO2, population increase, okay? We breathe, we exhale CO2. The Earth is heating up. And because the sun rotates inside the Earth is stationary. The sun can't stop, and it will stop. That will be the final day and the final hour. When the sun stops, all that ice is going to come crashing down on people, on places, houses, everywhere. Two will be in a field, one shall be taken, the other left. One shall be hit by the ice, the other left, okay? Two shall be at the mill, two shall be at the bed, two shall be at Starbucks. One hit by the ice, the other missed. When the sun stops, it will burn up the earth. So even if you're missed by the ice, you're going to die if you don't listen to me and take preparation. Not preparation of physical preparation, preparation of your understanding, of your mind. Your foundation is based in the true form of the earth and the foundation of understanding to seek first the kingdom of God. That was what you're commanded to do, Christians. Seek first thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Well, that's about to happen. The New World Kingdom order. The powers that be are ordained of God. Okay? They are spraying the skies, the UN Geoengineering Governance and Technology Policy, code-named Atlas, is a multinational joint operation to prevent the ice mantle that is attached to the glass sky within the stationary concave Earth from breaking up and falling prematurely. The secret is too much truth for the public to bear. Therefore, they do not bother telling you. But the fact is that there is a rushed effort to prevent the heavens from crashing to the earth prematurely as the earth continues to heat up. Soon the sun will stop, and all the ice will fall, and those who wish to be saved, the redeemed, the marked with the seal of the living God, will take refuge underground in deep underground bases. Denver International Airport, other bases underground, temporarily and transported underground via magnetic levitating trains, tunnels to the new kingdom in Australia. Check out the capital, Canberra, Australia. That's the New World Order Kingdom capital, where we will set up the new world upon the rock, Uluru. We will build the new Zion, the new Jerusalem. We will erect a tower, an elevator shaft to the top of the glass sky, which will bow down when the sun stops. That's the new Jerusalem, the new Zion. And I will write upon you that name, Zion. I will write upon you the new name of Christ, Steve. Steve means crown, the crowned one. See to it that no man takes your crown, and I will write upon you my new name. I am the reincarnated Christ. This is the New World Kingdom order. Be thankful for chemtrails. Be understanding, okay? The benefits outweigh the risks, the damage. They're spraying the skies, they're blanketing the skies with an albedo and a reflective surface to prevent the earth from heating up more than it does and to prevent the ice mantle from cracking, breaking, and falling and decimating all over the world. Listen to the song Achilles' Last Stand by Led Zeppelin. Oh, to laugh aloud, dancing as we fought the crowd, to seek the man, that would be me, whose pointing hand the giant step unfolds with guidance from the curving path. It's a crooked path. It's a crooked path of understanding the ways of God that turns up into stone, hard rock, solid understanding. They're hidden as a stone. The ice, the face of the deep is frozen. You don't see the ice, but it's there. It fluctuates between amorphous and crystalline ice from day to night. In the nighttime it's transparent. In the daytime it's translucent. That's where the mega cryometers are coming from. the ice mantle at the top of the glass sky. There's a little glass sky, a literal glass sky at 100 kilometers. Okay, you guys need to wake up. Time is short. Listen to me. Listen to me. When I'm declared as the Messiah to the world, I am your friend. Seek first the kingdom. Seek, this is the way. I know the way. I know the way. I know the way. As the mighty arms of Atlas hold the heavens from the earth. Okay, what I want to talk about is superior mirages. Sometimes you'll see a double, like a sunset or a sunrise or a sunset when the sun is going down, and then it has this crease in the sky. It's like a reflective crease. Actually, it's a refractive crease created by the glass sky. Now, scientists will tell you that is due, that's called a superior mirage, and they'll say it's due to the air that's closer to the ground being colder than the air above, and that makes no sense whatsoever. See, they have to conjure up some kind of explanation because they don't profess to believe that there's actually a glass ceiling to the sky, which creates this. Let me show you what they say. Their explanation: a superior mirage occurs when an image of an object appears above the actual object due to the refraction, well, that's true, or bending of light waves from the object down toward the eye of the observer. Downward refraction occurs because air closer to the ground is colder and therefore more dense than air higher up. Well, that's all backwards. I mean, that's not the way it goes. I mean, if you understand anything about the temperature of the atmosphere, it gets colder when it goes higher, not lower to the ground. The sea level, the temperature is consistently decreasing as you get higher. So it makes no sense. So at the higher latitude regions, the polar regions, you can sometimes see this crease in the sky, and that's created because there's a glass sky. That's the only reason. That's the only reason why you see double suns in the sky sometimes. Or sometimes you'll see with the sun rising at one end of the horizon, and the actual opposite end you'll see that sun rise as well, because it's actually creating this refraction or this reflection, or both, toward the opposite end of the inside of the Earth. We're living on the concave surface of the Earth. So I made these animations in Lightwave 3D, and the one on here, let me pull that up. Let me get that for you. Okay. The one on the left is with refraction. Basically, and the one on the right is without refraction. You can see basically there is an invisible sphere, a glass sphere that's covering these two objects, the bigger circle and the smaller circle. And that is, when I turn the refraction on, this is what you see on the left. You see the smaller white circle. Actually, it's not a circle, it's a ball, it's a sphere. It retains the same height as it goes across. So when you see the sun rise and sunset, it's going to retain the same size. Even though it looks bigger at the horizon, that's due to the illusional effect of having the images in the foreground actually make it appear to be bigger at the horizon, but actually it's the same size. However, if you didn't have refraction within the Earth, you would see the variance in size and scale, as you see here on the right, where I turn the refraction off. You see it's getting smaller. The one on the left has refraction, and it's keeping the same size. However, it is squishing vertically, but that's due to the refraction. Now you also see, look there too, you see that crease right there? That's the crease. That's created by the glass sky. That is why we have superior mirages. It's not due to the lower air being colder than the higher air. That makes no sense whatsoever. So that's why you get that that crease in the sky, that double sun crease, sometimes at sunset or sunrise. I made a graphic about this crease. Let me pull that up. I called it the horizontal crease.
And what I was telling you is that like this red line would be the actual crease, and it's usually lower than what we see at the horizon. However, at higher latitudes, sometimes we see that crease. And so, and it also, the glass also gives us the illusion that it's actually, the sky is actually a dome, when it's actually the other way around. So, there's just another piece of evidence. There's so much evidence that there's a glass sky. This is just another one. Go to my webpage, you can see all the different evidence. Also check out Wild Heretic's page. He corroborates what I've been saying, that we're living in a concave surface of the Earth, in a concave surface of the Earth. That the universe is tiny, it's contained within the hollow, inverted, concave Earth. There's actually a little layer of glass in the sky. And there's actually even ice attached to the glass sky as well, at 100 kilometers. Check it out. Believe it's true. Truth is stranger than fiction, guys. You need to understand this, because this falls right into prophecy. This falls into ISON. ISON is just a code name for the ice at the top of the sky that's going to fall down on the ground. The ice on the glass sky. It's there. Eric Dollard. Yes, well, he's got some good ideas about the sun, which are more accurate than conventional science. The sun, definitely, I would agree with him, it is a transformer, or what else does he say it is? It transforms energy from another dimension. He says that the sunspots are actually indicative of holes in the hollow sun. He says there's no nuclear fusion going on in the sun. He says the sun is hollow. I agree. However, he did not see the backside of the sun, which I did, and it's flat and it's dark. And he doesn't believe in a concave Earth, as far as I know, but he does give out good information about how lightning is formed, how the atmosphere itself is like it's a gap between two different realms of electromagnetic conductivity. Okay, you got Earth, which conducts electricity, and then you got space, which conducts electricity, and then you have the atmosphere as like a gap. It's an insulator, and the reason why it's an insulator, because glass is an insulator. He doesn't realize that, and he also talks about how lightning is formed with the dielectric forces laterally creating the lightning, which I agree, that happens near glass. He even mentions that it happens near glass. So, as far as personal life and his addiction to meth and amphetamines, I don't think we'll go there. He has some personal issues, some dysfunctional interpersonal relating issues. I saw that one video where it talked about how he takes advantage of people, he plays the victim a lot, he's got a meth problem and all that stuff. But he's got some good information about the sun.
Okay, so a lot of my enemies out there, like, there's this guy named, what's his name? Bob Potato Face Atari. You know, when I mentioned this article, when they link my website, he's saying they're mocking me, they're making fun of me. No matter what science has to say, there are always going to be people out there with crazy theories about how everything works and how the Earth is a flat planet orbited by the sun. We particularly like the theory that the universe is inside out. And then they link my webpage. Funny thing is that I'm going to have the last laugh. All these fucking retards. All these fucking retards who have a predilection to genuflect to the consensus of modern so-called science are going to be fucking shamed to hell.
in the realization that the earth is concave, and that there's glass in the sky, and that the sun is orbiting inside the earth, and that the sun will stop, and that all the ice that's attached to the glass sky will fall down, will shower down and decimate humanity. I fucking have a fire within me. I just want to fucking impose judgment on these fucking stupid ass people. But I'm getting exposure, whether people think it's ridicule or not. Pull it up. Can you read it? Hello, Steve. As every day, it is a joy to watch your channel full of truth. I have been following you for a while, and every new video shows how stupid people are. My God, people are incredibly hypnotized by TV. I have been spreading your word here in Mexico, and very few people are accepting the concave earth. They always ask the same questions that they ask you, like why we have been to space and the earth photos, etc., etc. I don't care if people accept this. I know it is truth. I saw that video where that fat boy tried to ridicule you. He is a total shill. I think the government will start a campaign in internet against you. So be prepared for many shills and trolls. But be sure that many people are now elevating their awareness and will support you in your mission. I'm one. Some stuff is another one, and many more. You are not alone in this endeavor. Almost daily I'm sending messages to the NASA Never a Straight Answer webpage, telling them that their lie is falling apart. Also, to the White House. I'm a professional chemist here in Mexico. I own a research lab. I fabricate new technology, medicine. I'm not a fanatic. I understand perfectly all the scientific terms you talk about. And if you give me your permission to use your seal in your name, it would be an honor. Thanks for spreading this sacred knowledge with us. And may the Father bless you, Andres. Sent from Iridium satellite phone. Yes, thank you, Andres. Of course you have my permission. I'm very happy you're spreading my message. Blessings to you, Steve. Wasn't that wonderful? I thought it was nice.
Did you know? Did you know
That the natural shape of a diamond is octahedral. 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 Did you know why Illuminati people always point to the top of the pyramid? There's a diamond, a big diamond, in the middle of the earth, up in the middle of the earth. Heaven. A diamond. Big ass diamond. Did you know that in the book of Isaiah, chapter 14, talks talks about somebody who wanted to magnify him or herself in their hearts, to sit on the mount of the congregation above the stars of God, to sit on the sides of the north. Sides of the north. Look at that. The north side of that diamond is all lit up. It's the mount of the congregation. The sides of the north. Beautiful for situation is Mount Zion on the sides of the north. What's it mean? It means up in the middle of the earth. Up in the middle of the earth, there is a great octahedron, a big diamond in the sky. And at the top of the north end, it is greatly illuminated. Illuminatinated. The sides of the north. Who wants to magnify themselves and put themselves on the top of the pyramid, on the sides of the north? I suppose a lot of people want to be like that. Not just Illuminati members. Maybe you, Anita. Maybe other people too. They want to magnify themselves in their heart. King James calls this person Lucifer. Lucifer. How thou art fallen, O Lucifer, son of the morning. How thou art fallen. That's like the supreme place to be in the whole entire universe. On the top of the pyramid, on the sides of the north. I suppose a lot of people want to magnify themselves in their hearts. But it's only right that only one person has that privilege. The Lord. Right? Let's read Isaiah 14. Think in terms of high people in the Illuminati. The Lord hath broken the staff of the wicked and the scepter of the rulers. He who smote the people in wrath with continual stroke, he that ruled the nations in anger, is persecuted, and none hindereth. The whole earth is at rest, and is quiet. They break forth into singing. Yea, the fir trees rejoice at thee, and the cedars of Lebanon sing. Since thou art laid down, no feller is come up against us. Hell from beneath is moved for thee, to meet thee at thy coming. It stirreth up the dead for thee, even all the chief ones of the earth. It hath raised up from their thrones all the kings of the nations. And they shall speak and say unto thee, Art thou also become weak as we? Art thou become like unto us? Thy pomp, thy pomp, thy pomp, thy pomp is brought down to the grave, and the noise of thy vials, the worm is spread under thee, and the worms cover thee. How thou art fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning. How thou art cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations. For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. It's right there, folks. That's where Lucifer wants to exalt himself. Now, it might just not be one person. Maybe it's a bunch of people. Maybe it's high-level masonry, 33rd degree. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. Yet thou shalt be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit. Not the sides of the north, the sides of the pit. They that see thee shall narrowly look upon thee, and consider thee, saying, Is this the man that made the earth to tremble, that did shake kingdoms, that made the world as wilderness, and destroyed the cities thereof, that opened not the house of the prisoners? All the kings of the nations, even all of them lie in glory, everyone in his own house. But thou art cast out of thy grave like an abominable branch, and as the raiment of those that are slain, thrust through with a sword, that go down in the stones of the pit, as a carcass trodden under feet. Thou shalt not be joined with them in burial, because thou hast destroyed thy land, and slain thy people. The seed of evildoers shall never be renowned. Prepare slaughter for his children, for the iniquity of their fathers, that they do not rise, nor possess the land, nor fill the face of the world with the cities. For I will rise up against them, saith the Lord of hosts, and cut off from Babylon the name, the remnant, the son, the nephew, saith the Lord. I will also make it a possession for the bittern, and pools of water, and I will sweep it away with the besom of destruction. Besom. Sweeping. Saith the Lord of hosts. The Lord of hosts has sworn, saying, Surely as I have thought, so shall it come to pass, and as I have purposed, so shall it stand. That I will break the Assyrian in my land, and upon my mountain tread him underfoot. Then shall his yoke depart from off them, and his burden depart from off their shoulders. This is the purpose that is purposed upon the whole earth, and this is the hand that is stretched out upon all the nations. For the Lord of hosts has purposed, and who shall disannul it? And his hand is stretched out. Who shall turn it back? Personally, I don't think Lucifer in Isaiah 14 is a proper noun. It could be, I mean, it could be. I think it represents a group of people. A group of high-level masons, maybe. People who are bent on destruction and exalting themselves. Seen the Masonic symbolism of the two pillars, and then in the center is the pyramid with the eye. The two pillars are the sun and the moon, and in the center is the top of the mount of the congregation on the sides of the north.
does turn, but there's no variance in the shading, unlike the sun. It extends its light to the sun. The sun is more of a transformer of the main light. This is the light from Genesis 1. In the beginning, God said, let there be light, and there was light. That's where it started. That's why you have the sun being formed on the fourth day. So the sun is not the initial light. So, Genesis 1, let there be light. What happened on day 2? Well, first of all, before day 1, the Spirit of God was moving over the face of the deep, over the waters, darkness, water. Water was before light. Darkness was before light. And God said, Hayya or, let there be light. And there was light. Everything was still moving, rotating. Constitutes the day and the night, the day and the evening. Day 2, what happens? Let there be a firmament, a hard edge, surface to divide the waters above and below. Divide the waters above and below. So the light generates heat, generates expansion, generates separation of the elements. This firmament is made out of glass. So, God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. So if you think of like oceans, like the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, there is a heavenly ocean, a celestial ocean above. I kid you not. God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. God said, let the waters, oh no, I said that already. Verse 10, God called the dry land earth. So prior to these continents having been separated, they were all one clump, one landmass. The dry land was called earth, Pangea, earth, one landmass. And gathering together the waters called he seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after its kind, whose seed is in itself on the earth. And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, blah, 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 blah. Herb yielding seed, blah, blah, blah. Ace. You were ace. So what happened next? God said, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and seasons, be for lights in the firmament of heaven, to give light upon the earth. So we already had a light for heaven, so now we need a light for the earth. An extension, a subordinate light, a sun, a child light. We have the Father light, now we need a sunlight. Sunlight. And the moon, of course. Two great lights. The greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. Stars also. The stars are up in here, in the celestial ocean. The stars are created because there's beautifully harmonically pitched sound resonating throughout heaven. And the sound generates sonoluminescence, multi-bubble sonoluminescence. All the stars. And you have been misinformed into thinking that they're millions of light years away. They're all very close and all very small. In the middle of the earth. And God set them in the firmament of heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness, and God saw that it was good. And evening and morning were the fourth day. God said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the living creatures. Okay, so now we have sea creatures. Fifth day, sixth day. We have mankind, animals, land animals. How do they think of the world from heaven eternity? Talk about provocation. I don't know. I guess they have to be really retarded to think that they'd get away with it forever. I don't know. But you gotta realize that at one time, these cognizant ones, these Nephilim, these sons of God, were just that, sons of God. Right? Sons of God. Let's go back to Job 38. And the Lord answered Job out of the whirlwind and said, who is this that darkeneth counsel by words without knowledge? Gird up your loins like a man. I will demand of thee, and answer thou me. Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? See, the foundations of the earth are not below the ground. The foundations of the earth are up in heaven. Declare, if thou hast understanding, who hath laid the measures thereof? Just like a pyramid has measures, right? If thou knowest, or who hath stretched the line upon it? You need to stretch a line to make a pyramid, plumb line. Whereupon are the foundations thereof fastened? They're not fastened, they're just kind of floating. Who laid the cornerstone thereof? The sides of the north again, the cornerstone. When the morning stars sang, they sang Kumbaya, they sang no, sound, sonoluminescence. So when the morning, when the cornerstone was laid, that brought the stars to illumination. Some kind of frequency was created to create the sonoluminescence of the stars. And all the sons of God shouted for joy. The sons of God shouted for joy at the laying of the cornerstone, the top of the pyramid. That's pretty wild, huh? But what happened? Seems like these sons of God wanted to exalt themselves. They wanted to sit upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. Yet they were cast
jealousy he exhibited. How dare you? How dare you think you can exalt yourselves above the Lord? Moreover, the sons of God, these same sons of God, while they were down on earth, while they were kicked out, they thought it would be a good idea to kind of just like rape women, right? The sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives, all of them which they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days. Giants. Pre-flood days here. We're talking before the flood, the global flood of mankind, prior to there being a glass sky at 100 kilometers high. Prior to that, there was more oxygen and on the ground, closer to the ground. Of course, you have nitrogen and oxygen, which compose predominantly your atmosphere. Nitrogen is lighter than oxygen, right? Therefore, nitrogen would be higher up. Prior to there being a glass ceiling which compressed, it pushed the nitrogen down more so that it mixed with the oxygen, which is the case today. You have 79% nitrogen and 21% oxygen. Prior to that time, the nitrogen stayed above the ground, so there was more oxygen. So there were giants in the earth. People could grow much bigger and live much longer. Not just people, animals, plants, everything. Hyperbaric conditions, more oxygen present. However, there was punishment coming, because the Lord said, I'm not going to strive with man much longer. I'm going to limit him. I'm going to make him less. I'm going to limit his days. I'm going to limit his size. Because he's got an evil mind, evil heart, to want to always exalt himself. The pride of man. And it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth. And it grieved him to his heart. Oh, you disgusting people. I made you because I loved you. I wanted relationship, communion with you. And yet you turned around and said, fuck you, God. I'm God. You're not God. I will deny you. I will sit upon the sides of the north. Fuck you, God. Fuck you. And the Lord said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing and the fowls of the air, for it repenteth me that I have made them. I'm so sorry I made them. It grieved me to my heart. I made them out of love. I wanted to have a relationship with them as my children. I wanted to bounce them on my knee, give them all the blessings of my earth. But they turned around. They said, fuck you. But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. These are the generations of Noah. Okay, so what happened? Within the celestial ocean, the waters became hot, I think. And hot enough to a point where the stars clustered together and started burning holes in the glass. The stars clustered. The nuclear fusion of the sonoluminescent stars clustered together, and they started to burn holes in the glass celestial sphere. as the halls were opened, the windows of heaven were opened, and water gushed forth, not only from above, but from below. The fountains of the deep burst open too. So there was an entire global flood that flooded all the earth. Flooded all the earth. When these clusters of stars burst forth like that, after the water gushed out, the firmament, the opening, started to cool off again and seal up, but not before you have the remnants of the drain-like spiral patterns of star galaxies. Drains. That's why the stars are clustered in spirals, because they were at one time drains. Earth was flooded. My dear Earth, I destroyed, because it repented that I made man. All because of man fucked up. I destroyed my Earth, except for Noah and his family. But prior to the flood, like I said before, the Earth was just one big landmass, Pangea. You know, you can puzzle pieces all the continents together. They fit. Well, during the flood, when the fountains of the deep broke up, the continents separated like that. They happened very quickly, not over millions of years, like plate tectonics or continental drift or whatever they tell you. Happened very quickly. But before the current condition of the continents as we see them today, before that, there was an extension around the perimeter of each continent that was called the continental shelving. So that was still there after the floodwaters receded. See, when the floods came down, remember, the glass sky formed at 100 kilometers because the sand, the stars, the glass from the top layer of the sky came down because of the intense heat of the thermosphere. It fused that glass into another bubble. So now we have another glass sky, which pushed, compressed. Everything is compressed now. We have a very low ceiling, relatively speaking, compared to the pre-flood conditions. So everything is compressed. It's harder to breathe. It's harder to live long. It's harder to grow big. But after the flood, that was also the reason why the waters abated, because of the glass. Pushed the water down. And that's also the reason why it was promised to Noah in the form of a rainbow, which is a result of the glass. It is impossible for the ocean waters to flood the continents anymore. It's very simple, guys. So after the flood, we still had the continental shelf, but it mentions the days of Peleg. The continents where the earth was divided in the days of Peleg. Well, that does not mean another flood. Well, it actually was another flood, a smaller flood, where the continental shelf became submerged. So you have like Atlantis, other cities you find underwater of the continental coasts of China or Japan or everywhere really. That became submerged. The shelf became flooded. Peleg, the root for archipelago, like a group of islands, is in the word Peleg, which means water. So now we have the current condition of the continent as it is today. So because there's no rotation to the Earth, and the sun is orbiting inside the Earth, cylindrically, every 6 months, goes up and down, the sun can stop. The sun stopped 3,500 years ago. Joshua 10 is recorded. And that glass sky that has formed after the flood has a coating of ice on it now. Because it cooled off. It's cold up there. But if you stop the sun and you generate a disproportionate amount of heat to one area of that sky, that ice will fall down. Just like as you read in Joshua 10, where the sun did stop and large chunks of ice, hailstones from heaven, fell upon the Amorites. So during this time, it was back in May, I forget the year that they recorded, but like May of, I want to say like 1500 BC or something like that. There was a time where the sun stood still in the sky and the moon stayed. They used the word stayed, it means it slowed down. So that's going to constitute the final day and hour when the sun stops again, but this time indefinitely. When that happens again, this ice coating that's covering the glass sky will all rip apart like a scroll unraveling, falling all over the place, killing lots of people. So we have underground shelters. If you want to be saved, the final day is coming. The final day and final hour is coming very soon. Very, very soon. I think I know what it is too, but I'm not going to tell you. I'm telling you confident. Questions? I don't think you have 20 years, no. You're lucky if you have 1 year, I think. Well, no one hates. There's great opposition in teaching this stuff. I've encountered great opposition.
There's a propagation of light within the Earth. Did you guys see that graphic? So you got the central celestial octahedron at the top, the north side, sides of the north. This is where the illumination is. The eye of the pyramid extends its laser light to the back of the flat, dark side of the sun. Then the sun is actually that's where the light begins to curve when it goes through the sun. So the light spreads around. Kind of looks like a big butt, right? Curved light? Buck cheeks, yeah. It's a big butthole. Yes, you are curved light. You're on the graphic. And the glass is at 100 kilometers. The moon is a half ball. It's hollow, obviously, but it's like a bowl. It's a bowl-shaped moon. We don't ever see the backside of the moon from the Earth. And the pictures that they showed you of the backside of the moon, well, that's not really... That's NASA pulling a fast one. They used to have, back in the 60s and 70s, and even now, probably just with computers, but they used to have models, spherical models of the moon. It's all bullshit. The Clementine mission, bullshit. That's why the moon doesn't rotate. It's not a sphere. You're jealous of the moon. I know. I know you're jealous of the moon. No, the moon is concave on the other side. It's not flat. I don't think it's flat. I think it's concave on the other side. That's my next animation. That'll be up maybe late tomorrow. Nah, probably Sunday. Or maybe Moon Day, Monday. I should have an animation up by Monday at the latest. The opposite side. So it perfectly aligns in that funnel area, the darkness funnel, that's where it gets eclipsed. It's a masterfully designed concoction that I made. I'm talking about from like a godly point of view. It's so deceptive. Can you take me to the moon one day? Okay. And so there's an anti-solar illumination zone that's on the opposite side of the sun, on the opposite side of the celestial sphere. That's why the moon and all the other planets get illuminated. Not all the other planets, except for Venus and Mercury, but the other ones, they get illuminated when they're opposite like that. And they also go into retrograde in that area too. So they're being affected by the sun magnetically and by temperature. When they're farther away from the sun, they lose that attraction to the sun, and so they begin to sag and get lower to the ground and get bigger in angular diameter and get brighter in magnitude until the sun pulls them back up again. Mac Shack. Yes, butt cheeks. I think it looks like an apple. It looks more like an apple core, or like a half apple. Oh. Refraction through the glass. Oh yeah, sure. But like the light works like you take a glass of water out in the sunshine, and how the caustics wrap around the inside of the glass and they meet at the other end. That's kind of how it works. So that's why there's that funnel area, because the light doesn't. It can't. It's constrained. It curves around. It doesn't go to the bottom there. Hey, how's it going, guest? You'd like to go to the moon someday. I don't think you want to go. It's kind of cold up there. Because it's like a funnel cake. Funnels are fun. Funnel chair. No. You and your dirty mind. Anything. You always. What's the hymn? What's the hymn for? Solar eclipse?
What do you mean actually is? It's the moon passing over the sun. Passing in front of the sun from our vantage point. No, we're not rotating around. The sun is rotating inside the earth, and so is the moon. You know what I mean? It's all clear now? Earth, celestial sphere, sun is going like that, right? Can you hear me? The sun is going like that, right? We're inside the earth, right? Right? Put a little boat there. A big boat. Glass sky. Glass sky, right. Sun. And the moon too. Okay, but the sun, you know, it does this cylindrical path, right, from the tropics. 6 months down, 6 months up. The moon is closer to us, okay? So let's just look, if you're looking top down, let's say the sun is over here, the moon is closer to us. So the moon just passes in front of the sun. Okay? Comprende? What are they attached to? They're floating. They're magnetically floating inside the earth. They rotate by magnetism. Magnetism. Because there's a behind this sphere, there's a pyramid, an octahedron. It's the great light. It's hidden. You can't see it. But it's a big magnet. It's a big magnet. It's got a positive end and a negative end, right? Magnetic fields. Magnetic fields, right? Magnetic fields within a container, they create rotation. The sun is connected magnetically to the pyramid, to the magnetic pyramid. Completes its course every 365.25 revolutions, right? It's going a little bit slower than the sphere. This is called sidereal rotation. Can you hear me? The sphere is moving, the stars are moving at one speed, the sun is moving a little bit slower. Sidereal rotation and tropic rotation, tropic speed. So every full year the sun's going to be one revolution behind. That's why it passes through all the zodiac seasons. It's going at a different speed. The moon is affected by the magnetism of the sun too. So you get this apogee and perigee. Apogee and perigee means that sometimes the moon gets, sometimes it's orbit, if you're looking straight down, and sometimes the moon's orbiting a little bit closer to the Earth, and sometimes it's moving a little bit farther away. It's like a drunkard. It's just like, you know, can't really walk straight, basically. So that's what's going on. The planets are in here too. There's only 7 planets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, drunken moon. It's staggering. The moon is a staggerer. Goes slower than the sun, right? About 29 days. The sun, it makes one revolution, or it loses one revolution behind the sun. Sunlight is bending around the inside of the Earth. There's this glass sky, right? The glass sky. That glass sky is used as a catalyst to extend the light to the other side of the Earth. Like if the sun is over here and the moon is over here, the sunlight bends around, just like if you're looking down and inside of a glass filled with water in the sunlight, you see the rays, they wrap around, then they hit the moon. Different angles, that's why we get full moons when the moon is opposite. There's also a little area here that's dark, that's why we get the lunar eclipse. That's a lunar eclipse. Solar eclipse is when the moon is in front of the sun. Light is wrapping around. Do you know the ways of light? Can you take it to the bound thereof? Do you know the way to the paths to the house thereof? The bound is the glass sky. The glass sky in the Bible is called the bound. The bound. Bound. So when that sunlight gets too acute, it doesn't pass through the glass sky. It just uses it as a mechanism, a vehicle to wrap around the other side of the world. But when it's not that acute, it goes right through the glass. That's how this side of the Earth is illuminated by the sun, by the curved light of the sun. Good. Okay. So that's why you can't see the other side of the Earth. Like if you're here, right? The sunlight, the sun is here. The light is bending. It's bending. This curvature is a smaller circle than the Earth circle. So it's curving more than the Earth. That's why you can't see the other side of the Earth. That's why it still looks like the horizon. It looks like it's going down, but it's not going down. No, it's not a ball of fire. It's not a ball in the first place. I've seen the back of the sun. When I was up here, there's an ocean, there's a celestial ocean up here. Got a chopper flying over my house. Or something, airplane. So when I saw the back of the sun, when I looked at the back of the sun from this vantage point, it was flat. Flat and dark. Flat and dark. Look up Eric Dollard. He says the sun is not a ball. It says the sun is a transformer. It takes the energy from the father light and it transforms that to the sunlight. It's an extender of light. Hey Mo, how's it going? Okay. You're welcome. Okay. It's a lot to take in all at once, but there's plenty of material I put out there for you guys. Check this out. Check this out. DARPA made a new telescope. It's a glass telescope, but they used 2 times in their article. They must break the glass ceiling. Are you kidding me? DARPA's giant folding spy satellite will dwarf all other space telescopes. DARPA, the military's futuristic research agency, says it has plans to break the glass ceiling of space telescopes by shooting a new design into orbit that's made of plastic and unfolds into a mammoth satellite that would dwarf the world's most famous telescopes. Membrane optics could enable us to fit much larger, higher resolution telescopes in smaller and lighter packages, says Lieutenant Colonel Larry Gunn, DARPA program manager, in a statement. Ooh, there's a statement. In that respect, we're breaking the glass ceiling that traditional materials impose on optics design. Really? Okay. Yeah, I'll say you're breaking the glass ceiling. What's on the outside? What does it matter? As far as we know, nothing. The Bible says that earth is hung on nothing. Maybe this is all there is. Maybe this is all there is. Maybe. You contacted the uploaded video. You've seen Earth, yeah. Footage shows alleged pictures of Mars, yeah, not Mojave footage. At least not proven Mojave footage. However, what is proven by the video is that the Mars footage is, yeah, definitely is faked. Oh, is that what he said? Is that what he typed out? Well, let's see if they're to look at nothing. Blackness, I guess. Darkness. Darkness. Are you sure? I think it's a void of color. It's an absence of color. If you were to look at nothing, maybe you can't see nothing. You're getting too philosophical for me. Too philosophical. There's a video circulating on YouTube by Major Ed Dames, who was a former major in the military, and he headed up the remote viewing team there. And anyway, he came out with a video talking about where remote viewers they keep visualizing the sun projecting out these massive coronal mass ejections, and he calls it the kill shot, where it will destroy most of the world through what he thinks is solar flares. And then he also talks about there's like sanctuaries in different parts of the world where people can find refuge and safety, and they can be protected from these solar flares, these massive solar flares that are about to erupt. Anyway, that's what his theory says. But anyway, just wanted to bring my perspective into view, which is God's perspective, in that it's a fulfillment of prophecy, where I talked about earlier, where the sun and the moon actually stop and form a solar eclipse. And that's going to happen this November 13th or 14th over the continent of Australia. And it's going to cause a shadow to form, the umbra or the penumbra of the eclipse. And that is going to be the haven, the place that people need to take refuge. And so that's why the military, the U.S. military, is clandestinely, they've outright said it, but they've stationed troops, Marines, to be in Australia. And so basically they know about this, and they're preparing for it, and they understand who I am, that I'm the Messiah. And I will implement my mark upon the people who are allowed into the safe zone. That's where we will set up the new kingdom, the new Jerusalem, the new world, the millennial kingdom. So, part of Dame's role in this all is to kind of disseminate information that is semi-accurate. Obviously, he doesn't want the whole world to figure out where the safe zone is. So basically, he's saying there's safe zones all over the world. So, but keep in mind, that's not their role, that's not their job to tell the entire truth. So yes, there is going to be a major solar cataclysmic event, and he calls it the kill shot. However, I see it as a fulfillment of prophecy. Isaiah talks about the sun being ashamed and it not moving, it's standing still, and that actually happened 3,000 years ago. And that is in the context of the true nature of the universe, which they know about it too. It's not how you've been taught in school, where it's all inverted. The earth is the outer encasement of the entire universe. So the sun and the moon and the stars and the planets are inside this encasement. So therefore the universe is very tiny. And so in that respect, the sun and the moon orbit and the earth is stationary. And that's what can cause the sun and the moon to stop in the sky like it did before, where legends record that it has actually stopped in the sky before, as well as the Bible talks about that too. So, I guess I want to talk a little bit about that. I'll just turn the camera around here. And this is a graphic I pulled up in Photoshop. So basically, the moon, I have actually, I know it sounds weird, but it's in the shape of a ball. You can check out my webpage, I talk about that. where it's going to stop. The sun's going to be directly over it, and it's going to cause a circular shadow on the ground, the penumbra of the eclipse, on November 14th, 2012, stationary solar eclipse. There's also a layer of glass in the sky here. That is actually going to start to sag. It's going to start to melt, and it's going to come lower. In Psalm 18, it talks about the glass, or the heavens were bowed, and it came down. People interpret it as the Lord came down, but actually it's the heavens that came down. So the glass sky is actually going to come down closer, and that's actually going to assist in the construction of the tower that I'm proposing to build, where we're actually going to reach up to the sky. And the book of Revelation talks about a throne room in heaven where there's myriads of people on a sea of glass. And so that is actually going to be constructed and built. There's going to be this sea of glass where I think it's going to be about 7 miles high, basically. So there's the tower, and let's see if I can get a picture. Okay, here's the throne room at the top of the sky. So basically, this is an interpretation of Revelation where it talks about 24 elders, where they're casting their crowns to the one seated on the throne. So these elders are actually metaphors for hydroelectric turbines. So basically, there's going to be a bunch of water here on top of the glass, which is going to be a residue from all the condensation once the sun and moon stop. And this water is going to be pouring over the turbines and going down this elevator shaft that's going to be reaching all the way up to the top. And anyway, that is the throne room, and there's the elevator shaft. It's going to work on Searle's effects generator technology. So that's going to be the way in which it ascends and descends the shaft, which is going to be about 7 miles high. Therefore, this is the city in Revelation chapter 3, where it says it comes down from heaven, the New Jerusalem, Mount Zion. And so that is the safe zone. This is the safe area. This is where the new millennial kingdom will be in Australia. And the military knows about this. And the seal, this is the seal, this is the tattoo that needs to go on your right hand, or on the top of your head, or on your chest, that allows you entrance into the kingdom. And that's going to be implemented through laser technology, which they are setting up, I believe, as we speak, through these machines. So that's going to be implemented. This is actually a good thing. It's not a bad thing. The Bible was actually clandestinely encoded to make it seem like it's a bad thing, but it's actually the converse interpretation, which is more accurate. There's many other references in the Bible where it talks about God's people being marked or distinguished conspicuously from the rebellious people. So this is the sword, this is the seal, this is the tower. This is where it's going to all boil down, and this is the true haven, and this is the real kill shot. This is what's really going to happen.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I thought I'd upload a video with a more kinder, gentler temperament than what you are usually accustomed to with my uploads. And what I wanted to do is focus on a particular former flat earther that has been sending me messages. And he has just shown me his conversion process over to cellular concave earth. And I already asked if I can read his messages in a video, and he said yes, that's fine. So I'll go ahead and read those for you. His name is Chris. He goes by plain CJ Truther. Maybe you've heard of him before. He says, I've been searching for the truth for many years now. I have to admit I fell upon Flat Earth craze last October and have been glued to it. It all made sense so much. But then I always got to the flights in the southern hemisphere and it fell apart for me. You know, the Qantas flights I'm talking about from Sydney to Santiago. On the Flat Earth map, this is not possible in 12 hours.
I would flop back and forth from globe to flat, from flat to globe, like a fish out of water. The flat Earth makes more sense to me than the globe, but for that one piece of glaring evidence that it is a globe. I've heard of the concave theory, but never really looked into it because it just sounded crazy to me and didn't make sense in my head. I've recently stumbled upon your videos and have been watching them, and they have blown me away. I know that our government lies to us about almost everything, and I include NASA with that, obviously. I know something isn't right with our perceived view of the world, or should I say, what we've been brainwashed to believe. I haven't had cable for over 2 years now, and other than some casual TV viewing at other places, I have tried to disconnect myself from the media propaganda zombie brainwashing. I laugh at stuff much these days, just listening to people talk about this or that, mainly irrelevant stuff that they want to keep us distracted with. I can say right now that you have totally flipped me in a new direction, and the concave Earth makes sense to me. My problem with the Sydney-Santiago flight is solved. I can see how and why the Flat Earth movement has exploded. They want us to fall for it because it's not true. Now that makes sense to me because it's what the powers that be do. And then he goes on to ask, could you help me out? Do you have a video showing or describing how sunsets work? By that I mean, how is it that the sun appears to disappear below the horizon? When I was entrenched in the flat earth theory, it made sense disappearing because of perspective, but I'm sort of confused with it in the concave model. This really fascinates me and gives me a burst of energy just thinking about the whole concave model. Thanks for taking time to read my message, and hopefully I'll get a response. I responded by saying, Dear Chris, it's encouraging to see former flat earthers convert to concave. But as far as sunsets and sunrises go, before I get into how they really work, you should have realized that they cannot possibly work on a flat disk. They would constantly be visible above the horizon. The divine ruse is bending light and glass sky inversions. Here's a link to my Horizon page to help you. And then I asked him if I could read his letters. He said, yes, feel free to read. I'll read another letter of his. This is a little bit more recent. He said, I'm sure you've heard of this before, but what are your thoughts that we may be part of one big hologram here on Earth? Concave Earth makes this more plausible with the celestial sphere as a sort of projector from the hologram. Quantum physics all but says this reality could be a hologram. I'm not sold on it yet, but certainly don't discount it. The more I look into concave Earth, I'm like, yes, no shit. It makes perfect sense. It's right there. This is the holy grail of all conspiracies, and it's so obvious now. I flew in a couple flights on Tuesday just looking out the window thinking, shit, he's right. When you look at the horizon, it really does look like we're in a big bowl. I'm just wow right now. Good shit you've done here, and I mean that with all sincerity. I'm just blown away right now. Just wow. My response with the hologram answers, I'm not too into the hologram concept of Earth because some flat earthers like to use it as a magic word for things that they cannot explain, like the planets or the southern stars or even the moon. Since they cannot reason how they work with simple physics or perspective, there are certain synchronicities that happen, however, but there's no need to go to the hologram answer for things that can be explained logically. And so yes, that's a big problem, and it's a big cop-out answer for a lot of flat earthers. They cannot explain the heavens, so they simply say it's some sort of hologram within a gaming perspective. Chris's most recent letter was just a little bit while ago, and he made the conversion over. Before he would have this flat earth icon, that azimuthal equidistant map, but now he changed it over to a concave icon. And he says, I've been searching for the truth for a long time. The flat earth model, while enticing at first, just never solidified with me. Mainly because I know how airline flight paths work and knew that the Qantas flight from Sydney to Santiago existed, and they couldn't exist on a flat earth model. I still wanted to believe the flat earth model because I knew we were being lied to, but I could never commit to it at 100%. Then I came across your videos about the concave Earth, and even though I resisted watching them at first, I finally did, and I can truly say that this is the only model that rings true with me, and that it is coming from my heart. I'm not sure about your whole Christ thing, because mainly I discounted religion a long time ago. Yet your theory on concave Earth rings more true to me than anything I've ever come across. Maybe you're using the whole Christ thing for attention, I don't know. But all I know is that I live my life honest and true, and I do not need religion to tell me what's right or wrong. I follow my heart, and my heart says concave Earth is true. Maybe you are Christ, maybe not, but I'm confident that I follow my heart and do good to others. I never push viewpoints on anyone, and in return, I respect people that do not push theirs on me. Religion to me is nothing more than people trying to control other people, period. I respect your passion towards the concave Earth model because my heart tells me it is true. The God or source energy that I believe in is a loving God, and I know what you're doing is right as it pertains to the concave Earth. Aside from that, I continue to live my life with respect for others, and I live my life in a positive manner with love and forgiveness. Thanks for bringing the concave reality to the forefront, Chris. And thank you, Chris, for that sincere and honest letter. And that's what I try to convey to people, although sometimes my message is very abrasive to people. My heart is still sincere, and I sincerely try to convey to you that I love humanity and that I love people, and I don't like it when people lie to other people, especially about the shape of the Earth. That is something that I'm most convicted about telling people. Ever since 2003, I've been telling people you're inside the cellular Earth. And so when I see this whole flat Earth movement, I just know it's just one big lie. And people present their information in which I know they're lying to you. And they're using histrionic and psychological tactics to lie to you. And so that upsets me. But people like Chris who can see through that deception, even though it has taken a few months to sift through that, I applaud and I commend. And I know that there's more people like you, like Chris, out there within the Flat Earth community. And so I just want to let you know, Flat Earthers, that I'm not this harsh, angry person. And I don't enjoy ridiculing people. I don't enjoy insulting people. I want you all to come to the knowledge of the cell Earth and me. And when I tell you that I'm Christ, that's coming from my own personal conviction that I am. And that's all I got to go by. And I don't think you would want me to lie to you. And that's not what I'm doing. I'm speaking from my heart, what I believe I am. And so hopefully you can respect that. And hopefully there have been actually others that I have been talking to. And there are other former Flat Earthers that have converted over because they know. I mean, they just know that they don't buy into the hype. And they know there's no content. There's no solid content in Flat Earth theory. And when you think about it, just like that graphic says, Earth is like the womb. Come back inside, children. And so with the Father's heart, I say that. Come back inside the womb of Earth. I guess I even say that with a mother's heart as well. The feminine aspect of me is sometimes conveyed to you as well. And I'm not willing that any perish. And there's so much deception out there. There's so much confusion and so much disinformation about the shape of the Earth. My desire is for all of you to come to the knowledge of the truth. That you're inside the cellular Earth and that heaven is a real place. It's right in the middle. Thanks for watching.
I told you about the strawberry fields. You know the place where nothing is real. Where here's another place you can go, where everything flows. Looking through the backbench tulips to see how the other half live. Looking through a glass onion. I told you about the worries of me, man. You know that we're as close as can be. was for sport. Standing on the Castan shore, yeah. Lady Madonna's trying to make ends meet, yeah. Looking through a glass onion. Oh.
Well, it does not surprise me in the least that the heliocentric mindset does not even consider that sunlight is bending and it's inside the Earth. Sly Sparkane, who's the prominent heliocentrist anti-flat earther, him and a bunch of different people throughout the world actually tried to reconduct the Eratosthenes test. Here's a little portion of the video to show you Eratosthenes. I think I said that wrong. But anyway, I made a video about Eratosthenes and a couple years ago, actually, 2014. And his error was that he concluded, he just had this presupposition that sunlight was parallel in it. And so he thought that the angles that were casting in Alexandria and Cyrene were a result of parallel light, which is a very faulty conclusion. You just can't assume something like that. And we know better, concavers. And on the right side, we see here how the sunlight here is emanating the light out on a curve like that. So anyway, Sly got together with 23 different individuals throughout the Earth, and they reperformed the Eratosthenes test. I'm not going to show you every single individual who did the test, but what I did was I recreated it in Illustrator. I'll show you Illustrator here, where I made the light bend. I put the sun inside a spherical Earth, and I simply had the light bend. And so let me zoom back out a little bit over here. And what you see in the outermost circle would be the Earth, and the smallest circle would be the celestial sphere, approximately. Of course, if you understand Jeremiah 31, it says that we cannot measure the heavens, so I'm not really sure how big the celestial sphere is because of the glass sky and the bending light. It's just one of the tricks that I played upon humanity. But I have the sun over here, to the left over there, and we have the light splaying out in a curved fashion, and the angle in which the sunlight, or the shadow of the sunlight, gets projected upon the vertical stakes in the ground, which are all pointing toward the center of the Earth, work out perfectly. It works out perfectly with bending light, with that understanding. We have he had a couple of people in Australia do the test. Latitude of 26.8, elevation of 62.7, latitude of 27.9, elevation of 62.9, and it works out perfectly with bending light. There's the other coordinates out over here. I have a latitude of 66.5, 23.1 elevation, latitude of 55.5, elevation of 35.5, and so on and so forth. You can read those over here. So basically what Sly and all of his heliocentric friends do not understand, will not understand until it's probably too late, hopefully they can repent in time, is that sunlight is bending, and there is a creator, there is a God, and there's a God in the flesh, and he's dwelling with humanity. He's interacting with humans, and he's trying to tell you that you're living inside the Earth, and there is a divine ruse at play. And sunlight is definitely bending, and the sun is inside the Earth. It's true that flat earthers know something. They know that the heliocentric model is fictitious. It doesn't make sense that a sun would be 93 million miles away. And so in this video that Sly uploaded just tonight, I guess, it is true that flat earth is debunked. I mean, so I got to give him credit for that. And this is good for you flat earthers to realize that flat earth is impossible. There's so many other impossibilities that I mentioned before. But obviously heliocentrism is impossible too. It doesn't make sense. Free space path loss would not allow these long distances. We also have these weird anomalies with the sun and the moon. They appear to be the same size in the sky. What are the chances of the sun being 400 times larger than the moon and 391 times farther away? Other impossibilities too. If you watch this video, I'll put it in the description box, where I made of the land surveyor Jesse Kozlowski's refusal to show the results that he said he did of a quad angle, reciprocal angle, zenith angle test, where you have a theodolite in the middle and you turn it every 90 degrees. And I was telling him you're going to get different deviations of that light bending. It's going to be bending in different directions. That's why they don't like to do that. Land surveyors don't like to take a theodolite and turn it every 90 degrees and have targets 90 degrees away from each other, because you're going to get variation of the upward curvature of the light. You see, it's the curvature of the light that plays tricks on the eye. It makes flat earthers think that there's no curvature, but there is curvature. It's just the light that's bending up. You don't realize it. And it makes these convex ballers don't understand that the upward curving of the light is bending more than the curvature of the Earth, because there's a resonant absorptive antenna, which is octahedral, in the center of the Earth. This is also why the flat earthers have problems with understanding gyroscopes in airplanes. They don't understand that this magnetism that the octahedron creates, it actually aligns the gyroscope, so it's always perpendicular to it. So wherever the airplane is flying, the gyroscope is automatically going to adjust to it. So this is good. Killing two birds with one stone here. Killing flat earthers with the help of Sly and his friends, and killing flat earth too. I mean killing heliocentrism as well, because there's problems with these long distances. They don't have an explanation for whatchamacallit, gravitational lensing. They don't know why that's happening. Well, I explained that in the video. I'll put that video in the description box. And these long distances don't make sense. There is glass in the sky, light is bending, and it plays a trick on the eye, and the sun is inside the Earth, and the reason why we get these elevation angles are because of that bending light, and it's all operating inside the Earth. And so that's what you need to understand, people. You're living inside. You're living inside the Earth. Thanks for watching, and thanks for your help, Sly, and your friends who actually did these tests, because it really just concludes my suspicion all along that the sun is inside the Earth. It is very close, and the bending of the light is evident, and it's showing so with these angles that you gave me. So it works out beautifully. And obviously he didn't take into account that there's a refraction at play, and the refraction is actually, it doesn't work on a convex ball Earth model. I mentioned that before, where if they're giving this illegal lift to the initial rise of this supposed, on their diagrams of refraction, they're trying to tell you that you would see a longer distance with refraction on a convex surface. Well, no, you would see a shorter difference on a convex surface if refraction were at play. And so this only works with concave Earth, light bending. The sun is close, the sun is inside the Earth, the sun is small, it's behind glass. I talked about how there's a real glass lensing, which gives a better explanation than what the heliocentrists will tell you about gravitational lensing. They cannot even explain that. I explain it beautifully. If you watch my eclipse video I just uploaded about a week ago, you actually see reflections of the eclipse on the glass sky. So that is the divine trick, and unfortunately the heliocentrists are a little bit further away from understanding that, because they have this cognitive refusal to believe anything. And also I wanted to mention the Tamarack mine shafts. That's a blatant omission of the truth, that two plumb bobs, if you hang them down mine shafts that are adjacent to each other, and there's a tunnel connecting those two mine shafts at the bottom, those plumb bobs will always diverge at the bottom. And there's hundreds of thousands of vacant mine shafts in the United States alone, or maybe not hundreds of thousands, at least thousands, that they can reperform those tests. So any of these light curvature tests that they're trying to prove to you that the Earth is either flat or convex are not giving you all the information that you need to understand, because light is bending, and it is bending upward. And it is bending upward because there is an octahedral antenna in the center of the Earth that is pulling up, with the electrons pulling up toward the center, and it's creating that trick of the eye. So thank you, Sly, for helping me prove to the people that light is bending inside the Earth, and it is not flat, it is spherical, and that light bends. Okay, thanks for watching. Hi guys. Well, I guess I'm blowing the entire cosmological world open, turning it upside down. Little old Stevie operating here and showing everybody the truth about the shape of the Earth. That it's spherical, but it's concave. You cannot see the curve. If you watch my previous video, I talked about the magnetic field lines converging to a 33rd degree north, which testifies of the north apex, the northern side of the octahedron up in the center of the Earth. There's a video explaining that, where this woman thinks that they are plasma tubes, but what they're really testifying of is the fact that they're pointing to the north apex, the sides of the north, because there's a central octahedron in the center of the Earth behind the celestial sphere. And then one thing just led to another. I haven't done extensive research on this, but I talked about it before. It's called cosmic rays, and I said there's a glass dewar that's enveloping the moon sphere. So there's a glass sphere enveloping the moon. I shouldn't say moon sphere. The moon's only it's a little bit more than half, but it's in that area, which creates a very high vacuum. And then there's another area where the sun and the planets are behind another sphere of glass. And then of course there's the 100-kilometer glass sphere, where there isn't much. It's a slight vacuum. You can still, I mean, the reason we see auroras testifies that it's not a complete vacuum. And so I think they're able to launch certain satellites, especially geostationary ones, in inner space. But besides that, I really wanted to talk about the cosmic rays that are a mystery to all scientists, because they think that we're living on a spinning ball. And they have no idea or understanding that the origin of these cosmic rays are coming from the north sides of the north. And they pass through this high vacuum state of this glass dewar effect, and they increase in velocity, and they cannot understand why they're coming in so fast. But they say, as far as I know here, I just started reading about this, but the origin of most of these cosmic rays are coming from a particular galaxy called Cygnus. Cygnus X. Cygnus X is a galaxy X-ray source in the constellation Cygnus. And the first such source widely accepted to be, they call it a black hole. See, that's another fallacy, fictitious fallacy. They have to conjure up phony baloney, black holes, dark matter stuff, because they simply cannot understand the true shape of the universe. It's inside the Earth. And so Cygnus X, though, is, they say, where the origin of these high velocity cosmic rays are coming from. And lo and behold, let's look. This is a picture of Cygnus, the constellation. See that it's in the shape of an X. That's interesting too, or a cross. But Cygnus X, the particular star, is at what degree This one, it looks like it's 33. 33. Or thereabout. I mean, I think they say here on Wikipedia it's at 35. The declination plus 35. But that would also lend credence to the fact that this high arm of light that's coming from the northern side of the octahedron is raising up first and then drooping down. So in 3D, I just show that here, where you see the octahedron here, and then it's interesting too because Cygnus, the constellation, goes right across the Milky Way band. And I told you before, watch that video I made before where I say the Milky Way band, it's not a spiral galaxy, but it's a band that's dividing the celestial sphere into two hemispheres. And so there's different current operating on each particular band, which actually steers or governs the north-south direction of the sun. The sun is connected. The sun has a back flat dark side that we don't see from Earth, and it's connected to the high arm of light, the northern side. But interesting though, like if you watched that graphic I had before where I had these rays coming out of the top of the northern side, well, if it's going through the celestial sphere and hitting the Earth, it would kind of make sense that we would only be able to detect it through a thin area or thin part of this celestial sphere. In other words, where we can see celestial clouds and nebula. And so that would be across the Milky Way band. And lo and behold, that's exactly where Cygnus is. It's plotted right on the Milky Way band, especially Cygnus X. It's right about 35, 33 degrees. And so that's X marks the spot. You know, there's the X. So it's just a matter of rotating that and understanding that these so-called plasma tubes that they're detecting are all pointing to 33 degrees. Isn't that amazing? I think I just busted astronomy wide open. It's going to take, I mean, there's going to be a lot of denial. A lot of people are not going to take me seriously, but it's going to rock the entire world. It's going to turn it upside down as soon as everybody gets wind of it and they can't deny it any longer. And so, let's see, going back here. What else? Oh, they call it a mystery, the Cygnus mystery. Did cosmic rays affect human evolution? Oh, this is Graham Hancock. Ladies and gentlemen, Graham Hancock. Yeah, they don't know. They think it's a mystery to them. They can't figure out where these cosmic rays are coming from, so they attribute these highly erroneous, highly fictitious scenarios, evolution. This one's called the Cygnus mystery. Cosmic rays from a binary star known as Cygnus X3 helped. X3 is a little, actually the declination of X3 is a little bit different than X1, but it's still going across that Milky Way band, and it actually leads credence to the fact that there's a high arm of light that goes even higher than 33 degrees. Helped accelerate human evolution during the last ice age. The veneration of Cygnus as a bird associated with cosmic life and death goes back 17,000 years. Cygnus is a root of all the world's religions. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Cygnus is a root of all the world's religions. Well, since I'm God in the flesh, that would make sense that I would bust this wide open and help people understand why it's the root of all world's religions, because it's pointing to the sides of the north. You understand? Yeah. The origins of astronomy, literature, ancient cosmologies, even transoceanic sea voyages all occurred yeah, sure they did. So, Cygnus X, 33, oh, even Carl Sagan even talked about the cosmic rays and the Cygnus mystery. It's a big mystery. Did cosmic radiation change evolution and kickstart religion? No, Carl. Oh, you're dead now. You can't even hear me. But the fact that you didn't realize that you're just one of my creation and that I am God in the flesh, and that your entire scientific understanding of the world is wrong. Not just you, Carl, but anybody else out there. I mean, I'm talking to people like Neil deGrasse and Michio Kaku and Lawrence Krauss, if they're humble enough to be reached. But this is exactly what's going on here, okay? You're inside the concave Earth. There's a celestial ball of stars in the sky. It bifurcates in two, and it's divided by what we call the Milky Way band. It's a swaddling band, mentioned in Job chapter 38, because it's 60 degrees. It's cocked like a mother's swaddling band. And there's a northern side of the octahedron that's behind the celestial sphere. The northern side is brighter, just like I've been telling you for years and years and years. Yeah, you understand? And going across that band, it must be thinner, the celestial sphere, so we can actually see some of the activity, the cosmic activity that's going on, or that's penetrating through it. So across that seam, we have a constellation called Cygnus. And the X star within that constellation is, they say, where the origin comes from of these cosmic rays. No, it's just simply the high arm of light that's orbiting around within the Earth. Maybe it's not exactly the high arm of light. Maybe it's just a matter of these streaks that are coming from the sides of the north, because the high arm of light is circling once every day. So it's got to be, these rays that are coming out from the top, from the sides of the north and the top. And so this is a proof positive. No more a mystery. I wanted to also point out when I talked with, remember Beepin? I haven't heard from Beepin. He closed his Facebook account. I hope he's okay. But anyway, he had a vision of the celestial sphere with the octahedron and the high arm of light. And he described it like this. I'll put this link in the video in the description box. But he described it just exactly how I saw the back of the sun, where this high arm is coming out like that. This is his drawing, by the way. And it's shooting into the back of the sun. And so this energy that's coming from the northern side, it's splaying out like that, and it's penetrating through the weaker parts of the celestial sphere, which happen to be a band called the Milky Way, and it particularly likes the Cygnus constellation, Cygnus X, which to me that X right there, I mean, that looks like it's 33 degrees. I don't know about you, but thereabouts. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's a match, even if it's a little bit off. It's a match. See the X right there? And then here's X over here, and the 30 over here on the left. You see what I mean? So I'm just waiting for my followers to catch up, and my followers already believe me, but more scientific minds to catch up and believe what I'm saying about the true shape of the Earth, and realizing if you've, obviously you've broken away from heliocentric baloney, but if you're believing in a flat Earth, you cannot resolve so many problems with it. You cannot even understand or get a map. And so I'm here waiting patiently for you guys to catch up and realize that you're inside my concave Earth. Okay? It's all proven. There's no more. The Cygnus mystery is no longer a mystery. And it's not the source of evolution. Okay? Cosmic ray mystery has been solved. There's glass in the sky. There's an octahedron. There's a high arm of light coming from the sides of the north. And we have Cygnus X going right through it, because the Milky Way band is a little bit thinner, and it allows those cosmic rays to be penetrated through the celestial sphere. It's not actually coming from the stars. The stars are just tiny little sonoluminescent bubbles inside, or on the edge, at the edge of the celestial sphere, which is filled with celestial water. And so there you go. Comprende. Oh, getting a lot of likes on this video. Good. Okay, guys, you're catching up. Thanks a lot. For the so-called plasma tubes that are being detected by the Murchison Wide Field Array in Western Australia. So this is retracting what I said earlier. I don't think they are indications of an expanding glass sky. Just have some time to think about this, and I think this is what it is. And actually, this is a better reason for it because it proves everything. It proves the source. It proves the apex, the sides of the north, as mentioned in Psalm 48, I believe, and Isaiah 14. The top of the pyramid, the top of the octahedron, the north side. And if you look at this information where she talks about the magnetic field lines converging, it's not a matter of perspective, even though she tries to give the analogy of the train tracks. It's not what's going on here. It's literally, these magnetic field lines are literally converging. So let's watch this animation a little bit.
The Earth's magnetic field lines would appear to converge. What we saw with the MWA was a stunning distortion pattern that strongly coincided with the magnetic field lines.
Okay, stop right there. So this animation that she shows here of the magnetic field lines of the what she thinks that are plasma tubes are actually, well, if you look at, look at the perspective here. You look on the left, you got the Y degrees, and the bottom you have the X degrees. And if you just extend the top of that, those lines will converge. And so that's what I did in Photoshop. Here's my depiction in Photoshop where I just took those lines and they converged to a point right up there. And if you look at the Y degrees on the left hand side, I added these numbers here. You will notice that they converge at a very specific latitude. Can you guess what latitude that is? Did I say 33? 33. There it is. There's the secret of the Illuminati. The top of the pyramid, 33. So she's down in Australia, and so she's getting these magnetic field lines, and they're emanating up, and they're converging. They're converging to a point in space. Now, as I mentioned before, I told you I had a hypnagogic vision of the backside of the sun. I didn't see the octahedron during my vision because I just think that would be a little bit too easy for me, being God in the flesh. I needed a little, handicap to actually guess what was behind it. And so, but what I saw when I saw the back of the sun, I saw these straight lines hitting the back of the sun at the so-called equator of the sun. And so, if we have the octahedron that is emanating out these straight lines in all directions, I'll show here in Photoshop here. Take that away for a second. You see on the sides of the north, the top side, that's where the source point of illumination is happening, and that's where all the activity is starting from. That's how it's illuminating. That's how it's powering the sun. And so you can actually even think about these what she thinks are plasmotubules, but actually is the source of light. It's the source of energy. It's the source of the ether. So we have this etheric push that's pushing to the outer extremes of the inside of the concavity of the Earth. Now, if you look at my little drawing, I just overlaid it like that. You see how it, if she's somewhere down in Australia, these magnetic field lines are converging to a point. And if it's at 33 degrees latitude, then so be it. But that makes a lot more sense to me, because I see the octahedron as a source, as you should know if you've been watching my videos and understand that. And so there we go. There we go. Thank you, Chloe, for helping me understand this. And I would like to know if you have some other wide field arrays in different continents, and if that convergence point is pointing to the same area, that would be helpful. So let me know. But that's what I think is going on here with the so-called plasma tubes. Obviously they're not plasma tubes outside of a convex spinning Earth. Neither are they for a flat Earth for that matter. It only works with understanding the source, the octahedral source of everything. That's what I'm thinking. And so, there you go. Thanks. Okay, guys, I'm going to reiterate my stance, my position that precession, the so-called precession of the equinoxes, is a myth. It's a myth. It's based on the assumption that the Earth is spinning, for one thing, that it's orbiting around the sun, and that a precession, if you don't know, is actually what they... Here's a sphere, okay, like it's a rotating sphere. If it has an axis, let's say the axis is tilted like that, there's a precession which causes it to wobble like that. So it's not only spinning on an axis, but it's also wobbling like that in a conical shape. And then they say that's orbiting around the sun, and then every year this arc of wobble, they say, is approximately 20 minutes faster than the stars. So they have the sidereal year and the tropical year. Tropical year meaning the sun. They say the tropical year, what they do is they measure from the vernal equinox to the vernal equinox the next year. So every 365.2425 days or something like that. And then they will say that a sidereal year is a little bit slower, so it's going to be a bigger figure. So they say it's 365.25 days. So it's a little bit longer, they say. So they say virtually it's 20 minutes. Tropical years 20 minutes shorter than a sidereal year. However, fix that camera here. What I told you before is that there's no precession. And the reason I say that is because, fix that camera. Let me draw the concave Earth here. Okay. Concave Earth with the celestial sphere in the middle, and we have the sun orbiting around the celestial sphere. We're going counterclockwise here. So the sphere is spinning, and the sun is spinning as well. It's completing a helical orbit, which means cylindrically. And so this is the equator here of the celestial sphere, and the vernal equinox, the spring, when the sun begins to rise northward. If you measure that time on a yearly basis, you'll get 365.2425 days. This 0.24 days, or a quarter of a day, is really essentially what I think is happening. Now, I do not believe in stellar parallax. That has never been proven. There's no oscillation between the stars over any 6-month period of time. They'll just show you diagrams. They won't show you any actual data or actual footage of stars oscillating back and forth. However, there is going to be a parallax comparison with the sun and the stars at different times of the day, because the sun is closer than the stars. So if we're looking at from like a top-down view, okay, looking from a top view here, we're standing here inside the Earth,
the sun, like I said, is going to be closer to you than the stars. After 365 days, it still travels another quarter of a day. So let's say the sun's going to be over here. Now, the trajectory of light within the Earth, everything is curving, right? So when you look at the sun at noon compared to the stars versus when you look at the sun at 6 o'clock p.m., there's going to be a curve here, and you're going to see the stars over here. So there's going to be a parallax difference. Even though you don't see the stars while the sun is out, supposedly if they look, if you can see the stars during a solar eclipse, you will see there's a parallax difference here, right? So they assume that the sun is faster by about 20 minutes, okay? But it's really just a parallax difference. Now, I also want to talk about the Milky Way band in the celestial sphere, okay? Here's the celestial equator, and then we have the ecliptic going at 23.4. That's the path in which the sun traverses. Here's 23.4 south versus 23.4 north. And then you have the Milky Way band, which is going to be about a 60-degree incline from the equator, not the ecliptic, because the Earth is not tilted. So this band, Milky Way band, it divides the celestial sphere into two hemispheres. Okay, you have the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. Okay, we're talking this band dividing it. And what is going on here is that there's a fluctuation of velocity with the sun as it passes through, or light rays behind the sun stemming from the central octahedron behind the sphere, and it's not going to be a linear progression. It's going to be nonlinear. It's going to be accelerating and decelerating as it passes through, especially when it goes through the band, because the band has a higher viscosity. It means that it's thicker. So the sun, like when I showed you in my analemma video, when the sun goes, there's 23 north, 23 south. When the sun crosses the band, it slows down. Remember the analemma? So it slows down like that. So they also have discovered, I'll give you a link to this, that the preference, the rotational preference, whether it be clockwise or counterclockwise, of the spiral galaxies. And remember I told you that spiral galaxies are merely just drains within the celestial sphere. So they have counterclockwise, predominantly, they have found counterclockwise spirals in the northern hemisphere and clockwise spirals in the south. And so when the sun crosses over the band, like I said, it's higher, it's thicker here, it's more dense, okay? So it's more viscous. And so when it crosses that band, it's slower here than it is over here when it's away from the band. So in the northern region, when you're going counterclockwise, it's going to be harder to go up as it is opposed to going down. It's going to be easier to be going down. That's what steers the sun in the other direction. So when it gets up into the north, it begins to, the current, the electromagnetic current of the celestial sphere is going to be pushing the sun southward in the northern hemisphere. And then vice versa. When it gets down over here, let's say the band is going over here like that, it's more viscous here. And so the sun begins, when it crosses over into the south now, because of the clockwise current, it's going to be harder to push it down as it is to push it up. So it's going to be easier to push the sun up once it gets into the southern hemisphere, like that. So that's what steers the sun in the north-south direction annually, like that. There's also bipolar planetary nebula that are symmetrical, and they are all running across the galactic plane or the Milky Way band. That's another indication that the celestial sphere is divided up into two hemispheres like that. Also, the cosmic microwave background radiation shows a dipole
So that's how it works. Now these currents here, the clockwise versus counterclockwise, show the galaxies. They show the drainage. Those are not continually spinning. Like I said before, during the global flood, these stars clustered together and they burned holes through this glass sphere, and then they healed back together. They cooled off. So it's pretty much stationary. These spirals, they're just like drained remnants, really. And so, but we still have this electromagnetic current. So this counterclockwise current in the north and a clockwise current in the south. Okay, so in this video you've learned part 3 of my precession of the equinoxes is a myth. It's not true. There's no precession going on from year to year because the sun has to stay halfway between the Milky Way band during the equinoxes. Looking at a top-down view, if we had the Milky Way band going across the top here, this would be the vernal equinox, and that would be the autumnal equinox. But the sun has to stay halfway between. It only crosses the bands during the solstices. Okay, so there's no precession. It's kind of funny. They call it the New Age. You know, it's a New Agey thing. Oh, we're going to enter the age of Aquarius. That's bunk. It's baloney. It's New Age garbage. It's New Age garbage entered into modern so-called astronomy. Okay, concave Earth, glass sky, no precession. Stellar versus sidereal parallax is, also 2 owls, I want to talk about too as well, is that the sun will travel, like I said, 365.2425 days in 1 year, and the celestial sphere will spin 1 day extra. So it's 366.2425 or whatever. So that's what causes the sun to pass through the 12 different constellations during the course of 1 year. Okay? So that's how the sphere is spinning over the course of 1 year. 1 revolution more than the sun. Okay? Thanks for watching.
I'm sick and tired of hearing things from uptight, short-sighted, narrow-minded hypocritics. All I want is the truth. Just give me some truth. I've had enough of reading things by
Having fun listening to Eric Dubai's interview with this British gentleman who seems to be insulating him with comforts of illusion. Flat Earth is an illusion. It's like a stepping stone, guys. Of course NASA's bullshit. Of course heliocentric model is bullshit. Of course there's no spin of the Earth. Of course the sun isn't 93 million miles away. But you cannot resolve the pole star. The dreaded pole star. Listen to this shit.
We could talk about the moon for hours. I want to talk a little bit about Polaris, the North Star, because some people say the Earth can't be flat because we've got the North Star, and in the southern hemisphere there's a kind of loose southern pole star. Now, from my point of view, there's like two, we're flat, and there's two like spinning circles in the sky. How would you look at this as well, Eric?
Yeah, the Polaris is right over the top of the North Pole, and then in a dome shape, whether they're in a dome or not, we'll discuss later, but in a dome shape, the stars all rotate eastward every night, as you can see. So, but
just stop. Are you seriously trying to pull the wool over people's eyes, or are you just that so fucking stupid, Eric? We're talking about the South Pole stars. Sigma Octantis, in a supposed dome shape. If you're spinning this dome eastward,
the southern polar stars. They're wrapping around the perimeter of this dome. But that's not what we see in the sky in the south. We see an axis. Why are you... Okay. You can't be... That's why I think you're a fucking shill. You can't be that fucking stupid.
Depending on where you are on the flat Earth, you're
Bullshit. Bullshit.
only going to see a limited number of the stars.
Why is that? If light is supposedly straight on a flat Earth, that's another thing. Why cannot you see from one edge of the Earth to the other edge of the Earth? It's not how it works, buddy boy. Eric boy. Eric, buy my book, boy, Dubai. Bullshit. Where's my video? Come on. This is how it works. Light is bending. Light is bending. See that? Look at that. We have the North Pole stars spinning counterclockwise, and you simply turn around, you look to the south. If you're in the south, you look to the southern pole stars. Because light is bending like that, they spin clockwise. Your flat earth shit is bullshit. And yeah, I've been watching, I've been reading your forum. And it looks like you have some division amongst you guys, huh? You're saying Mark Sargent is a shill? Yeah, I could have told you that. He's way too smart to believe in the flat earth bullshit. What I really think he's doing, I believe he works for some kind of COINTEL military organization. He's actually presenting, he's helping the general public realize that heliocentric theory is bullshit. And he's presenting this flat earth model, which is just a stepping stone, and allowing me to destroy the flat earth theory. It's just like, you know, it's like the truth, the concave spherical earth is just, you know, to a normal prosaic person out on the street, you tell them this shit, it's just like too shocking for them. So they need a little buffer. So I see actually Mark is kind of like an indirect agent for the concave earth. Once people realize that flat earth is just total rubbish. But you can't see that, can you, Eric? You're blinded. You're a fool, man. You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking clown. I'm shaming you right now. You can't resolve the pole stars. Flights do not work in a flat earth. I don't care if the GPS is disabled in the south. You cannot get from fucking Chile to Australia in 14 hours or 15 hours or 13 hours if they're all the way on the other side of the fucking big pizza. It's not a fucking pizza, Mr. Dubai. Fuck you. I would also notice that you fucking blocked my YouTube. Oh, you don't want to let Lord Stephen Christ have the truth. Tell the truth. Fuck you. You're fucking flat earth. All you fucking idiots. There's a difference between my followers and you fucking retarded people. It has to do with the condition of your hearts. The meek shall inherit the earth. My followers are meek, they're humble, they understand, they're intelligent. But you have just a fucking motley crew of fucking dissident, rebellious fools. You're trying to comfort yourselves to alleviating the shame that you should duly feel for believing in a fucking flat earth. So repent as soon as fucking possible. And stop trying to fucking market your shitty books. Fucking clown.